We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
Yul, thank you so much.
Yeah,
this
thank
is
you.
a really exciting time, but it's been a crazy year,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
2020 was nuts.
Yeah.
Just can you talk about like what kind of challenges you had to balance in order to get the training that you need to compete in the Olympics with everything going on?
Yeah, so from the start, actually, in March when everything shut down, you're 3 months away from Olympic trials, so it's really like what we're feeling now, but it got shut down, and then you kind of have to take like a mental break and think like, what's next? How am I going to prepare for a whole nother year? Because 360 days is a long time
Yeah.
of going in every single day, training 6 hours a day. So for me, I really had to take a mental break, and we found out that all the gyms were closed. So the next step that I took is I called Mark Williams, the OU coach at the time. Can I get a horse in my garage? And for about 3 months, I had a horse. I went to Home Depot and I bought eye hooks and drilled them into my ceiling and got these Amazon rings and did ring strength. And then I actually got Air Track to send me a mat so I could tumble. So,
All in your home or outside
all
of
in
your
my home. Every day we'd blow up the air mattress, do tumbling, deflate it, put it back in the garage. So it was hard because some days it would be raining, some days it would be really cold. So you would be in your garage freezing. I remember we bought space heaters just to warm it up, just so we could get something productive done, because gymnastics, you take one day off, it takes 2 days to come back. Yeah.
You have to compete almost on a daily basis. How, like, did you feel like it took a step off of your game? Are you worried that you lost something in all you had to do to try to get back?
In the beginning, yes, definitely. You're not going into the gym, you're not getting coached. This is all self workouts at the home. And when I finally got into a gym in Oklahoma, it was an hour drive there, hour drive back during rush hour time. So it was awful, honestly. It was probably some of the hardest training months of my life, because I knew that's what it was going to take. It was going to take 7 hours a day of training and feeling like you can't get up the next morning. And when I finally felt good and felt like my strength was back, I just remember literally a month ago, I was just thinking about this. I was thinking like, wow, like I can't believe that I'm like finally here and that I'm feeling good.
You grew up in Colorado.
Oh,
What
yeah.
was the experience like of just being a kid here and training here, but also just being a person in Colorado?
Growing up, I feel like Colorado just had everything that I needed to, build the puzzle of my life, of, helping me in my journey of gymnastics, my school, my social life, and the car scene here is great.
The car scene, you're
Yeah.
big into that.
Yeah.
What about more specifically growing up on a farm? That's an
Yeah.
experience a lot of people don't have. What do you think that was like, and what did it teach you?
Oh, so many lessons. Growing up on a farm as a kid, you don't know anything else. You don't really know the city. You don't know public schools. So for me, I just thought that, this was my house. I've got a bunch of land to ride my bike and play with my Legos on and, just mess around. And I remember, doing the chores, you had to do them. It's not like you could just take one day off, else then your animals don't get fed. But it just teaches you so many responsibilities, and it teaches you, how to kind of work as a team. Our family had to do stuff together, and so it kind of teaches you teamwork, again, responsibility.
The diligence, the hard work, the waking up early, the routines. Do you think it's prepared you for a life of competition as well?
Oh yeah, and actually, the routine part is a huge part. Every day wake up, feed the animals, get your homework done, go outside and help, whatever job we have, the irrigation or something like that. So definitely the routine part helped me, because when I get to a gym, it doesn't feel anything different than if I'm at home.
Yeah.
And I think that's helped me my entire career.
Yeah.
Is just having a routine and understanding that, that job has to get done that day in order to, get ready for the next day.
Yeah. And in family life, how was that? Your sisters, your brother, were they encouraging early on when you were showing like an aptitude in gymnastics?
Oh yeah, and my family has been way more supportive than I think any other family would. as you know, kids, you know, you have the fights, but you also have that love for each other. And I remember, you know, just moving to Denver, my family had to make a huge sacrifice. They had to switch schools, switch, you know, friends, kind of be on the same schedule as I am because, you know, none of us could drive. So my mom would have to pack us all in the car, take me and my brother to gym, drop my sisters off at school, come pick me and my brother back up, you know, feed us, you know, go home, drop us off, run back to school, pick up my sisters, you know, take my sister to rock climbing class or my sister to, you know, a musical class and then pick up my brother and I, feed us. So it was a routine. And then, you know, my dad would, you know, have to be the one to go to every travel meet and, you know, get the hotel ready, get the rental car, make sure the hotel had a kitchen or we bring like a little stove because we're gluten free. And, you know, that was part of, you know, my nutrition was not eating wheat, you know, because my family was allergic, you know, I was probably allergic. So there were just so many extra things that my family had to do for me for meets, practice, school. So, you know, I I can't thank them enough.
Yeah. Oh, what does it mean to you that they were there for everything? And you said your dad. You said he brought a stove, like a little stove.
Yeah,
something?
just, you know, sometimes like a camping stove.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
he'd make me food on there because, you know, we'd have to go to a store. We couldn't go out and eat. You know, there's wheat and everything now, or at the time there was. But,
What does his time with you mean?
oh, everything. You know, I can hear his voice when he's cheering for me. So,
It's okay.
honestly, though, this family, knowing that I've been adopted, it's just like I wouldn't be, I wouldn't want another family at all. Like this family is perfect for my journey and who I am.
Were there difficult discussions when you were a kid about your background? How much did they explain to you about where you came from and your mom?
You know, they were so open about
Yeah.
it. And, you know, I think they just wanted me to understand as soon as I could understand that I was adopted. But, you know, I don't look at it as like an adoption. You know, I look at it as like the second chance. And they have been very open about it. They haven't tried to hide anything. And they just wanted me to understand, you know, the life that I'm in because it's an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity just to come from, you know, South Korea where my life could have been not the same at all, not even close. And to come to the US to have a family so open about, you know, just a kid trying to chase his dreams, it's meant the world to me. And to know that my parents have my back and my family has my back and that they're supportive and that they're open, you know, that's hard to find.
Was there any difficulty in the fact that, you know, your family looks white, you look Asian? Was it tough at school at all to deal with that? What kind of difficulties arose from that?
You know, honestly, the only times that I felt uncomfortable is when I was a kid, because I viewed my mom, dad. You know, we're the same. I
Yeah.
don't care if I'm tanner or if I have black hair. You know, these are my parents. The only thing that would bother me a little bit when I was a kid is sometimes at the cash register, you know, the lady would be like, "Is he yours?" And I would wonder, why is she asking that? But, you know, as I grew up, I understand it. It probably wasn't out of, you know, hate or anything. You know,
Sure.
it was just a curious question. But, you know, I've never had a problem. You know, maybe just being Asian, yeah, there are other things that come with that, but being adopted, never.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I know you had an incident not too long ago.
Yeah.
Take me back to that day, where you were, what you were doing,
Yeah. So
and how it affected you.
it was actually, you know, a couple or maybe a few months ago.
Yeah.
I was driving on Wadsworth, just coming home after morning practice, and this lady, you know, wanted to get in my lane, so I honked the horn. And at the red light, you know, she rolled down your window and she said, "Go back to China." And at the time, I was just so confused, and I was just like, for me, I was just like, "Lady, if you knew my job every day to work hard so I can represent this country, it's just like shocking to me that she didn't even know who I was or what I do for this country. And for her to say that because of what I look like, it's just, it it was frustrating because if people were just a little more educated, if people just didn't speak out of, hate and actually just like thought about what they were going to say, we wouldn't have to go through these awkward, uncomfortable times.
Does it make it harder to think that, I'm doing it for this lady too, I'm doing it for everybody? How much more difficult does it give you a sense of bitterness at all, knowing that you're training to represent the United States and there's all this hate in the country right now?
It is uncomfortable, knowing that there are people like that you do have to represent because, when we went to international meets, you get in the taxi and they would just be like, oh, America's so bad, like, you guys don't do right. And it just sucks because there are so many great people here too, though. And that's what makes my job easy is I'm not representing, those kind of people. I'm representing the good people, the good-hearted people, my friends, my family, my coaches, everyone that's just a positive person. And that, I think, outweighs the negatives.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Your parents, I think, described you almost as like aggressively positive, like this like super ball of positive energy. How do you keep that up? I mean, and do you think that helps you be a better competitor? Where's that come from?
It's just, so I like to reflect on my life, at times a lot throughout the year. And for me, I have nothing to be negative about. From the day one, I've been given a life that is so meaningful and I'm so blessed to be. And then I have friends, I have family, I have a roof over my head, I'm never hungry. And when you can take that aspect of life and really understand that I have the things that are making me happy, I feel like there's nothing to worry about. Yes, you'll need money, you'll need a job, but that shouldn't be your number one priority. It should be being happy, living your day like it's your last, honestly. You just never know.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I imagine part of that outlook comes from your parents and your dad. Like, was he like a typical gym dad?
No.
No, not at all.
No, not at all. The gymnastics world, parents, they push their kids a lot. My dad and my mom, they just said, make sure you're happy, you're having fun. Of course, there are some times where they do step in as a parent. Do we need to move gyms? Are you happy with this coach? And those are good questions. It's never make sure you get first, make sure you make this, make sure you get this at state. So for me, this was my sport. This was what I chose. It wasn't them. It wasn't them pushing me. It was just like, do you still love gymnastics? Yes. Do you still love gymnastics? Yes. And they ask me that all the time. Do you still love gymnastics? I say yes. Because their influence has been so easygoing. I see parents all the time push and push. I'm like, just relax a little bit. Like, you have to let this kid be on his own journey. And I think they did that perfectly, better than any parent could.
Yeah. I think your dad was telling us like how coachable you are, how well you take instruction, how well you're able to challenge yourself and really turn up for big events. Where does that come from? But also take me to the process of an athlete on your level challenging themselves and like what is your mental like to be able to compete at a level like this? This is insane.
So for me, going into a competition, just for example, I don't go into it thinking I have a competition. Not one bit. I honestly go in thinking this is show. This is a showtime. This is an episode 1, 2, or 3, you name it. But for me, it's like we've worked so hard in the gym and you get to go out in front of thousands of people. Why not have fun? Why not enjoy it and make it a show? Like, this is your time. This is Team USA's time to really show what we have. And I think when you can look at it in that perspective, instead of thinking, oh, they're judges, it's competition, I need to do well, because that adds stress. And when you can look at it, it's a fun factor. There's going to be so many people there that I get to perform in front of. There's these judges that have been watching me. Let's see if I've improved. Let's see if I can prove to them that I've been taking their corrections. And, that's just helped me get through competitions. But, I learned this at OU, embrace the grind.
If you had to ask Vlad or your parents, your dad, your mom, your sisters, your brothers, if it's more natural talent or if it's more hard work, how would they describe you? Or is that like a bad question to ask in general? I know it's a combination of both, but do you feel like you've pulled more from one pool or the other?
I don't know what they would say because, a lot of people do say I'm talented, but I also try and make sure that I put in the work. So people don't just say, oh, he's talented. Like, I want people to know that Yul might be talented, but he also works hard. And I think that is way better sounding than just saying, oh, Yul's talented, than if you said, yeah, Yul's hardworking. That is a different perspective. I don't know what they would say, but, Irina was just joking with me the other day, and I was doing these shoulder exercises, and my shoulder was not flexible, and she just kind of joked. She's like, I don't know how you are a gymnast. And so it's just kind of like, it's funny because you kind of get to see both sides of, working hard, and then you get to see, all these young kids in the gym that are just talented, but they work so hard. So I think maybe a little bit of both. It is kind of a tough question.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
You're already a champion, NCAA, U.S. World. Like, do these things enter into your preparation for being an Olympian? I mean, and does your thought process change knowing that this is the biggest stage possible?
For me, I'm ready. Like, I have dreamed about this for so long. I feel like I was so close in 2016 when I was, young, going to trials, got fifth, did pretty well. And I got a little bit of taste of what it'd be like to be at the Olympics. But you know, going through the NCAA, it prepped me just to know like what I need to think about at a meet for that day. And then going to Worlds, you know, that just brings a whole different experience. You get to see the best gymnasts in the world all on the same floor. And for me, that's exciting because I got to watch these guys on YouTube, TV, and I was like, I want to be there one day. And now that I'm finally here, it's not, yay, I'm here, I'm relaxed. It's like, it's go time. Like, this is like what I've been working for. I want to show people like who I am. And, you know, a lot of people might get nervous because, oh, it's your first Worlds. It might be your first Olympics. You know, you only get one try in 4 years, but you got to forget about all that stuff. You can't be thinking about that stuff. You know, this is you here. You made it. You got to where you wanted to be. So why stress on something that doesn't even, you know, matter? Those are just words. What you can control is your body, your job, your gymnastics. So, you know, yes, it does help, but you know, I remember my first Worlds, and a lot of people say, you're going to get nervous. There's a lot of people there. You know, it's going to feel a lot different. And I just remember going in there and I looked at the crowd and I was like, I have been dreaming of this moment my entire life. I've wanted to compete in front of, you know, not just 10,000 people, but, you know, 30 to 60,000 people. And that is like, yes, I finally get to feel like what a football player feels, you know? So for me, it's like these dreams are coming together finally, and it's like these dreams are becoming a reality. So for me, I don't try and think about, you know, it's my first one, or you only get one try in 4 years. You know, no, this is the time. This is your dream. Let's go.
You love this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, sports in general, it's all about who's mentally toughest.
Yeah.
You know, think about football. Everyone gets, you know, pretty strong, almost the same speed. Yeah, you know, you can throw a football, catch it, but it's what you're going to tell yourself before entering the game.
What are your Olympic aspirations? What do you think? How far do you think you can go?
So for me, I want to go to at least 3 or 4 Olympics. I definitely want to go till 2028 because that is in Los Angeles. And I think it'd be pretty cool to say you got to retire in the US. But, you know, my number one goal is to win an Olympic medal as a team, because there's no greater feeling than looking to your left, to your right, and looking at your teammates and knowing like, we just did something special together. Not individually, but together. You know, individual, I know if I do well as a team, you know, those individual awards will come. You know, of course, I want to get it all around and some individual events, but my priority is for the team, because it is an amazing feeling winning as a team.
Do you think you guys can get a medal this year? And do you listen to the analysts? Do you listen to people that tell you what your chances are and all of that? Or do you tune in all of that out?
You know, I do read it. I do pay attention. But to me, it's just funny because gymnastics is a sport where anything can happen. Yeah. You have to fight from your first routine on the first event, no matter how well you do in between or on the first event, till your last event. Because gymnastics is one of those sports that literally anything can happen. And I remember, you know, at American Cup in 2019, I think I was like behind, like the whole entire meet. But I told myself, I'm going to army crawl till the last event. I know that I can hit all these events. I just got to do them well and keep crawling. And I remember I won that meet by half a tenth. And it went down to the last routine. And that's part of the sport, is anything can happen. So you can hear all these people say, you don't have a chance, whatever. You can hear people say, oh, you had a bad first podium day. But what matters is on that day, at that moment, and you fight till the very last end.
Tell me about Dad to Vlad and your training with him and your time with that family and watching his son compete.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Vladimir is... He's another father to me, and his wife is like a mother to me. Like, it is crazy how much they do for me. Like, Arena, she meal preps for me. She brings me tea every morning. She brings me a boiled egg. She brings me, you know, a bag of vegetables, a bag of fruit, and it's like the best fruit I've ever tasted. It's definitely from, you know, Whole Foods or Sprouts. So it's just like fresh, and, you know, it's, you know, she doesn't do that because I asked. She does it because she wants me to feel good. And then they, you know, massage me, or, you know, they'll contact someone that they know to get me cupped or something like that. But Vladimir is, He's a dad because he's not just a coach, but because he teaches you so many things that you take with you besides being a gymnast. You know, the discipline, being a good person, being respectful, you know, being a man, being a gentleman. You know, Vladimir doesn't want to work with people who aren't kind. You know, he wants his gymnast to be known as kind first and then a gymnast. And I think that is just an amazing view as a coach, because you're not just teaching these guys skills and gymnastics in their sport. You're teaching them, you know, how to become a young adult, how to prepare yourself for the world, how to treat others, how to be respected. So that is just one of the most amazing aspects of Vlad. And, you know, Sasha, you know, he's like a brother to me. You know, I literally walked into this gym to him preparing for Worlds, you know, and then I got to see him grow into the Olympic journey, and that was just so eye-opening. And I got to see him struggle. I got to see him, you know, on his highs and lows, but I remember watching him at the Olympics doing the horse set. Last up, they needed a hit to win a medal, and he destroyed the set. Like, he killed it. I remember jumping up and down on my couch, crying just of joy, because I got to see first person of his training and how hard it was, like how many routines he did, how many things he had to push through, you know, the cuts on his wrist, the rips, the soreness, the tiredness, the coming in alone before everyone, and just this whole process that he went through. I got to see it. And I think that's why I had so much emotion, because, you know, when you see a good set, you cheer loud, but for me to cry at 10, you know, I just remember I was like, holy cow, like he did it. He worked so hard, and it finally paid off. So that was just an experience that I'll never forget.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there's no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Does it ever dawn on you the fact that like kids are going to watch you and think the same thing and follow your journey and be inspired by you? I mean, potentially millions of people are going to be watching you.
I honestly haven't thought about it yet. But, you know, the way I look at it is I'm in this gym, and, you know, yes, I can tell that, you know, kids watch me or they want to come up and ask me questions. And, you know, I just look at it as, you know what, they're watching me, they're coming out of their way to ask me something. I'm going to go out of my way to help them too. You know, I'm not some superstar. I'm not anyone different from you. Like, we're all just gymnasts here trying to be the best we can. And I think I try and give that to other kids because, you know, I could, you know, be cocky. I could not talk to them, but I know that that's not what a good person does. So I want to give my time back to them as well.
What do you want to do, though, after all this is done?
So for me, I really want to open up like a fitness center, like not just gymnastics, but like where people can come to me and get fit, you know, because I want to, you know, give people what they want to hear. I want them to be motivated. I want them to wake up every day and have a goal. And when you're goal oriented, I think your life just runs a lot easier. So I feel like for me, fitness is a big part. And I feel like I could help people, you know, get to where they want to be physically and mentally. So for me, I feel like that would be a really cool job. So,
is there anything else you wanted to say or get across or let people know about?
I would just like to say that I'm so blessed to be in the U.S., been given this journey, you know, so I appreciate everyone's support from, you know, my family, of course, all of 5280, all of OU, you know, Vlad, Arena, Sasha, Mark, Steve, Taki, Chris, Josh, Valerie.
Shout outs.
You know, the trainers at OU, my teachers at school, all my friends who've been there from the beginning. So I just want to say thank you to all of them.
Yeah, thank you to you for doing this.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. This week, we're looking at some home safety with tips and tricks for easy appliance repairs, cleaning a fireplace, and the importance of having a working carbon monoxide detector. Plus, what you need to know before renting a home share. All that and more coming up on Today All Day.
A private island in Indonesia? You can rent it on Airbnb. Or how about this Irish castle, listed here on Vrbo? In the month of September alone, there were nearly 5 million homes rented on just those two sites. Even Marriott, the largest hotel chain, can't ignore the trend, now offering select homes and villas for rent.
One of the biggest perks of using a home share, the ability to rent something you might not otherwise get to experience. Take, for example, this beautiful home here on Nantucket Island in Massachusetts. We're in a 6-bedroom home. It rents for $25,000 a week, but hang on, it sleeps 14 people. So if you do the math, that actually works out to $255 per night per person, a similar price to what you'd pay for a comparable hotel, but you get all of this shared space in an exclusive location.
And with a kitchen, you have the option to cook meals over multiple days for a big group. Those savings add up. Jeremy Gall is the CEO of Breezeway, a company that helps property managers maintain quality and safety standards for vacation rentals.
What's the advantage of using a home share?
Two big things. There's so much space and the property is so unique. So you get to really enjoy something that's different than when you stay in a hotel.
But that difference also means you should have a safety checklist when renting a home share.
When you first get to a home, what should you be looking for?
Yeah, you're gonna walk in, you're gonna wanna unpack, everybody's excited, but the first thing you should do is just orientate yourself and get aware about the property. Here's a good example. Here's where the fire extinguisher is, and emergency numbers and contact information.
And what about those chemicals under the sink?
Don't expect there's gonna be safety latches on these properties. But if you're traveling with little kids, just be aware and make sure these are all taken care of. Maybe take the time to move them up. In a home, pay particular attention to the smoke detector outside the kitchen. Prior guests might have cooked something smoky and pulled the batteries.
When renting an entire home, consider the unfamiliar features, especially at night.
The #1 accident at vacation homes is trip and fall hazards. This property has a nightlight, but it's always a good idea to bring one with you.
I love this room. I see it has a bunk bed. A lot of home shares have bunk beds. What are the safety tips around bunk beds?
Popular option, kids under 6 shouldn't be in the top bunk.
So this is something a lot of people might not have in their own home, a huge balcony like this with this kind of view.
Yeah, amazing. If you have a balcony like this, you want to look at 3 things: the height, the stability, and the gaps in between the balusters to make sure it's not too wide.
Yeah, good idea if you have kids and also pets.
Yeah, pets is a really good point.
Pools can be fun, but
a lot of times the pools don't have any kind of fencing around them.
No, this is wide open and there's really easy access. So a couple things to keep in mind. One, if you're traveling in a group, designate one adult who's going to be in charge of pool safety.
Okay.
The other thing to do is check with the manager, make sure you understand how the pool cover works so you can open and close it and keep it closed when you're not using it.
Some simple tips so you can safely enjoy your time in a home away from home.
So it's just something to be aware of. Like I said, some people love it, some people don't. We use it a lot, just frankly, because then we have a whole house, we have a kitchen, I don't have to worry about somebody coming in. Anyway, but there are some horror stories that people say where they feel like they've been watched or videos. So what do we need to know to protect ourselves?
Yeah, that's a big one. Spy cams can be an issue. It's been in the headlines. Think about it. They are so easy to hide. This right here is a spy cam.
Wait,
right there in this tissue box. Yeah, there you go. And I'm
that's
actually,
creepy.
I can watch you live in real
Is it
time.
someone else's eye?
It's someone else's eye.
Wow.
Yeah. There you
Let
are.
it go. Let it go. That is.
Let it go.
You know, it's creepy, but it's kind of cool.
It is super cool.
Wait, that
right?
is crazy.
I mean, not for you know what I mean. But like if you're looking to,
What else are those cameras?
Technologically, it's cool. Yes, Dylan.
Where
That
else do
is
they
a
hide
smoke
it?
detector, an alarm clock. Those are both cameras. So these things are getting sneakier and
Wait,
sneakier, easier to hide.
This is a camera?
Yep.
But is it for the homeowner to make sure their house isn't being used in a way?
That's true.
Like, if it's just big parties for, underage kids?
If that's the case, then you have to disclose it. Most of these rental sites make you say, hey, there's a camera in the front door, there's a camera in the living room. They shouldn't be in the bathroom, the bedroom, and that's why you need to check for things that are suspicious, like something plugged in an outlet in a bathroom or a smoke detector over the toilet or the shower. What's it doing there?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Right?
What if you get there and you saw these great pictures on the website, and then you get there and it's like, this looks nothing like what I paid for.
Big problem. First thing, call the person that you're renting from, try to negotiate that refund. If not, bypass them, head straight to the website. But really, the most important thing, be proactive about it. Check to see if there's reviews. If there aren't very many, that's a red flag. Do a Google Street View, enter the address. If the exterior doesn't match what you're seeing in real time, that's a big red flag.
Vicky Wynn, you always make us a little smarter.
And when you said the Street View thing, I've been doing that from now on. It's a really good tip.
And Craig wants to know, can you have the Elsa box?
This is next level.
It's all yours, Craig.
How much does something like this cost?
What is that?
I'm going to get in. I'll check in on that and get back to you.
Okay.
We can get a little custom. Maybe we'll do a Minions one for you.
Craig's got a pants can.
We'll be back, hopefully.
Welcome back to the third hour today. Actress and comedian Anna Faris had quite the scare last week. During what was supposed to be a fun family Thanksgiving at a rental home, it quickly turned into a potentially deadly situation. She writes on Twitter, I'm not quite sure how to express gratitude to the North Lake Tahoe Fire Department who were saved from carbon monoxide. It's a stupidly dramatic story, but I'm feeling very fortunate.
What happened? Well, first of all, we have Vicky.
That's right. Our NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Wynn to talk more about this.
Good morning. Yeah, this is a scary one, especially this time of year. We're inside more, the windows are closed, and this really could happen to anyone at your home or even when you're on vacation. That's when you're vulnerable.
What happened?
So essentially, people in her group started to feel sick. A couple of them actually went to the hospital. They thought, oh, we're in Lake Tahoe. Maybe we're not used to the altitude. Turns out they were suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. The emergency responders went back to the house, treated 2 more people at this Lake Tahoe rental. Beautiful. You saw the picture on Twitter, but maybe was sealed, didn't have a carbon monoxide alarm. Firefighters haven't said what the source of the carbon monoxide gas was, but they did say it was CO poisoning. And had they all just said, oh, you know what, we're going to sleep this off, that could have been a deadly situation.
Why didn't they just sleep it off? Why did their symptoms how did their symptoms get bad enough that they decided they needed to call for help?
Well, the symptoms are headache, dizziness, nausea. So they felt so bad. They felt like they had to go to the hospital, which is good that they didn't lie down and just say, oh, it's nothing, I'll just get over it.
Would just lie down.
A lot of people would, yeah, absolutely.
The results could have been a lot different. In fact, Anna's dad, Jack, in the North Tahoe Fire Public Information, had a lot to say about the scare. Take a look.
We are grateful to be alive. We thought we just had the effects of being at high altitude, and it turned out that that was not the case.
Had they just gone to sleep and hoped that they felt better in the morning, none of them would have woken up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is so scary.
Strong words
What are
and
some
true.
folks who are watching or listening, some things that they can do to make sure that this is not something that happens to them?
Really important to just check on any gas-powered appliances in your house, whether that's your gas stove or your range. You don't want to be using your generator. Exactly. You don't want to be using those without proper ventilation. This is another thing people do this time of year. You want to get in your car, warm it up before you head out. It's winter. Get that garage door open. Carbon monoxide gas builds up so quickly. And Dylan, I think you were talking about apartments, right? Like,
right, because I feel like
a lot of
I'm
people
not
live
sure
in an
if I
apartment.
have one, but I live in an apartment. I don't have a car connected to the house or anything. So is it a threat for people who live in an apartment too?
It can be. Sometimes people use those space heaters to warm up a small space. If that is a gas-fueled space heater, then that can be an issue. Basically, carbon monoxide is produced anytime you burn a fuel. And this is the #1 thing, right? Yes. The carbon monoxide alarm. You can get this for under $30, $20 really, at any big box retailer. We picked one up at Duane Reade. Fire departments this time of year are also giving these things away free. So check with your local fire department if it's not something you can buy.
And by the way, there is an expiration on these. Generally, 5 years is the efficacy of it, and then you have to replace them.
That's a really good point, Alan. Also check the batteries. Twice a year, daylight savings. That's a good time to go for the smoke alarms and the carbon monoxide alarms.
Vicky Wynn.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad you talked about this.
And we'll be right back.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Larry Debo.
More American Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Okay, so get ready to take notes. Lifestyle expert Jill Bauer has a list of must-haves to make sure you and your family are prepared in an unexpected emergency.
Good morning, Jill.
Good morning, ladies. Nice to see you.
Okay, you're going to show us what we need in our home and in our cars, right?
Right, because, you know, this is the time of year when people are making resolutions and they're thinking about ways to get organized. Well, part of that should be, is my family prepared in case something should happen? So let's take a look at what you need the next time you're out on the road.
So here are the things that are important to keep in the front area of your car. In your center console, you want to make sure you have a tool like this. This is designed to cut through your seatbelt in case you can't unbuckle, as well as break through glass if you're trapped. And then in your glove box, a couple other things you should have on hand. Make sure that you have a small first aid kit. Make sure you have an additional phone charger with a cable, and make sure that that's charged. And also make sure you have a small hand crank flashlight. You also need to have some key things in the back of your car, so let me show you what those are. I like to keep the back of my car organized with a duffel bag like this one, and here are the essentials I always have on hand. Start out with my jumper cables, an extra blanket, a comprehensive first aid kit. A couple of different kinds of lights are important. So an all-weather flashlight, make sure that you've checked those batteries, but also an emergency light like this that lets other cars see you in the dark. Those are great because they're magnetic. These emergency thermal blankets and rain ponchos, you can usually find those at outdoor stores. They don't take up a lot of room, but they're really great in case you need them. A pair of gloves, some duct tape, and then don't forget about some extra snacks and a bottle of water. And if you happen to travel with your pets, make sure you include some dog treats too.
Oh, Jill, love it. You know it all. That was awesome information. Now you've taken us inside the home where you're going to get to everything we need, starting with fire safety.
Yeah. And this is so important, everybody, because I know you probably have on your radar, let's make sure we check our batteries and our smoke detectors. But here's what a lot of people don't know. The detector themselves, the unit, only has a 10-year shelf life. Oh. So if you've lived in the same house for 15 years and all you're doing is continually charging the batteries, you could still have a faulty unit. So make sure you're charging or you're replacing the unit every 10 years and the batteries regularly. Same with carbon monoxide detectors. Those should be located on all levels of your home. And then in case you should need to put out a small fire, make sure you have fire extinguishers. They have fire extinguishers now for specific areas of the home. So that also makes them a little bit lighter and easier to manage, especially one you might want to keep under the sink in your kitchen. I like to write the date on those extinguishers so that you know when you put it in. Most of these have a kind of shelf life of 6 to 12 years. And finally, if you live in a home that's multi-level, you want to make sure that you do have a fire escape ladder. That fire escape ladder is something you should practice with, not going out and climbing down it, but making sure that it fits the window properly so that in the event you would need to use it, you know that it's going to work the way that it should. By the way, the smoke detector, carbon monoxide, and fire extinguishers are also great for people who live in apartments or condos, not just homeowners.
All right, so if we're moving now, let's move to, by the way, I'm like taking notes on all these things, a ladder, who would have thought? All right, so when a storm hits, often you lose electricity and you feel like, uh-oh, what am I going to do? Most of us have a flashlight. What else should you have?
So these are basics, Hoda. You know, have a stockpile of extra batteries. Make sure you have some different types of lanterns and lamps. I like flameless candles. But check out this cool new innovative flashlight from GE. This is a regular flashlight that light bulb that you're going to put inside of your lamp, and you're going to use it like you use normal light bulbs. However, when the power goes out, it stays on, and you can even unscrew it from your lamp, turn it on, and use it as a handheld flashlight. That gets a 5-hour charge. They're LED bulbs, so they last for hundreds of hours of light. It's a really cool concept, and I think it's great peace of mind.
Yeah, that really is. I feel like we should all have at least one of those. Let's talk about drinking water if it becomes compromised.
Yeah, so you can, for kind of personal emergency things, you want to make sure that you have an all-weather radio, have a whistle so that you can let people know where you are, have a backup supply of drinking water, but then use something called a life straw. Again, these are things that you'll find at a lot of outdoor kind of adventure places. They need them for survival. They're great survival for your home, too.
All right, if you want to keep your valuables safe, your clothes safe, what's a way to do that?
I love the idea of a dry bag. Pre-pack it so that you have a change of clothes in here, but also think of things like an extra bottle of prescription medication, maybe an extra pair of prescription eyeglasses, things that are safe, ready to grab. Do one of these for each member of your family, and it's great to complement that with a full medical kit as well. That's another great place to keep those extra prescriptions.
Yeah, Jill, thank you. If we missed anything here, it is all on our website at hodaandjenna.com.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
With more of us spending a lot of time at home, there's been added wear and tear on our appliances. If you need repairs, don't expect a quick fix. Vicki Wynn's here with the latest on that. Vic.
Hey, Al, it is so good to see you in person, by the way. Well, the requests for repairs are really coming in fast and furious across the country, with backlogs for service calls at companies big and small. This morning, how you can make do while you wait and what you can do now, especially with the holidays right here, to check on your appliances before they stop working.
Kylie Smith from New Jersey says when her refrigerator broke in early October, it was typical 2020.
We noticed that our freezer wasn't freezing anymore. Once this happened, we said, of course this is going to happen.
How are you managing then?
We do have a second fridge out in the garage, but right now it's filled to the brim. We have 3 growing boys, so we need the space.
She says it'll be about a month until she can get her fridge repaired.
And that's figuring that when they come out, it's an immediate fix.
Smith is feeling a pain point shared by thousands of people across the country. A recent survey found appliance repair calls are up 39% since the pandemic started.
With a lot of us working and learning from home, many of us are using our appliances a lot more often. From the oven to the fridge. Consider this fun fact. Before the pandemic, we were opening our fridges about 30 times a day. Since the pandemic, that number has jumped to 130 times a day.
Industry experts say there's a shortage of new appliances and people want to save money, so many would rather repair than replace.
Business has been amazing. It's really grown over the last several months.
Daniel Pigeon is the CEO of Sears Home Services.
How busy are your repair technicians right now?
Right now, we have a shortfall of 1,000 technicians that we're hiring. It really is something unprecedented.
Heather Dyer-Yoder runs Dyer Repair Academy in Richland Hills, Texas. She says people who've lost jobs in retail and restaurants are now taking her 2-week-long course to become certified appliance repair techs. Her classes are maxed out through January.
I have employers calling me weekly. Do you have somebody I can hire? All over the country. All of my students get jobs. All of them get hired before they leave.
Dyer says to avoid breakdowns, check on your appliance health. Look for your manual or check online for how to clean your fridge, oven, washer, and dryer. Fridge coils and dryer vents are some common culprits that get clogged and make the machines work harder. If a repair tech is coming to your home, make sure they're wearing a mask and maintain your distance. And keep your windows open for better air circulation while they're inside. If you're in the market for a new appliance, go back to the basics because high-tech appliances contain specialized parts that can be harder to find and replace.
Find something with less bells and whistles, less Wi-Fi, less computer chips, because those are the things that are breaking and those are the things delaying you're getting your refrigerator back working.
Some tips to make sure an appliance breakdown doesn't leave a wrench in your upcoming holiday plans.
And good news for Kylie, her refrigerator has been repaired. Another tip, consider buying a home warranty, even if you've already been in your home for years. Just read the fine print to make sure it covers your major appliances. And what's also great about this, when you're under a home warranty, experts say you might get priority when you need a repair.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So if you're looking for a good technician, because that's really the key, how do you find one?
First thing, ask friends and family for their referrals. They may have had a great experience with somebody. Then you really want to check the reviews, make sure that they have good certifications, get multiple quotes so that the price is right for you. And then also ask about their warranties. After they're done making that fix, how long is it good for in case they need to come back?
And what if something is broken and you just need it fixed? Like going into Thanksgiving and your dishwasher's broken. What can people do?
YouTube is a great way to check and see a DIY repair situation. And also, you just want to call the local repair store. Maybe they'll give you some free advice. Listen, I've got this. I need this part. What can I do? Sometimes they'll help you out.
Yeah. I use YouTube to clear the drain on my dishwasher.
Really? Yeah.
It does work.
There's so many great videos out there.
All right. Vicki Wynn, it's always great to see you. Thanks so much.
Each year, there are an estimated 20,000 fires across the country caused by chimneys and fireplaces.
Investigators say the cause of the fire here on Bramer Circle was traced to a malfunctioning fireplace.
The fire chief tells us the fire started in a chimney around 2:30 this morning.
Even this historic mansion in Massachusetts burned to the ground last winter.
The home had stood for over 100 years. It took just hours to be destroyed.
This one in upstate New York making headlines because it's the home of celebrity chef Rachel Ray.
Heavy smoke and fire coming from the roof of the residence near the chimney.
Fire officials believe the August 9th blaze ignited in the chimney.
So what should you do to safely enjoy this before you light this?
We asked the expert. Mike Segerstrom from Bridgewater Chimney Sweeps is an instructor with the Chimney Safety Institute of America with 23 years of experience.
Mike, what's the very first thing you should do before you light your fireplace for the season?
First thing you want to do is make sure you have the fireplace inspected before use by a certified chimney sweep.
That's you. Have at it.
Okay.
He begins with a visual inspection, checking the interior from below, then examining the exterior of the chimney from the ground. And the roof, even using a high-tech camera to get a better look inside. According to the National Fire Protection Association, you need to get your chimney inspected every year because over time, chimneys collect what's called creosote, which can overheat and catch fire. Often, that's what causes chimney fires.
Mike, what's the verdict on this fireplace and the chimney?
So this fireplace is not in need of sweeping at this time. It is ready for the season.
If it did need to be swept, what are some of the steps? What happens?
The biggest component is we'll brush the entire system out internally.
Once the chimney and the fireplace have been cleaned, what's the next step?
Making sure that we're burning good wood in the fireplace. Should be stored outside for at least a year. That way you can guarantee that it's not going to produce extra amounts of soot or creosote.
Before you enjoy your fireplace, make sure there's nothing flammable within 4 feet, and always have a screen to capture any sparks that could fly into your home. Mike says the most common mistake, people forgetting to open their flue damper.
The first sign of someone not opening the flue damper is the smoke immediately comes back into the home.
The best way to put out the fire is to simply let it burn out on its own and never use water to extinguish the flames.
It's going to cause the wood to possibly spark, and water in a hot fireplace could actually damage some of the masonry.
If it's an emergency, make sure you have a fire extinguisher nearby and you know how to use it. Simple reminders to enjoy your fireplace safely.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Larry
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Now with Nest Cam, these guys can check in 24/7.
Hey, a little thief.
The commercials are everywhere.
So you can get an alert if someone's there who shouldn't be.
The latest in smart home technology from companies like Nest and Ring, allowing you to see what's happening in and around your house and protect it in real time. But what happens when the bad guys turn that technology against you? Across the country, hackers have gained access to those cameras and harassed families in their homes. In Seattle, in Florida,
I'll leave you and your family alone, or I could do this.
And in Mississippi, an 8-year-old girl terrorized.
Who is that? I'm your best friend. You can do whatever you want right now. You can mess up your room, you can break your TV.
Mommy! So how easy is it for someone to hack into your home security system? To find out more, I'm here with Mark Spoonhour. He's the editor-in-chief of Tom's Guide. It's an online tech magazine. So tell me about this. How common of a problem is this, and how easy is it for hackers?
So first things first is that it's not that common for devices like this to be hacked. But if it happens to you, it's really scary.
He says the devices themselves are secure, but warns that hackers can break in using compromised credentials.
And they usually come in through usernames and passwords that are out there on the dark web.
Tom's Guide security editor Paul Wagenseal is in another room logging into this Nest camera to show you how easily it can happen.
Hey guys, I'm logged in and I can hear you and I can see you.
That is very creepy. That is not supposed to be happening with a security camera.
No, it's not. And the reason why he's able to get in is because he has access not to the device itself necessarily. It's because he's able to log in with our username and password, which could be freely available on the web, especially if you've been part of a data breach.
How do you know if you've been part of a data breach? You can search online at haveibeenpwned.com. Just plug in your username. If it comes up red, it's time for a new one. And when creating a password, remember that it should be long, unique, and strong. But Spoonhour says the most important thing to do, use two-factor authentication.
When a hacker tries to get in, you will get sent a text message to your phone because they're not on an approved network, right? And that unique code that's sent to your phone via text allows you to grant access or not to whoever is trying to get into your system.
So it alerts you before anyone can get in.
That's right. It's basically a gatekeeper.
Wagon Seal tries to log in again, but this time there's two-factor authentication.
There it is. So we have a text message that just came in.
Okay, what does that mean?
So this is our authentication code, right? So if we wanted to get in right now to log into our system and see the footage on this camera, we would have to not only enter our username and password, but this very unique code, and you can see that it changes every time. So only the person who has the phone that's associated with the account can get in.
Good advice to make sure this doesn't happen to you.
I'm your best friend.
A few more tips. Don't forget about your router. That's the hub of your home. Make sure you're not using the default password that it came with. If you don't change that, the bad guys can easily use it to get into your smart home if they find your Wi-Fi network, and that would affect anything that's connected to your Wi-Fi. Now, these same security measures also apply to smart toys that connect to the internet. If they have a camera or a microphone, hackers can get into those toys. So choose passwords that are unique, long, and different across your device.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Ah, Italy. Where to begin in this land of Romance, Renaissance, and romance? How about the place where quarantine was invented 600 years ago? If you're going to lock down, where better than in the most beautiful city in the world, Venice. A labyrinth of winding canals, famed for its glorious art and architecture, the birthplace of a billion romances. Casanova once lived here. George Clooney got married here. And so did American Marie Ohanessian, who met her gondolier husband Roberto in Venice.
I'll give you a year, 1985, and got married 2 years later. I was here on vacation.
30 years of marriage, my friend.
Yeah, it'll be 31.
31, yes. How's it going?
I'm a lucky guy, huh?
There is a famous Venetian tradition that says, if you kiss while passing under a bridge, you and your lover remain in love forever. In recent years, Venice discovered that its beauty can be a double-edged sword. The people who truly love it lost in a sea of selfie-taking tourists.
They all got the selfie. We can leave now, but you don't even realize where you are. So Venice needs to be understood and needs to be savored.
You live in history. Francesco da Mosta, whose family has lived in this Venetian house for generations, agrees.
Venice doesn't need so much tourism. So much tourism is destroying Venice. When you lose the soul of a place, then it's lost.
Then, for almost every one of us, everything changed. In Venice, it meant overnight the visitors vanished. As the world turned upside down, the pollution here disappeared. The water never looked clearer. More than ever, you could see why the Italians call this city on the sea La Serenissima, the most serene. Amazing, really, when you think that this was once a bustling metropolis, the trading center of the world. And by truly exploring this enchanted city, you can find that history around every corner. The family that lived here at the Palazzo Pisani were modern-day billionaires, merchants of Venice.
Hello.
Now it's cared for by Giovanni Gio.
I can't believe this was someone's home. Of course it was, absolutely. It's been a home of the Pisani family for over 4 centuries.
Imagine the history this home has seen, the highs and lows, and survived it all. Just about.
200 rooms and 400 windows. I know that because we have to fix it every year. That's a lot of windows to repair.
Within the walls of the palazzo, there's a trail of secrets.
There are Masonic symbols everywhere. There are many secret passages everywhere. This palazzo is full of hidden staircases which goes up and down. This way, it takes exactly to the Mason Temple. This is the Sala d'Oro, the golden room, and once it was totally covered with gold. As you can see on the wall, there's a little trace of the gold.
Wow, and on the ceiling.
And on the ceiling, of course, yes.
The family fortune lost in gambling debts. This building is now a music centre. For this grand house, just another chapter in its long history. Perhaps that's the story of Venice. It has endured. Like its grandest gondolas, these elaborately detailed boats, hidden away for most of the year, they are relics of the past. But in Venice, gondolas are still transporting people around this floating citadel, as they have done for 1,000 years. And maybe there's something about that history that might help us in these times of trouble. Across the country, another spot famous for its history, Florence. Back when travel was so easy, we took time to take in its domed cathedral, walk its cobbled streets, and cross its enchanting bridges. A place for meditation, and as any Tuscan will tell you, a place to have fun.
Hey, kid.
Hey!
How's it going, buddy?
Claudio.
Welcome to Florence.
Buonasera. My friend and colleague Claudio, who's as Italian as Armani, introduced me to the local cocktails. What are we going to drink?
We're going to have an Aperol, a spritz, which is half Prosecco, which is Italian champagne. And then you can put two things in it, either Aperol or Campari.
A little taste test.
Yes.
Okay.
Salute.
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 Remember when you could share drinks without disinfecting the glass?
I feel like we should hold hands.
No.
Within Florence's medieval walls lived many celebrated characters of the Renaissance. Who has walked on these streets? Michelangelo.
Galileo. Da Vinci.
Da Vinci?
And now us. What a fall from grace.
Let's get back to some historic drinking.
Why not? This is a 17th century statue of a wild boar.
Yeah.
And if you catch the nose,
yes,
it will bring you good luck.
Okay.
I'll give you a coin. Put the coin in the mouth.
Okay.
Let it drop. No luck.
What
because
happened?
it needs to go through the grate.
Oh, yes!
Avere più ghiaccio. Can I have more ice in my drink?
That's it.
We should eat something, right?
Yeah. Florence's answer to the hot dog. This is for you.
Is that for me? All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Oh, you're eating it too? Well, that's
of course.
reassuring.
You know, have a go.
Okay.
So, what is it?
What is it?
It's meat. This is called lampredotto.
Lampredotto, okay.
It's the lining of a cow's stomach. It's kind of tripe, but worse.
That's what I just ate. I need to drink to forget. Now this is what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome. Hi.
Nice to meet you. We're gonna start with Chianti
This is
Classico.
Chianti Classico.
Esatto,
Okay.
from Castellina and Chianti. It's a very small producer. It's been in the same family for 3 generations.
Like in Italy, it's not just about drinking. The wine is really a family tradition. My father used to make wine for the family.
My daughters call wine daddy water.
Salute. Cheers.
There's one more drink I need to try.
This is called the Negroni. Okay. Very famous in Italy. It was invented in Florence.
Yes.
It's called a Negroni because it was invented by a count called Camillo Negroni. How does it taste?
It's pretty good. I like it. I like it.
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. I love you. You're the best.
No, you're the best.
After all that excitement, it's time to slow down. In Italy, that means heading south.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
In the region of Campania, high on a hilltop, is this picturesque Italian town of old houses and narrow streets. Oh, very narrow streets. We've travelled to sun-bleached southern Italy, where the pace of life is slower. In this typical Italian town, the locals are, well...
Buongiorno.
Hi, how are you? Buongiorno, buonasera.
Wait, you're not Italian.
No, I'm not Italian.
Just like you.
Ciao. Where are you from?
From New York City. I'm from Los Angeles, California.
We're from Santa Barbara.
Please, will someone explain?
Ciao.
Hi, Carlo?
Yes.
Carlo from California has emigrated to Guardia Sanframondi, a town founded before Columbus found America.
We're kind of right in the middle of the whole Italy thing.
The Italy thing.
The Italy thing.
What do you love about the Italy thing?
It's kind of like I've been dropped in an alternative universe where people are still really nice to each other.
Ciao. Ciao.
This old-fashioned place where folks say hello, or ciao, was slowly consigned to the past. But now more than 100 Americans and others have bought property in Guardia.
Kind of a little America.
Piccolo Americano, they call it.
Ciao.
Ciao. Glenn is still refurbishing, but plans to keep some of the old features.
Love the old life, yeah.
His house, once home to a wealthy Italian contessa.
This was the Contessa's bedroom.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Admittedly, you can get a little carried away.
You don't have to be Shakespearean aristocracy to live here, says restoration expert Benny Adamo. For $15,000, you can have this view. Or if you have a spare $170,000, this 18th century palazzo is yours.
Frescoes.
Yeah, frescoes.
Look at that.
Okay, it's a bit of a doer-upper.
Look.
Is the bed included?
Yeah, the bed is included. You can take whatever you want.
When you buy these houses, you buy a piece of their history too. Rooms untouched.
1784.
A journal written before George Washington became president.
Incredible. You need a room with a view.
Carlo, whose house is above a waterfall, says nothing happens fast here.
I got the formula down. It's 3 times as long, 6 times as many people.
Except, of course, the Italian take on fast food.
So this is not your home delivery pizza?
No.
The pizza, invented in this region, is eaten fresh from the oven.
Wow.
The coffee is drunk in a single hit.
Not bad.
It's good though, right?
It's good.
It's good.
Ciao.
Guardia Sanframondi is a little less quiet now. With all these new neighbours. And even more friendly.
So this is what it's all about, guys. La Dolce Vita.
The further south you go, the slower life gets, until you reach the very tip of Italy and the ancient and beautiful Mediterranean island of Sicily. Humans have called this place home since 12,000 BC, which is a lot of time to learn how to cook and make great coffee. Some brought those twin passions to America, their grandchildren and great-grandchildren returning to Sicily, looking not for their future, but for their past.
And I really don't think you really know who you are unless you know where you came from.
Steve Balestreri and his dad have come in search of their ancestors. First stop, the fishing village of Termine Imerese. For hundreds of years, the Balestreris made their living from the sea.
The economy really went bad during the 1870s and 1880s.
Expert ancestry genealogist George Ott, who has joined us for this journey, has researched the Balestreri family history.
This is the church your ancestors had their sacraments in.
Taking Steve and his dad to the places where generations of Balestreris were born.
Just think how many of our relatives have been baptized right here.
Grew up.
So this is where they lived. This is the little street they played on.
And died.
It's so good to see my Aunt Rosemary here.
In a cafe, there's a chance to grab an espresso.
They are from Milwaukee.
Before the tour continues to the records office. In these old documents, stories of determination, resilience, and the strength of the human spirit.
These are the signature of Maria Gagliotto and your grandfather, Salvatore Balestreri.
That's amazing. It's like this was yesterday.
It was Steve's great-grandfather, Salvatore, who was the first Balestreri to make it to America. But his wife did not.
On the boat over to America, Maria died. They gave up a lot. She gave up her life.
Overcoming impossible odds, tragedy, and hardship, there are lessons for us all from the folks who came before us. Like Salvatore, who from a humble grocery cart grew a hugely successful family business in America. This is your history right here.
That's right. My great-grandfather would go through the streets yelling, tomatoes, cantaloupes, or whatever.
Can you still spot a good orange?
I can do anything.
Time for lunch. This famous fish restaurant
Buongiorno.
is special. Owner Francesco and his brother are Balestreris too. Today, the two families meet for the first time.
I love the Balestreri in the world.
Francesco preparing a feast in their honor with other members of the Balestreri clan, old and young, all recorded here in the family tree.
What it comes down to is, okay, everybody's interrelated after so many years.
They're a very friendly group.
I wish I was Sicilian.
Salute. Salute. Salute.
So many memories to take home. Bonds once broken. Now a family found across the ocean. This is what life is about, and what so much of Italy is about, with its rich history. One day, our lives will be history too, but the magic of Italy, its culture, its beauty, and the way it just makes your heart sing, will always be with us.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! South Korea assaults the senses with sights and sounds. It can be overwhelming. High rise, high tech, but with a flip side that has its roots in a more tranquil, ancient age. South Korea has roots going back thousands of years, back to what many believe was a more enlightened time.
Hi, Keith. Hi, Keir.
Travel writer Keith Giopo moved to Seoul from New York 7 years ago. He takes me into this ancient palace in the heart of Seoul.
In the 60s and 70s, the old generation, they knocked everything down to make way for modernization. But now people are starting to realize how precious it is. It's 5,000 years old. This is a part of our DNA.
And today, younger Koreans are rediscovering their rich heritage, from the fashion for wearing traditional costumes to learning centuries-old calligraphy. And this ancient martial art, called Taekyon, also known as dancing with kicks. It perhaps inspired modern Taekwondo, South Korea's national sport. Then there is this, a 2,000-year-old tea ceremony.
Here, we just kind of relax and enjoy every little pour. So when you take the cup, make sure you take it with 2 hands. You bring it up to your nose, get a fragrance of it. And when you drink it, make sure you drink it all in 3 sips.
It's all about harmony, isn't it?
Yeah, balance and harmony.
Yin and yang. And if the tea ceremony can be thought of as yin, then this is yang. One of the most advanced tech nations on the planet, South Korea is often home to the very latest gadgetry. Virtual reality, face recognition technology.
There I am.
Smart homes.
Now that's grocery shopping.
And even smarter robots.
Have a nice trip.
At the airport, you might be greeted by one of these robot guides. There are robot fish, and these droids are skiing. Sort of. Now all these guys are kind of cute, but then there's this. Meet Method 2, 13 feet tall, weighing in at 1.5 tons, and yours for $8.5 million. He's powerful. So powerful that for safety, scientists had to limit his strength.
If the robot is much stronger than humans, people feel threatened.
It's the creation of Yang Jinho, who dreamt about building robots as a kid. And today, $100 million later, that dream came true.
We wanted to make a tool that helps humans.
To go into hazardous environments like nuclear disaster zones. This metal giant Wish me luck. Is also the world's first manned bipedal robot. That means you can drive it. Right now, there are limitations with robot technology. Method 2 is still taking baby steps, tethered for safety. A future dominated by robots may be a long way off, but one day we'll be meeting a lot more of these marvelous metal machines. Up next, I travel to the southernmost tip of the country and get a lesson hunting for seafood with the Haenyeo, the incredible women freedivers of South Korea.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Now we are traveling to the southernmost tip of South Korea, to the remote and tiny island of Murada. Because of its ragged coastline, surrounded by treacherous seas, it was once known as the Forbidden Island. Today it is home to 100 people. Among them, this extraordinary group of women. Hey! They call themselves the Haenyeo. And they follow a tradition that goes back hundreds of years.
Haenyeo.
At 41, Kim Chae-young is the youngest Haenyeo on the island. All year round, she, her mother, and aunt dive together in these treacherous waters. The Haenyeo, or women of the sea, are modern-day mermaids. Without air tanks, holding their breath for up to 2 minutes at a time, these women collect seaweed, shellfish, and octopus from the seabed. How dangerous is it?
조금 더 다른 생각을 하면 안 돼.
If you're thinking other things, it's really dangerous.
Last year, one woman was swept away.
Is there a risk from sharks?
Yes, a lot.
A lot of sharks.
Yes.
With a handful of seaweed, Kim demonstrates how to keep the mask from fogging and the whistling technique that helps the Haenyeo control their breathing. Few get the chance to dive with the Haenyeo. To start with, I wasn't very good. With a little help from my friends, I began to get the hang of it. I just got one. Oh. Just what I was thinking. He's got more. Keep working, she said. Stop talking, keep working. This is a tough living. The women have a saying. One breath, one shellfish.
I want people to know about Haenyeo.
Photographer Wai Zin, who introduced us to the island, first encountered the Haenyeo a few years back.
When I met them, they look really strong and look really happy.
But back then, she says, these amazing women had no idea what people thought about them.
Mama Henya told me she didn't know how much she be proud.
She didn't know she could be proud of herself
Yes.
until you came along.
Yes.
Waisin has been documenting the Henyo and their proud tradition in a book of extraordinary photographs.
She's 94.
94.
This is Kim's grandmother. After 80 years, she still dives almost every day. And as night falls, it's time to cook up the catch.
Is this the octopus that you caught today? We saw you grabbing it out of the rock. If you do all the work all day, what do the men do? Nothing.
남자가 할 수 있는 일 없어.
They do nothing.
They
The men
just
do nothing.
waiting the lunch.
Waiting for their lunch.
The words of the song are, "Why was I born? The life of a Henyo is so hard, and the water is so cold."
To the Henyo.
Good morning, everybody. We have turned our plaza into Olympic Plaza, and why not? Take a look at this, a fully vaccinated and fully fired up crowd. This is going to be the center of the action because a lot of the athletes returning home are going to stop here first. We've got swimming royalty right here.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today All Day and a look behind the scenes of today's special Olympic broadcast. I'm back from Tokyo. We're on our Olympic Plaza just outside Studio 1A in New York City. Our crowd is already starting to pour in to Olympic Plaza. Our fully vaccinated crowd, they're all looking good because they're fully vaccinated. Over the next half hour, I'm going to give you an inside look at how these special broadcasts have come together outdoors on our Olympic Plaza. Now, you think the party has been in Japan for the past 2 weeks, but every day we've invited these nice people, we like you. They've been cheering us on and cheering on Team USA. Here's an inside look at how our team here in the Big Apple turned this plaza into our own Olympic village.
He's gonna win gold up there in lane 5. He did it!
While the adrenaline is still rushing through Tokyo, today's Olympic Plaza may be just as exciting. 13 time zones and 7,000 miles away. We have all the action, athletes, and me back here in New York. During our outdoor broadcasts on our Today Plaza. The set took 2 weeks to design, another 2 weeks to build, with crews working throughout the night. This iconic arch, inspired by Chidori, Japanese architecture, all with the goal welcoming fans to the plaza.
The design ties into all of our sets that are over in Tokyo and Connecticut, really tying everything together for the viewer.
Our fully vaccinated fans arriving at the crack of dawn, ready to be part
Tucson, Arizona
of the Today Show. And for this couple, our plaza is really the next best thing to being there.
Caleb's going to be here today.
Charles and Susie spent 2 years planning to go to the games, but then the pandemic.
We have everything. We have airline ticket, hotel.
I want to say thank you on behalf of the show and NBC for writing to us, for setting your alarm early, for bringing your vaccination cards, your photo ID, your great posters, your beads, like we are your Statue of Liberty foam hats.
Our plaza producer, Kevin Chattel, is the first to meet everybody.
We're excited to be here. I have always wanted to do this since I was a little girl. And so now I'm 40 and we're here.
The fans arrive on 48th Street right here in Rockefeller Center at 6 a.m. They come decked out. People line up as early as 5:30. They come on, go through security, get a good spot, and right away we start getting them on TV.
Dallas, are you ready?
Yes.
Right at the camera, you know your lines.
We record all of that before the show starts that we include in our 8 o'clock open a bit later in the show.
Greenville, South Carolina.
Tampa, Florida.
Oklahoma City.
This right here is the happiest place in New York City. People are out here to celebrate, to have a good time, honor their milestones.
We got the gold.
We got the gold, yeah.
Every single day is a dose of joy, of excitement. There's never a dull moment.
Our anchors get ready, then it's showtime.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I'm Zach Schiffman, and I'm one of the stage managers on the Today Show.
During our broadcast, stage manager Zach keeping the talent on track and the guests in place, all with multiple people talking in his ear.
I'm in constant communication with the director and the assistant director. Under a minute, come on over. So I get in around 5 in the morning, and the first thing we do is we call into the daily rundown meeting where we learn about what's on the show today, what changes have happened overnight, and then we start our pre-planning process. 15 seconds. The best part about my job is that every day is different here.
USA! USA! And just like that, from pool to plaza, Caleb Dressel wowing the crowd with his 5 gold medals.
It is pretty crazy though. Like, I've grown up seeing this on the TV, and so to be on the other side and like all these fans out here are incredible.
And that's a wrap for today behind the scenes on Olympic Plaza. And we're now joined by my pal, Chanel Jones.
How
Good
are
to
you?
see you. So you and Jenna Bush Hager last week were holding down the fort here while we were all in Tokyo. What was it like here on the plaza?
Yeah, that's a good question. I have to tell you, honestly, it exceeded expectations. We didn't really know what to expect. It was honestly the first time we've really been out with a crowd again.
Right.
And what we found, people are longing to be back together again and to connect. And I was fascinated by the amount of people from all over the country, from Utah to Des Moines to Florida. I mean, everybody was here having a good time. We had the games on behind us.
Right.
I mean, it was electric.
On the big board. So far for you, what's been your favorite moment of the Olympics?
Oh my gosh, having Caleb Dressel, was that just a couple of days ago? Olympic swimmer here on the set. And honestly, just the fun we've had with the crowd.
Right.
Jenna and I have played wacky games. There are a lot of things that you guys don't see at home behind the scenes during the commercial breaks, taking selfies and talking to folks. It's just been really fun.
And of course, we've got the U.S. gymnasts coming in today, the women's gymnastics team.
Even I'm a little jittery. I'm excited.
Is that who you're looking forward to here on the plaza?
Everybody wants to see Simone and Suni Lee and all of these girls. I mean, they were able to meet the moment. So we want to salute them.
Absolutely. Now, in our last behind-the-scenes special, we all answered the question, if we had a team sport, Olympic sport, what would it be?
Okay, so is this
I said
what'd
eating,
you say?
talking. Savannah said walking. Hoda said beer pong. What would your Olympic sport be?
I want to learn how to surf.
Really?
Yes. I've never tried it. I've never even touched a board, but I want to learn how. Can we make that happen?
I'm going to make this happen.
No, I really want to learn.
No, let's do it.
But I have no concept. I've never skateboarded. I have no concept.
So we're going to make this happen.
All right.
Really are.
We'll see
in our last special, we answered viewers' questions.
Okay.
They came up, and we've got a viewer question. Let's roll the prompter to that viewer question. That would be very helpful. Okay, I guess we don't have the viewer question.
Oh, darn.
So doggone it.
Darn.
You did your Through Mom's Eyes.
Yes.
You've got that great series that
Yes.
we do on the third hour, and you did an Olympic version of it.
You know what? Noah Lyles, one of the Olympians who we'll actually be talking with a little later today. We talked to archery mom, one of the youngest swimmers. She's 15 years old. Her name is Katie. Her mom. It was so fascinating to watch these moms when the cameras weren't rolling, swapping phone numbers so that they can meet up again and bond, because they're in a special club when you're the mother or a parent of an Olympian.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we are just
You can
getting
check that out on the site as well.
And I appreciate you coming in 3 hours early.
So what am I going to do for the next 3 hours now?
Well, I can give you one more thing. Could you help us bring Hinode in?
Come here. Hinode means sunrise, our
That's
new
right.
mascot, my fellow petite buddy. What's up, Hinode?
That's right. You are the same size as Hinode.
We are the same
I love
size.
it. I love it. In fact, we're going to have Hoda Kotb coming in just a little bit. But Hinode had to get here, which is amazing. And so let's take a look at Hinode's journey home.
We were inspired by Japan's love of mascots, so we decided, why not? Let's get one of our own.
I see some picture of the TV studio, and there are very beautiful sets.
All right, now to the big moment. Without further ado, our Today Show mascot is...
One of our brilliant producers here is playing the role.
I was a little bit embarrassed and I didn't really want to tell people that it was me.
Phoebe is an incredibly
cultured Japanese scholar. Bonus is she's a fantastic mascot.
That's right. You're going to pick the name.
That's right. A battle at the top between Hinode, which means sunrise, and Kiyokuma, which means today bear.
We're bringing her home.
Here is Safe and Sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Hinode! Nice to meet you. Hinode. Isn't she the cutest?
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Welcome back. We are here on Olympic Plaza. Our crew is getting this. This is going to be a segment on later. Whoa, they ran like, boy, they just got out of here. Anyway, we're going to be doing a food segment with Candace Kamai here in a little bit. We're giving you a behind-the-scenes look at how the shows are broadcast here on our Olympic Plaza. So if you watched the Today Show, you know in Tokyo, Hoda became America's superfan. In fact, she was the unofficial team mom for Team USA's gymnasts. And nobody could cheer more than our own Hoda Kotb. Check it out.
Gymnastics venue. Hello. I'm sanitizing. I'm taking my temp. We're about to see gymnastics. Did I pass? Yes. Yes. Tip, tip, hooray. Yay. Okay, that's the gymnastics venue right there. We're going to go inside and see if Team USA is going to get a medal. Feeling good. Feeling good. Like I should. We're here. Come, let me show you. This is where we walked. Come. These are our lucky seats. My lucky seat. And usually, the gymnastics team is sitting right across from us. We may be a little early. I don't see them yet. Might be a teeny bit early, but we like to be here early because we like to be ready, okay? We like to get ready and get the good luck charms going. We're trying to make it back for the show because Jade just won a gold medal. We're gonna try to get from here and make it get on the air. Do you think we can make it?
Put it in
my
my
daughter's
pocket, yep.
dress. She put it in my luggage for good luck. So I took it to the meet
and
Okay,
I
cool.
just
Thank you.
started twirling it around, and it gave me good luck for all of you.
All right, we're back live, ladies and gentlemen. Hoda, 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 hoda. How are you, baby? Oh.
Hi, how are you?
Oh my gosh, you flew.
This rocks, man.
Is this good?
I'm like shocked.
This is your first look at the plaza.
I know, you guys, this is awesome. Hi, you guys.
So,
yeah.
So, first of all, how are you feeling? I know with the flight, you've landed yesterday.
I landed yesterday. By the way, on my flight, as I'm getting my bag and getting on there, I see Simone. Simone Biles was on my flight. I see Grace. I see Suni. I see Jade. I see Jordan. Like, the whole crew was on our flight. They were adorable. They're like little girls with huge bags getting on the flight. It was amazing. It was really fun.
So, how'd you sleep last night?
You know what? I couldn't get it. Could you get it when you first landed?
Yeah, but it was different because you had the kid, your Haley and Hope. And
Yeah.
I didn't have anybody at home.
By the way, I had a ticker tape parade. It was like a mini ticker tape parade with these two kids. It was amazing to come home, and it's great. Like, we go on these long trips, we miss our kids, but it was so fun to come home last night. Al.
One of the best moments of the Olympics was the fact that Haley had packed a dress in your suitcase.
By the way, I took it everywhere with me.
I know.
Haley kept seeing the dress. She was like, "That's my dress. That's my dress." And she was asking about if Simone got to see it. Did Simone see her dress? And yes, she did.
What were they like when you got home?
It was beautiful. I mean, you know what's funny? When you go on a trip that is as satisfying as being able to witness like what we saw at the Olympics, like I loved every second there, but I'm trying to do this thing where I'm doing a be here now,
Right.
like wherever I am. Like I'm at the Olympics, I want to be at the Olympics. I was talking to my kids, but I don't want to spend my whole time thinking, where are my kids?
Right.
And when I was with my kids, I was 100% with them when I got home. They had 2 chairs, Al, pulled up to the front door. They were waiting when I got there. It was the cutest, sweetest. I just hung on last night. I just hung on tight last night.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
So we've covered a number of these games. How was Tokyo different for you than others?
It was probably the one I underestimated the most because I thought when we got there, it probably wasn't going to be much access. I said it's going to be great, but it's not going to have all the things we're used to.
Right.
Al, it was like home run after home run. I mean, I think, like, you're always so proud of your country, but there was something about this Olympics this time around, what these guys had been through. Like, I felt like my heart swelled like 10 times its size watching our gymnasts, our hockey players, everybody do their thing. I don't know, I felt, I was just surprised at how much these kids could overcome. And I thought about the mental health piece, which is bigger this time than any other time.
Huge.
But I was also thinking, like, these kids are never at home. They don't have any loved one with them. So it's like the most stressful time in their lives, probably. Where's their mom? Not there. Where's their dad? Not there. Where's their boyfriend, their girlfriend, their husband, their wife? They're not there with them. So I feel like that piece of it brought all that stuff to the forefront. So all of a sudden, they felt really super vulnerable. But I gotta say, talk about rising up, man. I can picture Simone walking out on that final day. The beam is not her favorite. It's the one she got the bronze in Rio. She walks out, and I looked at her face, and my heart was like, it's like boom, 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 boom. Like, how's she gonna do? And you watched her just like get the eye of the tiger and nail it. Like, nail it. It was nuts.
And look, you became the unofficial team mom for the U.S. women's gymnastics team. I mean, they were looking at you. It has to feel kind of good.
Well, I was looking at them. I really was. I was looking at them because I actually, Al, think in my life, I feel like I have a role that I have always played. And that's like, instead of being the person being cheered, I like being the cheerleader. Like, that's my favorite role in life. It always has been. But I think, like, when I was in high school, I was the one who was yelling I would always be that loudest one. Like, the one, they're like, what is she doing? But I feel like in this moment, they always look to their moms and dads. They always looked for somebody. And imagine you're in an empty stadium having the moment of your life and you can hear a pin drop. Nobody's there.
Yeah.
Now, look, I almost got in trouble while I was there about 10 times.
Yeah, you were, because we weren't supposed to be touching the athletes. And you know, you get a hug from Simone, and then Suni Lee says, "Can you give me a hug?"
Yes.
I mean, you're being asked to give a hug. How do you say no to that?
Well, I knew it got bad because the IOC people weren't fond of it. Wait, Al, I was at the gymnastics on the last day, and I see our security guard. I go, "Oh, hey, are you here to watch this?" He says, "No, I'm here to watch you." I go, "What?" No, Al. I was one day away from being bounced.
You were
one day.
three strikes and you're out.
I was so close.
So we put out a call to social media, and we want folks to ask questions. So this is from a viewer on Instagram. How many suitcases of your own did you?
One. Only one.
Only one.
I only bring one. No,
only one.
I underpack. All I did was wear the USA gear. I didn't even wear anything that I brought, but I always just do one. I'm a light packer.
East Coast, when you were there in Tokyo, did you try to stay on East Coast or were you on Tokyo time?
I was on, by the way, I was on both times because I ended up waking up at 4 because you know the sun rose at 4 in Tokyo, which was the
land
weirdest.
of the rising sun.
Right. So I woke up at 4, FaceTime the kids, did a little workout, went for breakfast at 6. And then you realize our show's on in the evening time, so you're trying to pull it through. Yeah. I just went on fumes. I didn't care. I knew I was going to be home soon.
Here's the. I don't think people realize you could have been an Olympian in that you were part of. What was your sport? You did shot put, didn't you?
You know what?
Didn't you do shot put and discus?
My coach was like, in high school, they're like, "Who's the biggest one? You. Come here. We want you to try it." So I still remember. Because throwing the discus and the shot put was fun, but it can get really bad, really bad. I remember I was at a meet, Al. It was like a big meet, and the way it works when you're throwing discus is they call the worst person first with the lowest score. Then it goes down, and my only wish on these things is like, don't call me first, please God, don't call me first, don't call me first. So the announcer goes, "Marcia Green" or something, and I go, "Oh, thank God, Marcia Green."
Got from Marcia Green.
And the Marcia's not here. Okay, let's go to the next person on the list. Hobo, Haboko, Kabobi, Botby. I was like, so I get in the ring. This is how you do it. Like I'm throwing this way, you go like this. You spin, throw like that. That's the move. That's the move.
Is that the move? That's the move, ladies and gentlemen.
Ow. 3 times, because there's a gate that goes around. It was like one was there, and one like wafted out. It was like the pits, man. But
be thankful she doesn't have a discus over there.
You're welcome.
Hobokobo, ladies and gentlemen.
It's over.
It's over. When we come back, we're going to pull back the curtain, show you what it feels like to be a guest on today. Silver medalist Michaela Skinner, Krista Palmer. That's right. Take us on a ride from atop the podium to meet Hoda on the Today Show set. But first, one of the biggest questions you asked on social media: what did we eat in Tokyo? So here's a behind-the-scenes look at some of the food.
What did we eat?
Well, take a look.
What
Here
did
it
we
is.
drink?
Just yeah, we drank.
Oh, Krispy Kreme!
Get out of here!
We got a Krispy Kreme! Are you kidding me?
There was nothing like the food.
Try the tempura.
From coffee jelly
I'll be there in a minute. I'm still chewing my coffee.
to mochi.
Delicious.
And maybe just a little bit too much sake.
We should toast.
Kira, you're drunk.
Have you been hitting this early?
To Tokyo.
We gave everything a try.
This is yakisoba pan. It's noodles in a hot dog bun.
Natto.
Natto.
Kind of a cross between beans and a Rice Krispies treat.
Okay.
Even when things got a little sticky.
This is actually stuck to my hand now. Like, I can't. I'm going to sleep with it.
We weren't complaining, and we couldn't stop eating.
What's your technique?
Just like this. I'll show you. Oh my God. Just hold it up high. Come on, let's see it. Al, lift it. Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, that looked much easier.
Al's a classy guy.
I know. I need a bib.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here on Olympic Plaza, New York City, along with our mascot, Hinode. Little known fact about Hinode, she actually also edits videotape, even with those little hands. It's very interesting. But nice to see her. She's very talented. One of the reasons we all were in Tokyo to bring you live in-person interviews with the biggest and the best athletes moments after they compete. From the podium to our set, take a look behind the scenes at how they got to us every morning.
Hello Today Show followers, my name is Lucy and I'm about to take you behind the scenes of when an athlete arrives at the set for the Today Show. Every second of the arrival has been perfectly choreographed, and today a behind the scene look at when US gymnast Michaela Skinner joined Today just hours after she won her silver medal on vault, and US diver Krista Palmer joined just a few hours after she won bronze. The Today Show team in Tokyo is made up of 60 people, and it takes 12 of those people to get each Olympian from the podium to our set. It's about an hour before Michaela Skinner joins us on the Today Show when she is met by Ronna Desmond. They come through this entrance here, which is for athletes only. We're very strict on our COVID regulations here, of course. Michaela! You've just arrived to come onto the Today Show to show off that beautiful medal. Let's get you in the lift and get you up to the set. Alrighty. You never know who is going to walk through these doors flashing their medal. Here comes Alex Mazialis from the men's foil fencing team. Congratulations. And up they go, up to the Today Show set where they are met with Hoda and Craig. Up you go. Ready for the Today Show. We're joined by Krista, who's just won bronze in diving. And we're about to walk into the Today Show. So are you stoked about becoming on the Today Show?
I am so excited. This has been like surreal for me, this whole experience, and I'm just looking forward to it.
Backstage, we have 5 makeshift green rooms for guests. In the green room, they take time out and get mic'd up for their interviews. And of course, we offer a wide range of snacks for our Olympians, including sushi rolls, baklava, pizza, udon noodles, and the all-time favorite, mac and cheese.
Okay, I gotta hit the sushi first, that's for sure.
And before they go live, a little fun in our Instagram booth set. Then it's showtime! Michaela waits for the cue that she's live from our stage manager, Yosef. Athletes must be separated. All of the Today Show staff stay 6 feet away from all the athletes at all times. Athletes must remain masked until the moment they go on air. But first, a quick tease to let the audience know Michaela's coming up right after the commercial break. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
How are you?
I'm so good.
Okay.
Wow, that's amazing to see. I didn't even know all that was going on. Well, Hinode, did you have a good time today? Thank you. You're very nice. We love our little Hinode. And thank you for joining us for a behind-the-scenes look at today at the Olympic Games. I hope you'll stay tuned all day, today all day, throughout the day, for more interviews with all of your favorite Olympians. For all of us here at the Today Show, welcome to another, thank you for joining us in another edition of today behind the scenes. Saying goodbye.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got an awesome Olympic episode of Today Talks for you on this Tuesday morning. Kicking us off, Joe Fryer brings us the sweet moments of sportsmanship to cherish from Tokyo. Check it out.
It's worth pausing and noticing the acts of kindness and sportsmanship. We just saw it this morning at gymnastics, actually. It's really permeated these games. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer is here with a closer look at that. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning. When we talk about Olympic moments, we've learned to broaden our definition, especially this year. It's not just when athletes are given a medal, it's when athletes give us a moment to cherish. The Olympic spirit is often likened to a flame, not because it burns, but because it shines, illuminating not just the podium, but those moments that might otherwise seem dark.
Oh, down goes Isaiah Jewett, and he got caught up with Nigel Amos. So those two are down and out.
For those two runners, their fall was quickly eclipsed by their rise. A selfless act of sportsmanship as they hoisted each other to their feet before crossing the finish line together. Such simple gestures, a helping hand lifting someone up or comforting them when they're down. In the water, a German kayaker cared for his Czech competitor who was feeling unwell after a tough race. On the field, after Team USA's heartbreaking loss to Canada, solace in sportsmanship. And who can forget that moment on the track when two high jumpers were tied for first and took an unexpected leap.
We can continue with the jump off. Can we have 2 gold? It's possible. It depends if you decide on
They shared not just a medal, but a feeling. Like one shared across the Philippines when weightlifter Heidelin Diaz won the country its first ever gold medal. Across Ecuador, cheering on its first ever female gold medalist. We also saw that feeling written on Nacy Holmes' hand as she displayed the power of tribute to her late mother and brother. Away the moment sand are nearly empty. Athletes have truly come here for one another. And of course, by their enthusiastic coaches, all while their families roar from afar. At watch parties that are watched and definitely heard. Social distance measured by an ocean, a massive gap that in a moment can be made invisible.
I love you so much. It was so proud of you.
Love you too. Thank you guys.
Love and kindness, encapsulating the spirit that shines across these Olympic Games. And those moments keep coming, even if they're not captured on camera. Like when American triathlete Kevin McDowell was having the race of his lifetime. He was in the bike portion. He reached out and grabbed water from the sidelines, then handed it to a competitor next to him who was not able to reach that water. Just another example of great sportsmanship. Back to you guys.
I love it. I think I love that the most, honestly. Now I'm crying. How about you guys?
We're feeling it. We got all the feels over here. That was so beautiful.
Right?
So beautiful.
Craig's going to tell me it's getting dusty out there on that set again.
Up next on Today Talks, Olympic moms and what they did to raise these incredible athletes.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Chanel brings us closer to the loving moms who raise some of our favorite athletes in our next episode of Through Mom's Eyes. Take a look.
Now for our Olympic edition of Through Mom's Eyes. The 2 weeks go by so quickly, but of course it takes years of early mornings and long days to get there. I caught up with 3 dedicated moms to find out what it takes to raise an Olympian.
Tokyo bound!
Sherry Grimes, and my Olympian is Katie Grimes in swimming.
I'm Julie Nichols. My son is Brady Ellison, and he is a 4-time Olympian in the sport of archery.
My name is Keisha Bishop, and my son is Noah Lyles, who is in track and field.
So congratulations to all of you. Does this moment feel surreal to you, or how does it feel?
Absolutely. It was always been a dream in our house, but we just didn't think it was going to happen this quick.
Quick is right. Sherry's daughter, Katie, is 15 years old and the youngest Olympian on the U.S. team.
As we go through this process, we're like, oh my gosh, she's an Olympian.
Yeah, it is really surreal because it's just been something we know we can do, but just executing it is totally different.
5 years ago, Keisha's son, Noah, missed the Olympic team by 9/100ths of a second. He now goes into the 200-meter race as the Olympic frontrunner.
One thing that people don't get is the pressure and the expectation, because they only see the excitement. But the physical, mental, and emotional pressure and expectation can be really difficult. We really try to support them as much as possible.
32-year-old Brady Ellison is a veteran at the Games, and mom, Julie, has been there every step of the way, from his first bow to his first Olympic medal.
When Brady first started, I was your helicopter mom that you read all the bad stories about. And so now when we go, I'm like, I love you, good luck, shoot good. We always try and be neutral so that whatever we are feeling, we're not projecting it on him.
Tell me about the training and what goes into it and what people don't see at home as far as how hard your kids' work.
We're up every morning at 4 a.m. I slept on the back seat of my van for mornings for years now as I drop my kids off at the pool.
I think what people don't see is it's not something that's just a hobby, it's a lifestyle, and it becomes a family lifestyle.
How do you deal with that? Like the mental health aspect of it. I mean, he has therapists, he has, other professionals in his life, but your mom.
We ignore social media, we ignore text messages, and we just stay focused on the goal at hand, and we don't try to get wrapped up in anything else because we're there just to grind it out and to meet a goal.
I mean, the talent and everything to get there, that's all on them. But what you can do to support them, tell them you love them and give them hugs. Sometimes that's all they need.
What do you want some people to know about your children, about your kids?
Everyone wants to say, well, Katie Ledecky was 15 and Katie Grimes was 15. That puts a lot of pressure on a 15-year-old. I want people to see Katie for Katie Grimes, and she's got her own path, and not to put such huge expectations on a 15-year-old.
For Brady, he is more than an Olympian. I see what a great human he is, what a great dad he is, and husband and son. That's what people need to remember is they're more than what you see on TV.
When we get caught up in the media, it's almost like we're allowing other people to write our story, but we don't allow other people to write our story. We make our narrative. We've been through a really rough journey, so there were times when we had our lights turned off, and unfortunately we had to apply for food stamps.
He is living proof that not only is there a light at the end of the tunnel, I mean, this kid is on the Olympic stage.
I want people to look at us and say, if they can do it, I can definitely do it.
Through it all, Mom will continue to be the #1 fan.
It doesn't matter how old Brady's going to be, as long as he's competing and I'm around, we're going to be there supporting him.
At the end of the day, when all the media is gone and the interviews are done, we are a family, and that is the main thing that's important.
That's right.
So there is a lot more to that conversation later today on our streaming channel, Today All Day. You can find it at 2:30 and 6:30 Eastern, including the intense meal prep to keep their Olympians fed.
I can't even
It was such a fun conversation that afterwards, I'm sure they don't mind me sharing this, they were swapping phone numbers because for the first time they felt like they met other moms who, they could relate to their experience.
You brought people together.
I know, we felt good
Look
after
at
we
that.
hung up. They're like, oh, let's stay in touch.
Oh, that's
awesome.
great.
Good deal.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Simone Biles scores some new hardware just ahead.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Welcome back. Fan favorite Simone Biles talks about the challenges and successes of her Tokyo Games. Take a look. You've been at the gymnastics venue all day long. You watched your girl Simone perform. How was it?
Girl, I should have been wearing sweat wicker attire for that situation that was going on there. You know, the wicker, so the sweat goes elsewhere. But anyway, Simone walked into that arena, and it was more crowded than I'd seen any of the Olympic venues in this moment. Everyone wanted a seat. We sat there, she walked in, she got on the beam. I couldn't tell, she seemed nervous. She said she was really scared. And we knew that this was going to be the period on the end of the Olympics. And she got up there, and I got to tell you, Jenna, she killed it. Forget the score, forget the color of the medal, forget it all. She did the damn thing. She got up again. Like, that's what life's about. It's like, do you get up again or do you stay down here? She got up again. We didn't know what was going to happen. She nailed it. I mean, I felt like a proud mom. She's amazing what she did. I mean, I was actually texting Jenna with Nellie, her mother. She was like this. Stop stalking me. I'm like, your daughter's fine. I was literally taking pictures of an empty balance beam going, Simone's gonna be on
Was
that
she writing you back? Let's be honest. Did she write you back?
Yeah, well, I'll show you. She threw me some hearts, okay? So I did get some hearts back from Nellie Biles, but I just wanted Nellie to know that
bronze medal, y'all spoke a little earlier, and she said that bronze medal meant more than any other medal she's ever received.
Imagine that. I mean, she's won so many gold medals, we don't even know how many. Nobody knows. But that medal that she got today proved more than you know, her ability to, you know, execute the moves. This was about her soul. Like, what happened was we saw her rise up. Like, we actually saw something happen, something change. And she did it. It's her 7th Olympic medal. It puts her in the record-tying category with Shannon Miller. And she did it, man. She showed that she's a fighter. She showed what she's made of. We got the entire team to come here, and her you know, just her teammates were super proud of her. They did an incredible job, and it was just insane. Insane.
Okay, and is it true you brought Haley's dress? I was confused. Did you bring Haley's dress to wipe yourself down or just to spread it around? What was happening?
It had many uses. That dress had many uses. It was great for the brow dabbing, and it was also great to put Haley in the arena, Haley and Hope in the arena. And because you know, I told you that they were concerned about the girl with the boo-boo, and the girl with the boo-boo got it all healed up. That's what happened in front of our very eyes, and it was a great moment. And I was so proud of her, and I'm happy. You know, she kept the door open for the next Olympics, so she may be competing again. But you know, if in fact this happened to have been the last moment that we saw Simone competing, it was a full-on 10.
Yeah, it really was. And then track and field is also in full swing this week. We got to watch it live.
That was so weird. I mean, we were like, everyone stop doing the Today Show. The women's 200-meter final live is happening right now. So we all paused and we watched Gabby Thomas. Now, Gabby is like a sensation. She's not only a world-class athlete, she's a Harvard grad who wants to be an epidemiologist. You know, there's so much happening there, but there she is in lane 2. And as you're watching her, you're like, go. I mean, I was screaming because, you know, we wanted her to medal. And all she wanted was, you know, to do well. When you see her come from behind, okay, it looks like, and she got bronze.
Yes.
And you saw her looking at, because, you know, sometimes you don't know exactly where you finished. You saw her, you know, watching it. Look at her smile. Like, that is a smile of someone who has accomplished something that is beyond her expectation.
Yeah, she made the University of Texas super proud. We were actually in our meeting for the show, and we were like, hey, y'all, we're going to have to push pause for a minute because we want to watch Gabby run. Yes. And it was so awesome. But, you know, Hoda, I know that you got to have a lot of live guests. You had all your gymnastics girls. Yeah. Guess what? Guess who we have here today?
What?
Caleb Dressel just happens to be right here.
He's with you? Where? Wait,
yes,
where is Caleb?
He's right here. Can you see him? There he is, and his wife,
Hey,
Megan.
Megan.
Hey. Okay, y'all can hear Hoda. This is Hoda. They say nice to meet you.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Hoda.
Well, I met Caleb. I was lucky enough to interview Caleb in the mix zone after he had completed his final race. And it was such a beautiful moment. But the one thing I could feel, Caleb, when you were there was the ache you had to be with your family, to be with your bride, to be with Megan. So what did it feel like finally having that moment with her?
Yeah, it was really special, being able to finally see them in the airport. They met me as close as they could, so they met me in New York. So I'm not fully home yet, but I at least got to have a little piece of them here in New York before getting down to Florida.
And Megan, Chanel and I told Megan, but earlier this week and last week we were just talking about Megan so much. We were like, okay, we have a girl crush. And that moment when you watched him accomplish his dreams, like you could see it in your face that your support is everything to him. What was it like for you?
It was very emotional. Like there's so much that goes into this week, this moment's for him, and you guys all get to see like such a small piece of the show, but to be able to experience the day in, day out with him was really special to see that come together for him.
There's lots of sacrifice by both your family and you. Hoda.
Yeah, Megan, I think that you and Caleb should be a Gap ad. I don't know if you've got that in the works, but I've just decided that it must happen, okay? You have to have sportwear. Both of you guys are in. Bring your mom and dad, too, and your cute sister. I just want the whole family doing that. And you guys just got married in February. What's happening with the honeymoon?
Yeah,
Is it
was
time?
there a honeymoon?
There was no honeymoon because swim was life this year. So now we have a little bit of a break and
are y'all going? Where are you going? You got to go somewhere.
We don't know yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a spontaneous trip.
Caleb, you got to get to planning, right?
Is that going to be on me? I'm not the planner. I'm not the planner.
Okay, Megan, you've got to get to planning. Okay, so since y'all just got married, Hoda, we thought it'd be fun to do a little newlywed game. Are y'all in?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Who is in charge of the remote?
You.
Am I?
I don't know how to work.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but who gets to choose what you're watching?
You.
Is it me?
It's you.
I think it. Okay. I guess it is me.
Yeah. What are y'all watching? Anything good? I guess not much recently.
What is the last thing we? Oh, you know what? We started watching. I've never seen Harry Potter.
Oh, Harry Potter.
Which is embarrassing.
I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
So I started it before Olympic trials, and I finished it at Olympic trials.
We watched the whole series.
Okay. Well, Hoda and I have to recommend Ted Lasso.
Oh, I have heard that's great.
You gotta watch it, you guys.
You've gotta watch Ted Lasso.
Oh my God. No,
right?
You'll be laughing so hard. You have to. No, it's a 10.
It is so good.
You gotta do it, guys. You gotta do it.
Okay, hold on. We can't end there. Who's most likely to cry at a sappy movie?
Her. I don't cry at movies. She'll cry at anything.
Yeah. It takes winning the Olympic gold to get the tears.
That'll get me going, yeah.
Okay, who's the most competitive at game night?
Me.
Yeah.
I love board games too. Yeah.
Yes. What's your favorite?
Munchkin.
Oh, wow. Okay, finally. I know, I'd never heard of it.
Munchkin? It's fun.
Munchkin's
You guys should totally play.
It's good?
It is
so
good.
You're introducing us to all sorts of things. Never heard of Munchkin, but we'll be watching it first. The first one to jump in the pool at family barbecue night.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say me, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Have y'all ever raced?
Yeah, she used to swim.
Yeah, those days are long gone. But yeah.
Well, Caleb and Megan, thank y'all so much for stopping here, and congratulations. Get home safely and
love you,
enjoy those
Caleb.
naps with the
We
dog.
love you, Megan.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Bye. See you later. Bye, Megan.
Bye.
Simone, I think one of the things that these Olympics did was it sort of put mental health on the forefront, on the front burner. I know that was not your intent. It's just how life rolled out. But I don't think people think about mental health. They think about just get your courage up, get your guts up, and go do it. But it's not that.
Yeah, it's not. And at the end of the day, we're not just athletes or entertainment. We're human too, and we have real emotions. And sometimes they don't realize that we have things going on behind the scenes that affects us whenever we go out and compete.
Well, you know what's funny? I know how strong you are because I know you, and I know what you've been through in your life.
Yes.
And I've watched all the things you've been through, and you're there back straight. You're always there back straight. So when that day happened, when you decided not to compete, I knew it had to be crushing.
Right.
For you not to compete.
It wasn't an easy decision, so it hurts that people were like, oh, she quit or she did this, because I've worked 5 years for that. Why would I quit? Like, I've been through so much over the past couple of years in the sport. Like, I just don't quit. That's not what I do. But the girls could see it, and I knew that they would get the job done, and that's exactly what they did. So they won silver.
I think that other point was brought home, too, that it's about being injured. It's about getting lost in the air and hurting yourself. And I think people didn't understand that either.
Yeah, because it's not something they could physically touch or see. It's inside of my head. So it's like they can't get a grasp of it because they can't see it. So I get that was hard. But for me, it's like I have to take a step back and work on myself.
Was that the first time that it happened to you, Simone?
Yes, because most of the time I feel like I push things under the rug and I just kind of go along with it. But it was something bigger than me in that moment.
Yeah. Jordan, I know y'all are super tight. Were you worried about Simone?
Kind of, yeah. I was more devastated because, like she said, she's been working so long for this and she's not a quitter. And feeling that emotion that she had deep down was something that I did not want to feel, because she's amazing herself. And I was just very, very sad that in that moment, that's what she had to do. But, you know, like she said, we all pulled together and we put everything down and was just like, we got this, and we had to do it for her.
Did you know you were loved this much?
I honestly had no idea. After team final or so, we went to the village, and I honestly expected to feel a little bit embarrassed, and people were still coming up to me saying how much I meant and I've done for them in their world, and that was just the craziest feeling ever. In that moment, I was like, okay, there's more than gymnastics and medals.
There's more than gymnastics and medals. I remember when I interviewed you guys after you won the silver, and I said, you're a coach, and you said, I'd rather be that.
Yeah.
Did you, I mean, were you serious?
In that moment, I felt like yes, but I was also the biggest cheerleader, so it felt really good.
Today Talks continues after the break.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Welcome back to Today Talks, and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
Another morning.
Another morning.
Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Yo, that was fun.
Today was a really fun morning. But yesterday we were a little shell-shocked because everything was just so crazy. But now we're like in it, and we're enjoying it even more.
I'm sorry, but I knew when the breakdancers got into their groove, first thing, that this was going to be a wild, fun morning, right?
And the crowd keeps getting bigger and bigger. And I know we say it, but I mean, it's something to be said for you're meeting people from Florida and Texas and Connecticut. I mean, Utah. I mean, they're coming from all over the country. A lot of people are vacationing, and they're just ready to kind of get back out there.
So I was sitting talking to Hoda and Caleb Dressel and his wife, who we had such a girl crush on, and I told her, by the way, that we had a girl crush, which was kind of embarrassing, but we were all talking, and I look over to you, and you're like, and I found a super fan, and I was like, this is sort of odd, and it was Kenan Thompson.
Did you not know that was coming?
No.
So were you like, wait, I think I know him?
Yes, but I didn't put nobody.
It takes a second to click.
Yes, I was like, he sort of looks like Kenan, but he also is wearing glasses and a wig. I thought for we knew we had a surprise fan. Yeah, surprise guest. I thought the person was just going to walk out.
Oh, so then in that way he got you.
Yeah.
I asked one of our producers right before, I was like, can you just tell me just in case? Because the last thing you want to do is be caught on television and not know who they are.
Yes.
And so then she told me, but part of me wishes then I didn't know, because then I turned around, I'm like, oh my goodness, okay, it's Kenan Thompson. He's such a good sport. And that's how you know he's a pro too, because we played a game.
He was the best.
We were doing crazy stuff.
And the game was kind of silly, and he just made it
He went
fun.
right in. I mean, I guess that's why he's on SNL and he has his own show.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you know what else? Okay, last week we kind of felt like it was the parents were gone and we were in high school and we could just like
do whatever we
yes.
wanted.
It doesn't
TikTok
feel,
dances.
It doesn't feel like that anymore.
No,
does
it doesn't. So in some ways,
the parents are home.
I'm glad we had our spring break.
Me too.
We had our Today Show spring break.
I kind of miss our time in Cancun.
I know.
Don't you?
It's so true.
Do you? I
It's
sort
like,
of woke
man,
up-
the teachers are back.
I know. Now we're grounded.
Now we have to do like real work.
Right?
No, but it was good. It's been a good season.
It really has.
Yeah, it's been fun.
so fun. Do you feel like summer's just going by too fast?
I know, and I don't want it to end. So can we say we have like maybe 4 more weeks?
I hope so. I mean, I guess it
4 more
depends where
weeks?
you're watching. Some people are going back to school next week.
That is true. So my kids don't go to school until after Labor Day.
Same with ours.
But my mom, well, she's retired, but the kids go back like soon.
Yeah, and when we were in school in Texas and Kansas, we'd be going back like mid-August.
Yeah.
Well,
but it's been a fun summer.
It's been a really fun summer. That's not where we should leave it, but I feel like that's enough of today all day.
Well, how about Hoda's coming back tomorrow?
Hoda's coming back, but she's
So there
not
you
coming.
go.
She's flying home
she's flying
tomorrow.
back tomorrow.
And the most hilarious part is
what?
The gymnasts are on her flight.
That is going to be, so what do you do? Do you sleep or do you talk?
She's going to probably stalk. Sleep and talk. And stalk.
I wonder how they do that. Do they put all the gymnasts like together? Because if you get like some super fan that's like, hey!
I know. Well, she was so excited about the flight too, because it's like to fly without, just to have some
Oh,
alone
that's
time to
true.
read and
That's
watch
true.
Netflix
That's
and
true.
eat.
That used to be some of my best time, was just in the air when you couldn't be reached.
I
You
know.
just have,
I
like, a
miss it.
moment.
I kind of miss it.
That's the part I miss. is
Me
the
too.
me
Although I
time.
like that we're here.
We're home.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
that's it.
There's
for
our
this
ramblings.
episode. Yep. Blah blah blah. That's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more Today.
So why don't we kind of go around the horn and you just give me your names and the name of your Olympian and their sport. So we'll start with Sherry.
Hi, I'm Sherry Grimes, and my Olympian is Katie Grimes in swimming.
I'm Julie Nichols. My son is Brady Ellison, and he is a 4-time Olympian in the sport of archery.
My name is Keisha Bishop, and my son is Noah Lyles, who is in track and field.
So congratulations to all of you. I don't know what it's like to have an Olympian. Most of us probably never will. So Sherry, why don't I start with you? I mean, does this moment feel surreal to you?
I haven't even quite wrapped my head around the fact that she's there, and it was always been a dream in our house, but we just didn't think it was going to happen this quick. And I think even for her, she's still having a hard time wrapping her own head around it. Every step as we go through this process, we're like, oh my gosh, she's an Olympian.
Katie, who is 15, is the youngest out of all of them. And I just had a chance to talk with her. How do you think she's handling all of this?
I think she's actually doing a really good job. We do talk to her on a daily basis, and she's having a lot of fun. She's sharing oatmeal with Katie Ledecky every morning, and it's just been an unbelievable experience for her.
I'm trying to think of what I was doing at 15. I was like trying to get a license. It was like, maybe running for student council president. Like, I just can't even remember. So it seems like, Julie, you're the pro here amongst all of us. Tell us about Brady and how this feels for you, even though you've been here before.
It's still exciting. So bummed we can't go. And I feel for the families, first-time Olympians, and you don't get to be there. And, that's what we've been doing for the past 16 years. We're so excited for them.
You brought up a really good point, Julie, about not being able to be there.
It's heartbreaking that your athletes, most of us that are on this Olympic journey, it's not something that your child has done for 6 months or a year. It's something that they've done for a while. And you're traveling with them, you're schlepping them all over the country, going to all these different events and everything. And you so look forward to it, and then COVID happens and they postponed the games, and that was hard, and scrambling to keep our reservations for everywhere, our hotel and everything, because having done this before, we know that you have to find your hotel. I mean, we get all of our reservations and everything the year before, and we just go on faith that Brady's going to make the team. And we do everything, you know, a year in advance. So the hotel was great. We were at the Sheraton by Tokyo Disneyland. So we were really looking forward to that. And so they kept our hotel reservations, just moved it, you know, we were all crossing our fingers. And then when they came out and said no foreign spectators, it was, you know, we were so disappointed. And I feel for all those first-time athletes that have worked so hard to get there, and their family can't be in the stands, you know, and the parents who have been there through everything, you know, taking them everywhere for this dream, and they can't be there. And you can talk to them on the phone, but it's just not the same. And I just feel for them, you know, even with us would have been our fourth ones, it's still heartbreaking to us.
Keisha, your son is officially an Olympian. How does it feel for you as a mom, especially knowing all that's happened behind the scenes to get here?
Yeah, it is really surreal, which I think is a word a lot of us moms are using. This has been a dream of his and his brother's. His brother didn't make the team, unfortunately, but it's been since they were in 8th grade. So it's been over 10 years. They've been pursuing it. He made the Olympic trials as a high schooler and just missed the team by 1 spot. So now we're here 5 years later, and we made the team, and it feels like such a weight has fallen off of our shoulders, because it's just been something we know we can do, but just executing it is totally different. So it's really exciting and surreal.
How does it feel knowing that you won't be able to be there in person?
You know, I am okay with it. If you had asked me this a year ago, I would have been devastated. But based on everything we've been through in the past year and a half, I am just so excited that we actually get to have the games. Like, I don't care if I have to watch it from my bedroom or wherever. It's like, I just want them to compete safely. And, you know, I don't want anyone to get sick, but I'm still just as excited.
Tell me about the training and what goes into it and what people don't see at home as far as how hard your kids work.
We're up every morning at 4 a.m. I've slept on the back seat of my van for mornings for years now, as I drop my kids off at the pool, and I sit in the parking lot at 5 in the morning for a couple of hours, and then, you know, they're back again in the afternoon. They have weights in between that, and that's, you know, 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. And I don't even think that my own family quite understood the rigorous workouts and sacrifices that they've made, and what the purpose was for all of that over the last 10 years until this moment. Then they're like, oh, okay, now we see why they're a little crazy with this whole swim stuff.
Sherry, I am so happy you just mentioned that. There are a lot of moms, including myself and dads, who, you know, I have to take my boys to soccer practice twice a week. And I'm like, oh. You just said that you're up at 4 a.m., sometimes 6 days a week, sleeping in the back of your van while they practice, and then coming back and doing it again later in the day. Really?
Yes.
And for you, Julie, how has it been growing up with Brady?
Brady is my only. He actually moved out to the Olympic Training Center when he was 16. So we took him and we dropped him off, and he was like, bye, see ya, you know. And so he did online school, and so that's, you know, he left home, and that was what he wanted to do. And, you know, they trained 8 hours a day, and now, you know, people just don't realize, or when he's home in Arizona, you know, they want to pull him away, and he's like, you know, I'm training. This is my job. I have to do this. It's not my hobby. People still think that what he does sometimes is a hobby. We're like, no, it's not a hobby. And he travels over 200 days out of the year, he and his wife, for the archery. They travel all over the world to compete. So it's hard. It's a grind. We drove all over the place. You have to drive across country. You're flying everywhere. It's a lot.
You know, I think it's important for people to hear all the work so that when they see them front and center on an international spotlight, they'll understand what it took to get there.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Keisha, you ran track too, right?
I did. I like to say I ran track BC, before children, and 60 pounds lighter. So I have a total of 7 kids. We're a blended family. I have 3 biological. I just remarried a couple of years ago, but so together we have 7. Our youngest is 21, but I think what people don't see is that it is a lifestyle. It's not something that's just a hobby. It's a lifestyle, and it becomes a family lifestyle because people have to sacrifice so much, like Sherry was saying, sleeping in the car. And we have a lot of similar stories, but I think one thing that people don't get is the pressure and the expectations, because they only see the excitement. Oh, you've made the Olympic team. This is so exciting. Oh, we see you on TV, you're in a commercial. But the physical, mental, and emotional pressure and expectation can be really difficult to manage. And that's where your team has to come in. It's not just the athlete. For us, Noah has a sports psychologist, a family therapist, nutritionist, chiropractor, massage therapist, coach, agent. So yeah, so we are a whole team. And then whenever we go somewhere, whenever he travels to a big meet, our whole family goes, myself, my husband, his sister, his uncle, his grandmother. We really try to support him as much as possible. And after the Olympic trials, I was in bed for a week because I was so exhausted.
I can only imagine. How do you deal with that, the mental health aspect of it? I mean, he has therapists, he has, other professionals in his life, but your mom.
So the way I deal with it is I make sure I stay in contact with my therapist so that I can keep my tank filled and overflowing. Because what's in the tank is for me, but what's overflowing is for everyone else. So if I'm not overflowing, I have nothing to offer him. And when we go to the Olympics or the Olympic trials or world championships, we put ourselves in a bubble. We ignore social media. We ignore text messages, and we just stay focused on the goal at hand. And we don't try to get wrapped up in anything else because we're there just to grind it out and to meet a goal.
And Julie, I read for you that you try not to hover, which would be very difficult, I can only imagine.
I try not to hover because when Brady first started, I was your helicopter mom that you read all the bad stories about. And he would tell me, Mom, you need to go watch the girls, go to the other side of the field. You're stressing me out. So now when we go, I'm like, I love you. Good luck, shoot good. And then I usually visit with everybody. I pay attention to what he's doing. We watch everything, but we've been doing this for a long time now. So I try not to hover because that affects them. This whole Olympic journey is something else.
So if I were to ask you, Sherry, what has been the most challenging in this journey and the most rewarding so far, what would you say?
Well, the most challenging right now is just not being there with her. I was thinking back the other day, I think that she has been to one meet in her lifetime of swimming by herself without a family member. I mean, we were usually at all the meets, and for not this last season, but the season prior, she had her brother on the team with her. So her brother would be with her, and she's way wiser beyond her years. She's a pretty grounded little girl. Gosh, there's been so many highs with this whole swimming. I mean, we had the younger four of our kids were swimmers, and her two brothers went on to swim collegiately. And I think that one of the highest moments with swimming was to have all three of them together at just a little local June age group meet. They were all swimming. Our oldest college swimmer had come home for the summer, and he thought, well, I'll just go with you guys and swim as an exhibition. And it was just the best time as a family, having those three together swimming at the same meet, because that's never really happened before because of their age difference. And it was just one of those great moments. And, you know, again, going to Olympic trials with our older son in 2016 and having his two younger siblings there supporting him. And then the tables were turned this time. And our son has finished his swimming career collegiately, and he was able to come down and now watch the two younger ones at trials. It was just a full circle moment for us. And it was just really exciting.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
What are you guys feeding these children? I'm over here like,
All I do is cook.
these are not tater tot kids.
It is crazy how much I spend cooking in the kitchen. Kate's been homeschooled since kindergarten, and all of my kids. She's the youngest of 7. And so I feel like that's all I do is cook. So her being gone, I'm kind of experiencing the empty nest syndrome right now.
What's your go-to meal? I feel like they might need calories, huh?
Lately, our go-to meal has been chicken, vegetables on rice. And, you know, we've been doing a lot of that with Katie, but yeah, it's always been chicken and vegetable and either rice or beans but oatmeal has been a huge staple in our house. I think they eat it twice a day, once at 4:30 in the morning, and then again when they get back from practice in the morning. And yeah, even our kids that go away to college, you think they'd be tired of oatmeal, and they're like, I can't wait to come home and have dad's oatmeal. They just crave it.
Man, I want to try that oatmeal. What is there, brown sugar in there or something? Why?
I don't know. He puts chia seeds and all sorts of ground nuts and yeah.
That's how you know I'm not an Olympian. I'm like, does he
put brown sugar, you're like, oh, chia seeds, of course. And what about for you, Keisha?
Noah lives in Florida and I live in Maryland. He actually signed and went professional as a senior out of high school and moved to Florida and didn't know how to cook. So he has a chef that comes in and cooks his meals because he does not know how to cook and he wasn't doing a good job with cooking. So I had to make sure his meals were nutritious. But when he was in high school, we used to go through 3 gallons of milk a week. I felt like I lived in Costco. Because for dessert, his siblings, well, he and his siblings liked cereal. So Noah's favorite cereal is Raisin Bran Crunch. And he's still addicted to Raisin Bran Crunch. That's like his dessert. That's exciting for him to get to eat that because it's a little bit sweet. I can relate to you, Sherry, because I used to homeschool. And I remember those days of homeschooling. And every morning I would start out by giving my kid, I would juice for my kids and give them like barley juice and all of that. And I felt like I lived in the kitchen. So Sherry, I totally get you.
What is barley juice?
Carrot juice is really sweet. So you add the barley greens in there and it tastes pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. They have a smoothie, power greens, berries. It's to get their greens in them. It's a great way to get a big dosage of greens in their diet.
I know. Sherry, I think we have to connect after this.
This is why I do these things. And you know, and you too, Julie, because we think we know, but we don't, I'm sure. You know, Noah, by the way, I should say, wrote this beautiful letter, Keisha, about you and all you guys have been through. Talk for people who don't know. Tell us a little bit about your journey, what you guys have been with. He has asthma.
Yeah, we've been through a really rough journey. Thank God we're through that. But I have been married to my first husband for 13 years, and I had been a stay-at-home homeschooling mom during that time. So when I divorced, even though I had a college degree, because I attended Seton Hall University on a track scholarship, I did not have the experience to match my age. So I had to start out working at entry-level jobs. So I did a lot of case management at Title I schools, worked with homeless children, loved my jobs, but they just didn't pay a lot. So there were times when we had our lights turned off and unfortunately we had to apply for food stamps. I was so embarrassed, but my daughter, she's so precious. She said when we went to apply, she said, "Mommy, what is this place?" And I said, "Well, this is a place you come if you don't have enough food and they help you out." And she thought about it and she said, "That is so nice of them." So, you know, working full time and still qualifying for food stamps was really embarrassed, but it taught me empathy and that you never know where your journey is going to end up. And thank God it was temporary, but it was really it was for us. For me, it was very embarrassing and we needed a lot of family support. So we relocated to the Washington, D.C. area. We left Charlotte, North Carolina, moved back to where I was raised, and my family helped us out tremendously. And eventually we ended up at what was formerly known as T.C. Williams High School. Now it's known as Alexandria City High School. And our community wrapped their arms around us and supported us. And I mean, it's such a team effort. And so we have a nonprofit now supporting other youth through health and wellness. And that's the reason why, because we want to go help other people to get to be the best them that they can possibly be, whether it's an athlete or a biochemist, whatever it is to be your best self. We want to help you get there.
I think Noah did a lot of good by sharing his story because there are a lot of young people who are at home or parents who feel like they don't see a light at the end of the tunnel. And he is living proof that not only is there a light at the end of the tunnel, I mean, this kid is on the Olympic stage. What does it feel like for you to see him being open about the challenges, open about mental health and the importance of all of these things?
I want people to look at us and say, if they can do it, I can definitely do it, because there's nothing special about us, but we just try to pull on all the resources we could get as far as family and friends and just our church community. Like, we could never be here by ourselves.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Brady now has a wife of his own. You're almost in the next season of it. Talk to me about where he is in his life and what he's doing.
Brady's doing really well. He and his wife Toya, who is also a professional archer, she's from Slovenia. They have a baby. Ty was born in November, so I have my first grandchild. Best thing ever when he met Toya and they got married. He's happy. So when you're happy with your life, and you have to take care of your life first. And if you are happy with where you are in life, then everything else is going to fall into place.
Noah is an incredible athlete, but he also has been a very vocal supporter of the Black Lives Matter movement, talking about being a young African-American boy. He's spoken out about that. How was that for you, that season? And it's not over.
No, it wasn't over. It was a very, very difficult season for us because he's very sensitive, Noah is. So seeing a lot of the police brutality that he was seeing was very painful. And he would say, Mom, what can I do to make a difference? So we had a lot of conversations about getting your message out there in the appropriate way, because you can say something that people agree with, but you can also turn them away by your method of communication. So we were really careful to make sure that we communicated effectively, because our goal is to unite and not to divide.
What do you want people to know about Katie?
She's on her own path. Everyone wants to say, well, Katie Ledecky was 15 and Katie Grimes is 15, and it's the same race, it's the same story. And I have to agree with Keisha on that. That puts a lot of pressure on a 15-year-old. I want people to see Katie for Katie Grimes, and she's got her own path, and not to put such huge expectations on a 15-year-old. Let her do her own journey with this. And I think that's important for her. And as her village of supporters, it's important for us to remember that as well, that this is Katie Grimes's journey. And we love Katie Ledecky's sportsmanship. She has been such a great role model to Katie. She is a class act through and through.
Julie, what do you want people to know about Brady?
Brady, he is more than this elite athlete. He is more than an Olympian. I think, when I look at Brady, I see what a great human he is, what a great dad he is. And husband and son. He's a humble, good-natured human. And we're just so proud of him. That's what people need to remember is they're more than what you see on TV. What I'm most proud of is the man that he has grown into.
Keisha, what do you want people to know about your son, about Noah?
Track is what Noah does. It's not who he is. He loves his family. He's a homebody. He prefers to be at home than to be out somewhere else. He loves to play board games with his friends on Wednesday nights and just dancing and having a great time. And he has such a teachable spirit. And in teaching him, one of the things that I just told him about the pressure for the Olympics is when we get caught up in the media, it's almost like we're allowing other people to write our story, but we don't allow other people to write our story. We make our narrative, and we are people first, and track is just what you do. It's not who you are.
Oh, I wish I could give you guys a group hug.
I just wanted to say to both of you moms, I hope this isn't the end of your journey. I hope that they, like Brady has been doing this forever. If your kids decide that they're going to go for the next one, I hope that they continue if that's what they want to do, and that you continue to enjoy this ride. It's so much fun. And so maybe we'll see each other in Paris.
Cheers. I think that is awesome. And I'm just going to try to follow you guys on social media, because I know for me personally, this journey gets very lonely. Because times are hard. You don't have anybody to reach out to, because if you reach out to people, they're like, what are you complaining about? You have an Olympian, you have 2 professional athletes, but people don't get that that's not what's important. It's their soul and guiding their heart. So I'm going to try to use you guys as some of my resources, because it can get really hard.
Oh my gosh, you guys are going to make me tear up, and I don't have an Olympian.
No, but you got an awesome kid.
I do. No, I've got 3 little ones, and I seriously, I'm getting teary because, like at the end of the day, while we're busy talking about these Olympians, I just want you guys to know, sitting as a mom on that set, I'm thinking of you guys, and I just want you to know, on behalf of all the people who will be watching this story, that we see you too, from sleeping in your van because you're at practice to cooking all sorts of meals and gallons of milk and all of it. I just want you to know that, your work obviously wasn't in vain, and we know you love your children, and so we just wanted to give you a little bit of love too as we all look at Tokyo.
Thank you. And we'll be praying for you too, Chanel.
Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to Today Food on Today All Day. So when life hands you lemons, you know what they say? Make limoncello. Today on an all-new saucy, Anthony Contrino showing us how to make the boozy Italian spirit plus 2 lemony sweet treats that will want to make you pucker up.
Everyone loves a sweet treat every now and then, and I have 3 that are stunning, delicious, and use one of my favorite ingredients in the entire world, Sorrento lemons. First up, a traditional Italian liqueur, limoncello. Then, my lemon curd tartlets. Finally, my favorite, a lemon and olive oil bundt cake with limoncello glaze. So grab a lemon and pucker up. It's not every day that produce from Italy comes in, but when my local Italian market gets the first batch of Sorrento lemons, I am like a kid on Christmas morning. Aside from the obvious difference in size, this lemon has more bumpy skin, which contains more oils. So if you're using its zest or steeping it for something like limoncello, you're gonna get that much more flavor. Let's start making our limoncello. The first thing we need to do is peel these beautiful lemons. Grab your favorite peeler and just start peeling strips of the skin. Take your time. We don't want to leave any of the skin behind. We don't want to waste any of that flavorful skin. I wish you can smell how fragrant this is. It's amazing. Has a more sweet aroma than your traditional store-bought lemon. I'm making a huge batch of limoncello, so we're gonna need 8 of these lemons. If you're using regular organic lemons, you're going to need at least 12 of them. My hands are gonna smell so good by the time I'm done with this. My carpal tunnel, however, not so much. Last one. Awesome. Look how beautiful all these peels are. The next step is to peel off any excess pith. So I'm gonna go through all of these and make sure that there's nothing that has more pith than what I'm seeing on this lemon. Now for the fun part. Grab yourself a fairly large glass jar, at least 56 ounces if possible, and simply add your hard work right into the jar. All of these gorgeous Sorrento lemon peels. And now for another very important ingredient, high-proof grain alcohol. This stuff is strong. It is extremely flammable. It's 190 proof. You cannot drink this as is. It will literally burn your insides. But it's that power that is going to help pull all the flavor, all of the oils out of these lemon peels. Madonna. Whew. Do not drink it. And I'm gonna add the whole 1 liter bottle right to our jar. Perfect. Now all that's left to do is wait. For me, it's more of a visual cue. I want the lemon peels to be pale, which means that all of the flavor, all of these oils have been sucked out of the peels. So around 1 to 2 weeks is probably best. Thankfully, I have a little trick up my sleeve. If you've been watching, you'd notice that we had this hiding in the corner the last few weeks, steeping just for today. And you can see the obvious difference. This is a deep golden yellow color. Isn't it beautiful? We have everything we need. I made some simple syrup earlier that we're going to add to our strained limoncello. Oh, did you hear that pop? It smells a little bit like cleaning supplies right now. Don't worry about that. We'll take care of it. Get yourself an even bigger glass jar. Just going to place a strainer on top of our new jar and carefully, to hopefully not lose any of this liquid gold, pour it. I didn't think this part through, did I? All right, we're just gonna go for it. Oh my God, how cool is that? That was easier than I thought it was gonna be. Now we're gonna pour our simple syrup right in. Look at how the color changes. It's this beautiful, sunshiny yellow color. At this point, it's almost done, but it's still way too strong to drink. So we have one last ingredient to add. Some cold water. This recipe makes a lot, so I hope you have a lot of friends. Give it a little bit of a stir. Then it's just time to start bottling. Funnel will make this process a lot easier. Perfect. Just seal them up as you finish bottling though. Is that beautiful? I'd be very happy if someone brought me one of these bottles of limoncello. You can find these glass bottles at some craft stores, but I normally find them at a store that sells containers. There's a little bit left, which I'll jar later, but that's for me. gorgeous. I'm going to let these cure in the freezer for a week. The good news is they could live in there for a year, just in time for the next Sorrento lemon season.
Well, hello. Are you ready to whip up Anthony's delectable dish? Just text food to 34318 and we will send that recipe right to your phone.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Larry
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Larry
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. Larry
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
When I was interning in southern France, I learned how to make the best lemon curd I've ever had in my life. And thankfully, Chef Laurent was kind enough to share the recipe with me, and this is my version of it. The first thing we need to do is prepare our butter. This is one of those times when we want very cold butter. We don't want it room temperature. And I'm just gonna cut it into cubes. About a 1/2 inch cube would be perfect. Using 2 sticks, a full 1/2 pound of butter for this recipe. Definitely one of the reasons why this is so delicious. Set that aside. Let's start our curd. Now, I'm not one for really weird quantities in baking or cooking in general, but this recipe is so perfect that it does call for a weird amount of lemon juice. Exactly a 1/2 cup plus 4 teaspoons. It has to be that quantity, trust me. Don't round up, don't round down. Some sugar, 3/4 of a cup, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, and then some eggs. Three whole eggs and 1 yolk. This extra yolk is going to add a bit more decadence and richness. Okay, I'm gonna put this over medium heat. We don't wanna put it on top of an aggressive heat because we don't want scrambled eggs. Grab a whisk, start combining all of these ingredients. You wanna keep whisking over the medium heat until it starts to steam and you'll feel this mixture getting thick. Starting to see my first wisps of steam. And it's done, just like that. Immediately off the heat, grab a spatula and through a fine mesh strainer into a food processor. Scrape it all down. Get every last bit of this curd in there. And then kind of in a back and forth stirry motion, start pushing your curd through the strainer. Put on your lid the right way. Turn your machine on. And then we're gonna start adding our butter, a cube at a time. And it looks great to me. I'm gonna transfer this to a bowl. Look how silky, how smooth, and how beautiful it is. And it is delicious too, I promise. I can guarantee you that this lemon curd is life-changing. Into the fridge for 4 hours or overnight until it's nice and thick. Thankfully, I have one all ready to go. Here I have some phyllo dough shells that you can find in the frozen section of your grocery store. We're gonna fill them with this delicious curd. Let me show you how to set up a piping bag. Fold down the top. Then you want to choose a tip. I'm going with a medium small round tip. Cut a hole for your tip and slide it in. Right side up, preferably. Then just push it forward and then pull to stretch out the plastic just a little bit. That'll lock it in place. And then simply just add this beautiful curd right into your bag. That'll be plenty for these tartlets. I'm gonna fill these with a slightly heaping mound of the curd, just like that. This smooth curd against this crispy phyllo shell is the perfect combination of textures. I'm gonna finish these off with a couple of things. First, a fresh raspberry for a little bit of color and just a sweet little pop of extra flavor. These are looking amazing already, but I have one more special touch to add to them. A little powdered sugar. It's pretty and adds just a kiss of extra sweetness. Just give it little gentle taps. A little bit of early morning snow. Aren't these just so adorable? They're delicious too, and I know my neighbors are gonna love them. So I'm gonna be a good boy, and I'm not going to touch them. No one said anything about the leftover curd, though.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
This is one of the moistest cakes you will ever have. Honestly, I would have a slice of the simple and elegant bundt cake over a layer cake any day of the week. You always want to start with your dry ingredients. 2.5 cups of flour, right into your bowl. Okay. Then we need some salt. You always need salt when baking. It helps bring out all the flavors of everything else that is in your batter. 1 teaspoon of that. I'm using 2 different leaveners, baking powder and baking soda. So just a 1/2 teaspoon of the baking soda, and then 1.5 teaspoons of our baking powder. Okay. I'm whisking this really well to evenly distribute all of the leaveners. Perfect. Set this aside. And let's get started on our wet ingredients. First up, a stick of European or European style butter right into the bowl of a stand mixer. Then some sugar. 1 3/4 cup of sugar. Just add that right on in. May sound like a lot, but this is not an overly sweet cake. The olive oil component of our cake, make sure you're using a floral olive oil. This is definitely not the time for a peppery olive oil. This is dessert. 1/4 cup of this liquid gold. It smells so good. Just gonna go right on in, get all of those last little drips. And some lemon zest. Using a Sorrento lemon here, so 1/2 of the zest of this lemon will be more than enough. Paddle attachment. And we want to beat this until it's super pale and nice and fluffy. You can see it lightening in color already. We can start adding our eggs. 3 large eggs. Scrape it down again. Make sure there are no bits of egg that were missed. At this point, we're also going to add a little bit of vanilla. I feel like every baked good needs just a little bit of vanilla. 1 teaspoon. We have our dry ready. We just need to finish our wet. I have a 1/4 cup of that delicious lemon juice from our Sorrento lemons. And to that, I'm going to add 3/4 cup of buttermilk. Give it a little bit of a swirl to incorporate. And now, let's finish it up. Start by adding 1/2 of your dry and slowly on low so it doesn't fly out at you. Let it go. And as soon as it's almost fully incorporated, start drizzling in your buttermilk mixture. All that's left is our remaining dry ingredients. Once again, incorporate on low speed. And you want to stop the machine as soon as it looks like it's almost all incorporated. Right there. I'll finish the rest by hand. You never want to overmix a cake batter. It'll get really tough. I want to lick this, but I'm not. Just going to make sure that any bits of flour are fully incorporated at this point. This looks great. Let's get into our pan. It's a nice, thick, luxurious batter. You can see some of those specks of the lemon zest in here. It's gonna be so delicious. Just gently start smoothing it. If you made a mess like I did, just carefully clean it up without ruining too much of your greased pan. One last thing that I like to do before I put it in the oven, a few taps on the countertop just to knock out any large air bubbles that may be in there. You want to bake this for 45 minutes at 350 degrees until a cake tester comes out clean when inserted in the center.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Is this cake not stunning? You want to allow your cake to cool completely till it's cold to the touch, basically, at least room temperature, or your glaze will not set. So let's get started on it. 1.5 cups of confectioner's sugar. I'm putting it right into a fine mesh strainer because we want to sift out any lumps. We want a nice, smooth glaze. Then using a spoon or spatula, whatever you have, just start working it through the strainer. There you go. To this, we're gonna add just a few more ingredients. Some melted butter, 4 tablespoons, and then 2 tablespoons each of whole milk, and of course, our limoncello. Keep the milk on standby just in case you need to thin out your glaze. Just whisk, slowly pulling in all the sugar from the sides of the bowl. Oh no. I'm a mess. This glaze should be fairly thick, but still runny enough to drizzle down the side of our bundt cake. Okay, you want to use this quickly. Grab a spoon. Then work your way around your cake allowing it to drizzle down the sides into the center and across the top. And there you have it, our beautiful lemon olive oil bundt cake with limoncello glaze. All of these lemony treats make a perfect gift, and I'm going to show you some fun ways that I like to package them when giving them to friends and neighbors. Let's start with our bundt cake. I'm going to carefully transfer it, looking for some naked cake space, right into the center of our charger. Don't forget about our gorgeous lemon curd tartlets. These could be a little tricky to transport, but I discovered a trick. I bought this cute little shallow tin at a craft store, and I'm gonna put in just a small layering of sprinkles. That's gonna help keep them in place. And of course, they match our little tartlets. Just kind of nestle them in. Don't overcrowd, but look how cute this looks. A lot of people are going to be begging me for this limoncello. Have a solution for that too. Have this cute lemon rubber stamp and some yellow ink. Just give it a little pat, and then with just any fine tip marker, grab some twine, string it through your little tag, and we'll tie it to the sides of our bottle. Aren't these so cute? And there you have it, 3 delicious and adorable gifts that I know my friends and family are just going to love. They also happen to make an excellent bribe.
I feel like as soon as I walk in the door, they can kind of detect my mood coming back from practice. Whether it's good or bad, they're always here to cheer me up and put a smile on my face. And Lilo's more of like my emotional support pet. She's just here to be happy and have a good little life. And Rambo's more of like, I'll make you laugh. I'm going to do something crazy today. I can never get mad at them. They just crack me up. They are just the best dogs, and they make me so happy, and they're my fur babies. I'm Simone Biles, and this is my pet tail. This is Lilo Biles, and she is 3 years old. And then this is Rambo Biles, and he is 1 year old. And these are my babies. Rambo, when he came to us, his name was originally Rambo. And so I just thought that was cute, and I kept his name. And then Lilo, I could not figure out a name for the life of me. And I just thought later down the road, if I got another Frenchie, it would be Lilo and Stitch, because I think they look like Stitch. And so that's how her name came about. And then I just kept Rambo's. So we don't have Lilo and Stitch, but we do have Lilo and Rambo. So Lilo, I actually flew to Florida to pick her up when she was a puppy. And that was our first meeting. She was so itty bitty, and I had to find like a pet-friendly hotel. And she did amazing job. Same as the flight, she did great. And she's more of the chill, calm, laid-back dog. Rambo's the more rambunctious. Let me see what I can get into, what I can find around the house. Let me test the other dog's buttons. But he actually came from Ohio, and he was on like a pet transport bus. So he stopped in several states on the way to drop off other people's new puppies. And so he arrived right at my front door here in Spring, Texas. I love how Frenchies have such big personalities, and each of them have different personalities. Rambo is the more hyper, playful dog, and Lilo is my little grumpy, I do what I want when I want princess girl. Oh my goodness. Well, I grew up with dogs. So as soon as I got them, as soon as I got Lilo and as soon as I got Rambo, I just knew they fit right in, and it was the perfect home for them. I think since every weekend we have Sunday dinner with my family, I would always take Lilo, and she met the German Shepherds, And that's when I knew she'd fit in seamlessly with the other family dogs. And then Rambo, he's just a little copycat. He is Lilo's shadow. So whatever Lilo does, he does. And that's how I knew he fit in perfectly. He keeps us on our toes. Rambo loves to play with my boyfriend's dog, Zeus, which he's an English bulldog. They love to play around the house. Lilo's more of a, I'm going to watch and see what you guys do, and I'll sit on the couch while you guys are on the floor playing. And she's just a chill dog, but it was a very seamless relationship. They got along well together, and then we have 3 dogs, so we have a house full of bulldogs, which is so crazy. I never thought I would have 3 dogs so young, but it is what it is, and they make our lives. Well, they love going outside and playing in the backyard. We also have a pool, so they love exploring the ledge, and so they cool off whenever they want. We like taking them on walks, but we like playing catch with them, or who can keep the ball away the longest, but they're just so smart. What else? They love treats. We have a dog wash station here in the house. They love getting baths. Well, Lilo and Zeus do. Rambo's more of, I'm going to jump off this thing. But yeah, and then going to the pet store. They like doing that and picking out their own treats or toys. Sometimes I'll take them to the gym so they can kind of see where I train. And there was like this one picture of Lilo watching me vault, and it was just the cutest thing. But I do try to alternate and take them to the gym, so they're in that atmosphere, and the kids love them. Whenever they get out of their classes, they always make sure to stop by Lilo or Rambo and pet them. So they've been on this journey with me. I think just being in that competitive mindset again, being out there performing, doing what I love and I train to do, I think that's what I'm most looking forward to. So Rambo has a crazy pike stretch that he does every day. Whenever he sits down, he just sits in a pike stretch. And I just wish my hamstrings were as flexible as his, because I know you're getting shy, we're talking about you. And it's just the cutest, funniest thing, but I swear his hamstrings are more flexible than mine. I wish we could trade for a day, because I might need him. I didn't teach him, it's just how he sits. Lilo does not sit like that. She's a little bit, so I'm a little thicker, but she doesn't sit like that. I know some other Frenchies sit like that, but I just never seen it. And I thought he would grow out of it because he did it when he was a puppy, and he just turned 1 and he still does it. I'm like, okay. So I think it's just a forever thing, but it's so cute. If either of these guys could talk, this is what they would say. Lilo would definitely be sassy, like, no, Mom, I'm not doing that. I do what I want when I want. And I'm more of just like, okay, this is your house, I'm living in it. And Rambo would probably be asking all the questions, like, why can't I grab that? Why can't I eat that? Why can't I do that? He would be the more, like, questionable, like, why can't I just do this, Mom? Right? Or can I go outside? Can I do this? It's more of the explorer. My dogs have made my life better significantly. They have made me happy when I'm at my low, and even whenever I'm at my highs, they've made it higher. They've just been the greatest asset that I could have got, and I don't regret it one bit. The amount of work that it takes to have 2 of these little pups, I wouldn't trade them for the world. Oh, they're like going to sleep now. They're like, okay, we're out, Mom. Enough camera time for me. I'm shy.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, There is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
I have 2 dogs. One's named Bella, she's a German Shepherd, and then I have a German Shepherd Husky mix. I got my younger one after Worlds. She was a bribe or a bet from my mom that, you know, if I made the Worlds team, I can get a dog, and so that's what I got. I was like, Mom, if I make it to Worlds, can I get a dog? And this was in January, and I wasn't even on like the national team. I hadn't made an international assignment, so it was kind of like a, yeah, that's fine, because it wasn't really in reach, or it didn't seem. And so then when I made it, I was like, hey, I get a dog now. I think it's always, you know, fun to come back home and have them like so excited to see you. I mean, your family's always super excited too, but it's really, you know, cool to see how excited they are when you come back home. They just want, you know, you to pet them and give them all the attention. I think it's really cool.
I have 2 dogs. One is a Yorkshire Poodle mix, and she's just like really fluffy and a big ball of energy, and her name's Dolly. And then I have a Boston Terrier, and her name's Guinness, and she's pretty old, so she's just kind of chill and doesn't really do much. Whenever I get home, they're always so happy, so just like if you had a bad day, it makes like a bad day better, just coming home and them just wanting to play and being all happy.
I have Marshall, who is a Bull Terrier mix, and I have Lily, who is a Yellow Lab. And it's, if you don't put it together, it's Marshall and Lily from the How I Met Your Mother show. Well, my girlfriend and I, when we first started dating, How I Met Your Mother was like our show, and Marshall and Lily were like the role model couple. And so as we got our dogs, we just wanted them to have, you know, the perfect Marshall and Lily relationship, and henceforth, Marshall and Lily became their names. I wouldn't say that Marshall and Lily are the best, you know, they're not the Marshall and Lily in the TV show, but I will say that their love is very deep-seated, and it comes out in a lot of times. But there are times when Marshall's a little bit of a grunt butt, and he will, you know, because he really likes Mia and I, and he was raised without Lily in the house. And so there are times where he is getting snuggles from Mia or I. Lily will hop up and he'll just be like, don't get in the way of my snuggles right now. But beyond that, I would say, I mean, Marshall and Lily, if one of them were to leave each other, they would be absolutely devastated. And they do have this deep-seated connection of just, I don't know, playfulness. And it's really nice to see, because we're not always home all the time. And to have for them to have each other just means a lot for us to watch them still enjoy each other. They're there for me every single day. Any day that I can come home, have them just jump on me and give me kisses on the face, I'm now a much happier person in that moment. There's no guarantee about it. And there's times, you know, when things are going rough in the gym and my body hurts and I just need to be a vegetable for a little while, and they'll just come support and always just pick me up. My pets have given me a lot to look forward to, but I think the most rewarding part about having pets is the fact that you get to care for someone else other than yourself and build them up and turn them into something that you actually want to love and be around all the time. And they give you back so much more than you give them. And something about having that type of relationship that's constantly building is what brings meaning to having, you know, someone to take care of.
So I got Stu in March. I was actually overseas still. He is a Aussie Doodle mix. He has like one blue eye and one half blue and brown eye, and like a marrow coat. He makes my life better because even though I wasn't expecting to be hurt, he was there for me throughout my whole rehab process. And you know, it always puts a smile on your face when you have like a dog who wants to play. He doesn't know anything else. He was afraid of my cast in the beginning, but we got over that.
My dog is Rooney. We call her Roo for short. She's a bull mastiff mixed with German Shepherd and Rottweiler. We rescued her from Craigslist, and I love her so much. My favorite part of the day is taking her out on walks, and it really calms me down after a stressful day. We can go out, we can play fetch, and for whatever reason, it's really therapeutic, and she's always so happy to see me, and it just brightens my mood as well. So she's just the best.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
I remember I wanted a dog my whole life. My dad never got me one. But coming up to the last months before 2016 Olympics, I was really sad without a dog. And I would just sit there looking out the window like, oh, I wish my dog was here, even though I don't have one. And I was looking out the window thinking about a chocolate lab. And I was like, Mango is the perfect name for a chocolate lab. And I was like, what am I talking about? Mango's the perfect name for any dog that I get. So I went and I got a German Shepherd, and I was like, you're Mango. His personality is exactly like mine. He is very hyper and energetic, and I'm attached to him. He's very attached to me. You can tell when we're in the same room, he's my dog. Mango does everything with me. He goes with me to the bathroom. He goes with me to the sink, to the refrigerator. He loves coming to practice with me, though. That's probably his favorite thing. He comes to practice with me every day and plays in the backyard and just watches me lift weights. He would win the 100 meters. My dog is faster than yours. 100%, I promise. And I'm talking to everybody. Mango has made my life better in every aspect. He is my little baby, my little best friend. He makes me happy when I'm sad, and I just need him in my life.
My dog is Arthur. He is a mutt. He's a Dachshund, Jack Russell, Chihuahua, something. He's 15 pounds, black and white spots, very, very good at snuggling. Arthur is either feisty or super chill. He doesn't really have a lot of in between, so he's either like barking at the front door, which drives me crazy, or snuggling on the couch, and or snuggling when I nap. And that's my favorite version of him, is the snuggly side. I purposely adopted a small dog because I know how tired I am after practice, and I wanted a dog that literally I could walk to the coffee shop a half mile away and walk back and he'd be pooped. We go on little walks to get coffee, and that's really nice. His best friend is a Rhodesian Ridgeback that's 120 pounds, and so if him and his best friend are together, we can go to the dog park, but he doesn't like to do that unless his bodyguard best friend dog is there. So he's kind of just a chill couch dog with me primarily. I got hurt I had a stress fracture that kept me out of competing at the World Championships in 2013, and that's when I adopted Arthur because I needed happiness in my life and I needed some joy in my days. And so I adopted him then when I was going through that injury, and he definitely brought me joy and happiness and made me not stress and be too much in the weeds about my injury. So that was the start of my relationship with Arthur, and it was very important for me. Arthur is not athletic. Sweetie, he's so sweet. I love him so much, but he's not an athlete. So I'm not gonna insult any Olympic sport by claiming Arthur would be good at it, because he's not athletic.
This is Winnie the miniature dachshund. Winnie the Mini Winnie is her nickname, and she's really helped make mine and my wife's life better. Just to be able to have somebody goofy running around the house at all time that isn't 6'7" is nice. This is about as big as she's gonna get to, and it's nice to be able to have a best friend for my wife and I that can do all the traveling with us, and they can really just bring some joy to our lives. And you know, there's just something so simple about having somebody around that only wants to love on you and eat food.
So Milo is my mutt of a dog. We're not exactly sure what he is, but he's very cute. And we got him when he was just 6 weeks old, and my girlfriend she initiated the conversation by saying, I think I want a dog, and then about 4 hours later, she owned a dog. So it was very just run-of-the-mill, and then, you know, that same night went to Petco and got him a bed and some toys and things, and he's really spoiled. And, you know, he gets to travel with us a lot, and he's a good dude.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
I have a dog. His name is Ripley. He's a Blue Merle Australian Shepherd. He is the light of my life and, you know, keeps a smile on my face every single day, no matter what happens. I think I have my dog as something to just always make me feel positive and happy. He really is my best friend, and he is my little training buddy and partner in crime, and comes with me whenever I go do my workouts. And you know, he's my dog. He's my relentless supporter, and I love him.
I have a little fur baby by the name of Mila, and because she's so pretty, like Mila Kunis. And we rescued her as a puppy. She was like about 10 weeks old, they thought. And she's a lab pit mix, I think. We're not really sure, but that's my guess. And she is the most human creature I have ever met. Everyone that comes over says she's so full of expression, and if any dog just is gonna talk one day, it's gonna be her, because we literally talk to her all day, every day, and she runs the show at the house. A few weeks after getting Mila, I actually broke my leg, and that was a few months after my mom had also passed away. And so I ended up spending a lot of time at home with Mila, training her and doing rehab and therapy when she was a puppy. And I think that was really special for me to get that time with her as a puppy and trying to get up and down the stairs on crutches with an unpotty trained dog was difficult, but it was a special time for me. And then she's also been there now throughout my husband's injury. She hasn't missed a therapy session of his in years. So she goes there every morning and waits for him to come there. So I think that she's just a little bundle of joy.
Ollie is my rescue dog. My mom and dad are incredible. They took him for 3 months over the winter because we were training in California and living in like a dorm situation and he couldn't be there. Everyone's helped raise Ollie and having Ollie in my life is so amazing, obviously because my husband is gone and it helps to just have a little companion there, but it's also been really nice to have someone, a dog, to be responsible for outside of rowing, and it helps me to manage some of my stress, to just kind of put my focus and my energy into him and make sure that he's getting what he needs, and his face is also very cute and relaxing, so that helps too.
He was supposed to be 100% lab, but I think he's half lab, half Weimaraner. He's very skittish and kind of anxiety. That's the one that eats the ornaments. And he's supposed to be a charcoal lab, but I think he's a little bit Weimaraner, or a lot. And then I have one English Red Fox lab also, that's 3. And he's just like man's man, sits around, does nothing, easygoing, like sunbathing in the backyard and hanging in the garage while I'm stickering boards.
I'm Floyd's dad. It's kind of a weird term, but yeah, that's my dog. Floyd's been incredible for me for recovery and just kind of unwinding from a long day of practice and stress. It's really easy to go home when you open the door and your dog runs at you, and it's a bulldog who can't really run. It's more of a waddle and pretty much half out of breath by the time he gets to you. It's pretty cute, but he's definitely an interesting being. He's not really a dog, he's more of a creature. Has no normal dog tendencies.
Oh my gosh, I love my animals so much, and they haven't been able to be physically there, but I have so many pictures. My phone is literally all my pictures of my animals. You know, it's crazy because it's the sweetest thing when I travel and then come home, they know me. It's so crazy, and it's just oh my gosh, just my mom too on FaceTime whenever I do FaceTime my mom. I think that's probably one of the most important things during the games is that you can get so wrapped up in focusing and getting anxious and excited and nervous at the same time, but then when I'm on FaceTime, all the nerves just go away and I'm just like, oh my, I'm that person screaming into my phone and like squealing like a little kid, and oh my God, I just love them. My first friendship was, and like, besides my mom, was an animal. We got our buddy who's not there, but I love animals so much, and I don't know if it's because I'm that weirdo where I will cry if there's an animal being hurt in a movie, but I can watch a person, whatever. It's really sad. I probably shouldn't admit that, but I don't know if it's because like they don't have a voice and I really want to like, not provide for them, but just like love them so much, and they love us unconditionally, they love me unconditionally, even if you forget to feed them one day, they don't remember that. And oh my gosh, I mean, the world's just so amazing with animals and way better with animals.
I was walking Reese and this girl was like, oh my God, that's Reese. Like, it's Reese. And I was like, what? And then they're like, wait, if that's Reese, that must mean that that's Chloe. I was like, you people know what my dog looks like, and then you realize it's me. Like, she's like more famous than I am. Hi, it's Chloe Kim, and this is my pet Tail. She goes, this is my cute little Australian Shepherd, Reese. She is 4 years old, and she is my best friend. I've always wanted an Australian Shepherd. Like, since I was a kid, I've just always wanted one. So I went online and found her. She was actually all the way in Texas, and the day I was gonna go pick her up, something came up, so my dad had to fly to Texas to go pick her up. So my dad's such a trooper, but he flew to Austin and picked her up there, and then flew back with her like an hour later. And my dad just like walked out of the terminal like with this little chubby spotted dog, and I just put her in my lap, and it was just love at first sight. She like would follow me around everywhere. She was my first puppy. Like I've never had a puppy before, so I had no idea what I was doing. She was like had really bad separation anxiety in the beginning. So I remember like sleeping with her like downstairs in the living room on like a body pillow. So uncomfortable. But I did that for like 3 days, and then I was like, okay, maybe I should just let her, you know, do her thing at night. She actually kind of looked like a Reese's Pieces when I first met her, because she had like these really like dark brown spots, these really white spots, and like her little caramel spots. So I just thought she kind of looked like a Reese's Pieces. So it took me a few days, and then I decided I wanted to name her Reese. Reese has the biggest personality. She is just so down for an adventure. Like the minute I stand up, she's like, okay, cool, where are we going? Like, what are we doing? I'm like, chill, like I'm just gonna go to the bathroom or something. But she'll like always follow me around. She's just down for anything. She loves to play. She loves her ball. She loves squeaky balls. She also loves the little like doggy puzzles where she like does the little puzzles to like find treats. And she's really smart, and she's just a little cuddle bug. She's kind of standoffish sometimes. Like she's like, okay, mom, like stop petting me. Like I don't want love. But the minute she wants love and attention, she'll just snuggle up to you and just like plop on your lap, kind of like this. And then she'll just stay for hours. Reese quickly became like a very important member of the family. When I told my family I wanted a puppy, like an Australian Shepherd puppy, everyone was so against it. Like, because, you know, I understood because I travel a lot, and that would mean like they'd have to take care of her while I was gone. And then we got her, and my sisters came over one day when she was still like a baby. We got her when she was like 8 weeks old. So when she was still a baby, they came, and they instantly fell in love with her because she was like so small and just this cute little bundle of joy and energy. And now they argue over who gets to watch her when I'm gone. It's like my parents want her, but then my sisters one sister wants her, but my other sister really wants her. So they're always just arguing about who gets to keep her.
The soothing rhythm of nature. The certainty of growing things.
The kind of faithfulness that whatever life does, and I think over the last year with the pandemic, this has been very powerful, that however difficult things are, there is a surety that things will grow, and they will flower, and they will die. And that's fine, that's okay, that's part of the rhythm.
Life endures, it happens.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly grounding at a moment when most of us feel like so much is out of control.
It's connecting you with things that feel like they matter. You don't even have to explain why they matter, because they just do, and they also are real. You can't fake it.
Monty Don has been Britain's most famous gardener for decades, hosting BBC Gardener's World for the last 2 from his home at Longmeadow near the Welsh border.
Hello, welcome to Gardener's World.
The show, now available in America, seeing its highest viewership in 10 years. It's exactly the escape we all needed.
That pace of life, which is changing all the time, but at its pace, not yours, not the pace of modern life, and the deep rhythm of it that connects the seasons, is spiritually very rewarding, as well as fun. It's nice, it's good, you know, it's easy, it's not a complicated thing.
For Monty, his career in gardening sprung from a deep depression after closing his jewelry business with his wife, Sarah.
Working in a garden outside has results that very often pharmaceutical efforts don't. And I think that everybody can improve their well-being, if you like, if not their mental illness. So you can improve your mental health by working in a garden. And my goodness, we all need that.
Monty is joined every Friday night in prime time by his 2 popular co-stars. There's Nellie and Patty. Meanwhile, stuck at home, we had all become gardeners.
So these are some of my seedlings. So I think these are kaleettes maybe, or this is kale. Didn't label them, rookie mistake. That's supposed to be salad. This is supposed to be lettuce.
With varying degrees of experience and success.
Come on. Monty just pops these out.
And while it's a global language, our connection with the great outdoors, Monty observes, is culturally pretty different.
And what struck me was the relationship with nature and wilderness and with gardens. You have such impressive wilderness. You know, you have the amazing mountains and deserts and lakes and rivers, you know, they're all bigger and there's just more of them and the distance. So there's a disconnect with your back garden and that. If you want to immerse yourself in nature, you can do a journey and be in as wild a state as anyone in the world.
Right?
Yeah.
I get out, I leave my house.
Yeah, you see, you talk about hiking. We go for a walk. We take the dogs for a walk. We go, you know, I go out the gate and go out across some fields. You go hiking, and you know,
And we wear spandex.
Yeah,
and we
yeah,
I
yeah,
know,
yeah.
the whole
So,
thing.
and that sort of, in some ways, that's wonderful. In lots of ways, it's wonderful. But it sort of makes your yards redundant.
When you were in America, biggest difference?
Well, I suppose the obvious difference is the sort of archetypal suburban American front garden with these lawns running seamlessly down to the sidewalk. And the whole British idea of a garden is somewhere that is private and hedged in, and you don't go into it unless you're invited in. Whereas in America, hey, hi, I'm here. Look at me, I'm the same as you.
It's very much, that's my MO, kind of, on a regular basis. Yeah.
Whereas we say, hello, have we been introduced?
Do you think there's going to be an American gardening renaissance?
Yes.
Kind of we're on the cusp of that.
Absolutely, and not just a renaissance, I think a genuine naissance, a birth. I think that all the great things that we love about America, the energy, the optimism, this sense of making it happen because you want it to happen, can be applied to gardening.
And optimism is central to his BBC show Big Dreams, Small Spaces, also available in the US. It's a makeover show with very British sensibilities.
People have bonkers ideas, and my favorite two things that you do are when people say, you know, I really want to make this model thing and put this moss in here, and you say, lovely. That sounds like a wonderful idea. And the other thing, when people fall in love with tropical plants that are entirely inappropriate for their setting, you tell them such, and 3 months later, they have planted that plant. And you go back and they've ignored everything you said.
That's absolutely right. It's I share all that, and I really. The thing about Big Dreams is obviously is that it's based around ordinary people doing extraordinary things within the context of the. I mean, the more wacky, the better.
Right.
But actually, some of the most moving ones for me have been when people have done something very modest, but it's been big for them. It's not a race. It's not a competition.
And now a new generation is digging in.
A club moss. I have a club moss here.
Greetings. Take a look at this succulent.
Last year on social media, updates and tutorials, even the dawn of the plant-fluencer.
As especially in the rain, they do go over quite quickly.
And for Monty, that meant a younger, more diverse, more global fan base.
I think what's changed because, A, the whole idea of the ecosystem, of ecology, of climate change, are pressing and direct and immediate. And gardens are an expression of that, inevitably.
And we care a lot about that as a
It's your
generation.
consistency, and so you should. You know,
Hmm.
I mean, increasingly I see my role in life is to empower and enable your generation to do something about it.
Right.
Not just talk about it or avoid it. And secondly, I think that you've sort of gone sideways at it. So for example, who would have thought 5 years ago that houseplants would be probably the biggest thing in gardening?
Right.
Nobody. And so what you've done is say, okay, we don't have a garden, let's bring it indoors. There's the internet. You now can talk to each other, you have access, you can show pictures, you can do Instagram. We had none of that. A whole tranche of the population have a very different relationship with their garden because that is their outdoors, that is their relationship to nature. It's not seen as a job or a chore or a duty. It's seen as something that can give to them as well as them do to it. And I just think that gets us back to the basic elements of humanity. It's who we are, it's what we do, and that is empowering.
And luckily, we've got Monty, Nellie, and Patty too, on both sides of the Atlantic, there to lead us.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
And food for thought, arriving in the U.S. as a refugee is certainly a difficult transition, and the pandemic has made that adjustment even more challenging.
But one nonprofit called World Relief Seattle is offering some refugees a glimmer of home in a community garden, helping them grow right here in America. Take a look.
Wow, thank you.
Welcome to Paradise Parking Plots. Once a neglected parking lot on the outskirts of Seattle, this community garden is now host to 44 plots tended by refugee families from 23 different countries.
This is a community garden for refugee and immigrant communities who wanted to grow food from their countries, and they missed seeing that at their local grocery stores.
Tamina Martelli is the program manager for World Relief Seattle, a refugee resettlement organization that built and maintains the garden. She's also no stranger to the struggles faced by the families she helps.
I came to this country from Bangladesh. I was actually underage, and I was living with this American family in a very rural part of Idaho, and I was kind of like a Tootsie Roll in a marshmallow factory. I was one of the only dark people in this entire town. To live in a place that is very, very different often takes time, and it takes patience, and it takes kind of that resilience. I have worked in refugee resettlement related things, kind of creating that type of thing for the last 25 years.
Prem Adhikari, a Bhutanese refugee, has found solace and sustenance here throughout the pandemic, growing vegetables from her homeland.
So this one we call in our language it is chukuruke, but I never found in grocery store in America. We eat every time freezer before, but when I start my gardening, I eat the fresh vegetables.
The pandemic did not stop the garden from hosting its Refugee Youth Summer Academy for ages K through 8. The kids learn about environmental science and work on their English skills.
We're doing some online kind of virtual learning, but we're still doing a portion at the garden, which has been a highlight for the kids to be able to get out of their apartments and to come here.
You can look at different types of vegetables, plants, flowers, and you can just learn a lot of things. For example, we can learn about bees pollinating. So what happens when flowers become pollinated? It turns into fruits. That's right, high five. So sorry.
The summer program also employs interns from immigrant backgrounds. 17-year-old Risa Suho, a Filipino immigrant, says she was placed in special ed classes when she first came to the U.S. because she wasn't in lockstep with her classmates.
When you're told that you're special ed because you can't keep up with other kids, you don't think like, it's the education system failing me, it's the thought that I'm failing myself. It's super important, especially for these younger children, to see someone who's kind of looks like them and can relate to their experience.
Refugees are often incredibly resilient because of so many different things that they have had to go through. Often I will have gardeners tell me, my plants don't know there's a pandemic. Having the power to grow your own food, a virus can't take that away. And that's kind of what we're working towards, is providing solutions that are sustainable over time.
And this amazing program is not ending with the fall harvest. World Relief Seattle is piloting a new winter course for refugee gardeners, too. You can find more about the program on today.com.
It's good. Good for the kids, too.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
We were not but a few steps into Central Park's ramble when...
This guy right here. Yeah. And he's a what? White-throated sparrow.
Until that moment, I assumed all sparrows dressed alike.
So these sparrows are part of kind of the first big wave of migrants that are going to be on their way through the area. And this is a good place to see them.
We are with Cornell University ornithologist Andrew Farnsworth, a sort of Bill Nye of birds, if you will.
Did it surprise you in the last year as COVID and the pandemic took over that people, it seemed like, went crazy for birds? It was not a surprise. This kind of situation where people want to be a part of nature, and especially in a time when there's a lot of emotional challenge and a need to reconnect with something, anything, and the connection with birds because they are beautiful, they sing, they do cool things.
Like that robin you shrewdly observe hanging around all winter. Turns out some are true frequent flyers.
There are some that are residents here, but there are also birds that migrate to New York that spend the winter. There are birds that breed here that leave New York and disappear for the winter. So even though it looks like robin is always here all the time, there's tremendous flux in this species.
Farnsworth has traveled the world, observing, studying birds. An avian ally, it seems sometimes the birds came to him.
Ah, there it is. That is just a great looking bird. I'm sorry. Have you seen the warbler? I'm a little high from that. Warblers are the epitome of spring migration.
Bird watching can be mesmerizing.
Great way to engage and also disconnect both. I like that phrase, engage and disconnect.
Easy enough to see why so many recently flocked to this pastime, like Sheldon Goodrich.
What does it do for you to come out and watch?
It's peaceful. It's I mean, especially now in the spring, the sounds of the birds, sometimes just sitting and hearing the water, hearing the birds, watching the behavior, it's peaceful.
But for birds, the world is not as welcoming as it once was.
How are our friends, the birds, doing these days? That's a good question. It does vary by species, but if we think about bird populations as a whole, in the last 50 years, there have been precipitous declines.
Birds are, in fact, the proverbial canary in the coal mine of the environment. the North American bird population is down by 3 billion since 1970.
If we're thinking about birds as indicators of our environment, what does 3 billion birds lost say about the challenges our ecosystems are facing around the planet?
Nearby, a massive barred owl has been perched for months.
I check her when I can, and most of the time she's there.
Isn't that something?
Oh, it's great. It's great.
As if to remind us that birds are a cherishable but also perishable gift of nature, not to be taken for granted.
And I've been listening to a chorus of birds this morning. House wren. On cue. Could you hear it?
Yes.
And for people who want to get into this, there are so many sites. Cornell, for instance, has this amazing ornithology department. They have a great eBird website. You can get into it. I've seen one for the state of Minnesota. There are all kinds of them to help you take little tiny steps into this amazing avian world. It's just terrific.
I feel more peaceful just after that story.
I wonder if the birds are on Twitter.
Al, do you know the difference between a bird watcher and a birder?
No.
Bird watcher, they say, is just somebody who just observes birds. But a birder is somebody who will travel to go look at birds.
Right.
So I guess
Well,
you're
they
a
keep
birder.
lists. A lot of these folks keep lists, and they want to make sure, I haven't gotten the something sapsucker yet.
Right.
So they take off to go find it. Yeah.
The something sapsucker.
All right. Our local birder, Harry Smith. Thank you, buddy.
The last 6 months, I've seen so many bird watchers.
Bird watcher.
Oh, yeah.
Do you feed the birds when you're out there? Do you bring some crumbs? Is that allowed?
You know, I asked Farnsworth about bird feeders, and he said it's okay. And there are a lot of places, actually in Central Park, where people kind of spread crumbs and stuff. But
I don't know if that was allowed or not.
Thank you, Harry.
We spent a lot of time indoors lately, so why not get out and explore? Well, this morning's Influence Her is a nature lover who is sharing her passion. Rue Mapp is the creator of Outdoor Afro, a nonprofit that encourages Black Americans to embrace the great outdoors. She's already inspired thousands to do it, including Miss Oprah Winfrey herself.
If time and money were not an issue, what would you really be doing? And I opened my mouth and my life fell out. I said I'd probably start a website to help Black Americans connect with nature. And it was like the world opened up.
At 37 years old, Rue was raising 3 kids and finishing up a college degree when she started a blog called Outdoor Afro.
What is Outdoor Afro? I grew up with such an incredible connection to nature and recognized how it had improved my life. But as I continued to get out into nature experiences away from cities, I didn't see enough people who looked like me. And I certainly didn't see us represented in the pages of the glossy magazines that highlight the outdoors. So I started that blog from my kitchen table in 2009.
Today, more than a decade later, that blog has turned into a national nonprofit organization with networks in 30 states, with 40,000 people participating and growing.
We do that through a leadership team of folks that we train to connect people to nature and to really kind of help people get their nature swagger back.
Ooh, nature swagger. I like that. I have to tell you, I'm sitting here thinking about my childhood and growing up. As far as, let's say, going to national parks or some of those kinds of things, I don't remember us really doing that.
We have to really rethink nature, right? Like nature is not only in these hallowed national parks, it's right in your own neighborhood.
Outdoor Afro brings people together for all types of activities.
How to camp, how to fish, how to kayak, those skills. But then there's also the community where you can go out and you can be surrounded by people who are learning right along with you.
Yeah. When did it resonate with you? I think this is going somewhere.
I could see the place that Outdoor Afro could step in and fill some of the gaps that I saw. We are diversity within the diversity. A friend of mine, she's like, Rue, just step out and the net will appear.
A net she has counted on since her 20s after climbing a mountain for the first time.
It is a powerful metaphor, and that's exactly what it became for me. At the moment where I was about to give up, my instructor leans over and he says, Rue, trust your feet. That's when I knew that nature was a healer and a teacher.
In 2010, Rue was part of the think tank that inspired Michelle Obama's Let's Move campaign.
All you kids grow up healthy.
She continues to work with the California State Parks Commission and recently took Oprah hiking earlier this year.
It was so perfect to get out there with Oprah and to talk about the history of redwoods. Those trees tell a story of rebirth and regeneration that I feel all people can connect in and relate to.
I've done several interviews now with experts, and when I ask them how to find peace in the middle of what feels like a stormy situation in this country, one of the top experts said, you know what? Look to nature, soak up the sun, and just breathe.
I always say that you go out in nature and the trees don't know that you're Black. The birds are going to sing no matter how much money is in your bank account. The flowers are going to bloom no matter what your gender is or whether or not you're a Republican or a Democrat. It is truly an equalizer.
There's just so much going on in the country right now. How do you, with what you do, wrap your mind around all of this?
And I ask myself, what is it that I need to be doing right now? How do I show up?
Rue showed up by organizing and leading healing hikes.
It's about people getting out and really finding that healing for themselves. There's a whole range of emotion, trauma, discord that's happening. And we have to still be present for our families. We still have to take care of ourselves. And so I really want people to turn to nature to get the restoration and the healing that they need.
So true. By the way, anyone is welcome to join Outdoor Afro on their adventures.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
On a frosty winter morning, Alice Lewick is suiting up.
You feel warm enough? Yeah. You want an extra pair of gloves?
Alice may be dressed for the sledding hill, but instead, she's headed to Hickory Hill Nature School in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania.
All right, can we hop this? Woohoo!
It's what's called a forest kindergarten, where the children are outside all day, rain or shine, even during the recent snowstorms. Stacy Gummy started the school 5 years ago.
There are days I have to imagine where it is freezing, sleet, rain, or on the other end of the spectrum, it can get really humid and hot. Do the kids complain?
No. Children are very resilient. We all know that. Everybody says it all the time. Here we really realize they're resilient, but we have to start off warm and we have to have the right gear.
Alice began last fall in virtual kindergarten. Her mom, Rebecca, has a health condition that made in-person classes too risky.
Tell me what it was like there in the beginning, trying to get her to sit in front of a computer.
She just wasn't getting the joy that I think she would have been getting in the classroom if we were able to do that. She just wants to be out in the world like so many little kids.
A friend tipped Rebecca off to Hickory Hill, and in November, Alice was one of the few to get off a long waiting list filled with parents looking for a safer alternative to in-person school, one that didn't involve sitting in front of a computer.
We had a wait list of over 40 children, and we have 12 spots per day.
12 spots. Have you ever had any cases of COVID or had to shut down?
None. None. Nope, it hasn't even touched us.
Forest kindergartens are getting new attention during the pandemic, but they started in Denmark in the 1950s and are popular across Europe.
Ready? Let's show her. Look. And you can see they've gotten a lot bigger. They might be salamander. We're not positive. I have to ID it still. So this is not teacher-led. This is child-led. We ask them inquiry questions, and based on that, they follow their interests.
What did this bark come from?
And there's so many studies now that show when a child follows their interests, they retain that information much more readily.
Nature preschools and kindergartens in the U.S. tripled in the past 3 years. The increase coming as children are spending half as much time outside as their parents did.
Many kindergarten teachers are saying kindergarten is now first grade. What we learned in first grade is now learned in kindergarten. So that play is out the window, and it's tough. I think reading and writing and all of that comes very naturally to children because it's fun to learn. However, we are working on life skills. These children are going to be resilient and able to go into a school and communicate with adults wonderfully, with their peers wonderfully, and learn to critical think.
What are they doing?
So they're driving their cars.
Oh, they're driving cars, of course.
But I look at this as they are learning to communicate, work together.
Yeah.
A big component of forest schools, risk-taking.
Go backwards.
Oh,
and pull all your weight. So this is a skill that we have to teach.
And they're so fearless.
Outdoor play that's building a valuable skill set. Climbing trees, test their balance and motor skills.
We are here to this and hear the sap running inside of it.
They're learning to recognize patterns in the animal tracks around the school.
A deer.
And learning to share in my favorite, the mud kitchen.
Can I have some of those ingredients?
Yeah.
Those muddy clothes, they might be the only downside to the parents we spoke to at pickup.
I saw you pull up and you've got a whole organized system. You take the muddy clothes, take those off. You must be used to this by now.
Yep, they come home completely drenched and covered in mud almost every single day. They love it.
The smile after Alice's first day of school, making it all worth it.
I texted Stacey a picture of her face the second she got in the car, and I said, I have not seen this face since March. It makes me just feel such deep gratitude for the fact that she has it back and has had it since.
My name is Herman Hayes, and I make Dilla's Delights Donuts. James Yancey was my oldest sister's son, music producer, and my little knucklehead. My son told me he was going by the name Jay Dilla. I don't know how he created it or why or from. You could probably find out from Questlove or Pete Rock, somebody who probably asked him that question professionally. Dilla worked with so many artists that there's too many for me to name and not leave somebody out. Erykah Badu is Common, Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul. Dilla's father was the leader of the Ivies, which was a local Motown group, along with my sisters being trained as an opera singer and gospel singer. We could tell at a young age that he was just inclined to love music. Wanting to hear music and wanting to play music was in the blood, you know what I mean? But he just took it to another level. Dilla's personality as a kid was a recluse. I was the one he was bugging, you know, because I had the donuts and I would bring the donuts. And with me, he would talk because he knew I was the bearer of the donuts, you know? I have always used drumsticks, even when Dilla was a baby, to turn my donuts. No idea that he would be a drum master. I think he had that sense that went through him that I can communicate and I can touch people through sounds. He was in LA living because of health problems. Common told him, you can come stay with me in Cali. And he went out and lived with Common. I know he had kidney failure. I know he had lupus. They misdiagnosed him a few times because different effects come from lupus. They lose the hair, they have the blotches on the face. It's predominantly a woman's disease. My oldest son had visited him in California. He said, Jay ain't doing too well. A little saddening, and I was hoping he'll come out of it. He'll be fine. He's young. I want people to know that lupus devastated my family. He made his album called Donuts, and like I say, I was shocked. I was grateful, a little stunned by it. It's kind of getting me now because I'm flashing back to February 10th, 2006, and I was like, wow, just blew my mind, We started to honor him by doing lupus walks and raising awareness and raising money through the Alliance for Lupus Research.
Years ago, we started an event called Donuts Are Forever as a way to honor Jay Dilla as a producer that we really love.
People started meeting me and saying, oh, you're the uncle who made the donuts. And this is like, you started this. And I was like, well, no, I'm new to the hip hop scene because these are the kids who embraced him. These are the kids who eventually taught me who Dilla was.
Can I hear you make some noise for the musical legacy of JD? James DeWitt Yancey.
This is the old school artisan way of making donuts. This is the way Dilla's Delights makes our donuts. We raise the dough in proof boxes. We hand cut every donut that comes through here. It's a tedious overnight process. The little sleep that I get, sometimes it's an hour and a half, sometimes it's 2 hours, sometimes it's none. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I don't want to be known as a quitter. I don't want to let Jay down. I don't want to let the family down. I don't know what day it is sometimes, but I know I live some days for him. Dilla's Delights is named Dilla's Delights because me and my niece Sean felt that his two daughters, Paige and Jemiah, would be the delights of his life. And we did not want to open the donut shop without his legacy being honored.
When certain people come up to me and they tell me like what he's done and how their music has like changed them, it's kind of like a wow moment,
He has touched so many people in his short time here. His legacy just continues to live on. The thing I love most about Uncle Herm is he's just very warm and open, and he'll push you to go better.
He seems like he wants the best for you.
Work hard. Don't wait on something to be given to you. If you want it, go get it,
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Excuse me, what size shoe you wear? Can I ask you what size shoe you wear? Can I give you a pair of sneakers for free? Yeah? Here, Mr. Daniel, try these on for me, please. Everything that we do, especially as New Yorkers, starts with our feet. They're good? There you go, man. That's for you. No, thank you, Mr. Daniel. Appreciate you.
Good, because it's a little pain, because all the time with it. And I take it one time off a week, maybe, if I want to take a shower.
Wow.
Yeah.
There are 67,000 less fortunate or homeless people in the state of New York. Almost 2,000 to 3,000 of them are walking around with no shoes on. They're people just like us, and they should not be forgotten. It's From the Soul is a nonprofit organization providing sneakers to the less fortunate. We are a store for them. We do not call them homeless. We call them less fortunate because we believe in one day they will move into a place of becoming fortunate. Companies have now donated towards our organization. Regular people have donated to our organization. Everybody can look into their closet. Every single person can look in their closet and see something that you know you're not gonna wear anymore. Now the bridge between that is something you're not gonna wear anymore and finding who needs it. 2012 till today, we have given more than 30,000 sneakers. My main mission is to educate people that helping the less fortunate can be enjoyable. How you feel? You all right?
No, man. Yeah. You know what's nice is that some of these sneakers I remember growing up really wanting.
I came from Barbados when I was 4 years old, and I've lived in Brooklyn, New York for 41 years now. I worked as a stylist, a client specialist in fashion for 20 years. I'm tired of seeing less fortunate people with no sneakers on, when this sneaker culture is a billion-dollar industry. Every 12 to 13 blocks, there is a sneaker store. How can there be less fortunate people walking around with no comfort? We're asking for gently worn or brand new sneakers. We don't believe in giving anything that we would not put our feet into. I haven't provided in about 2-3 weeks. So because I haven't provided in 2-3 weeks, they're gonna be there waiting for me today. There's 30 sneakers in these 2 bags, and we're gonna make sure that some less fortunate people are walking very comfortable today. My first time going, or first couple of times, I didn't know where to go. But as I continue to do it, I realized that there's 4 areas I go. 14th Street, Union Square, Madison Square Garden, Penn Station, Port Authority Bus Station, Grand Central Station. Those 4 areas, 24/7, they will be there waiting for you. Can I give you a pair today?
Yeah, please,
okay.
Andre.
All right.
You already know I love you.
All right, man.
Everybody out here in the city love Andre.
I'm feeling good, man.
Everybody gonna want to see you.
There you go. And I want to see everybody too, man.
I know you do.
All right, family. Enjoy your day, man. It's From the Soul was started 8 years ago. Me and my friends were playing basketball. I seen a gentleman walking by limping. And I looked down, he had on no shoes and no socks. What size shoe you wear? 9.5? I got you. So I ran up to the gentleman and I said, excuse me, sir, can I ask you what size shoe you wear? He told me to leave him alone, get out of his face. And I said, I'll leave you alone if you just tell me what size you wear. He said the last time he remembered he wears size 10. Something in me that I said, how many more less fortunate people are in this city like this gentleman? I gotta look in my closet and see how many sneakers I have that I don't wear.
Thank you.
All right, lovely. Thank you, family. Thank you. Thank you. I started walking around New York City every day in my closet grabbing sneakers that I didn't even wear, looking for people who wear from 10 to 12 and started providing my sneakers to them. When my sneakers ran out, I started asking all my friends and their family for their sneakers. And then that's how It's From the Soul grew. Can I give you a pair of sneakers for free? Yeah, follow me, please. Try these on for me, please. Some nice, good New Balance, super light, comfortable.
What's up?
What's going on, man? How are you? Hey, what's up? How's everything?
Good, good.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be with you, okay? We tie their sneakers for them. Help them put their sneakers on. We want them to feel dignity. We want them to feel like they're coming into a sneaker store. You do? Okay. The new 580s, so when you step down, it has that cushion in it. That makes it more comfortable.
Yeah, I need a car. I just had an operation.
Yes, well, bless you, man. Bless you. A lot of the less fortunate people, they don't understand, why would you want to give me something that you probably can sell? So we have to change the narrative and let them know we are here to help. We are not here to get anything from you. All right, yeah, Mildred, yeah. They fit, right? Oh, yeah, there they go, there you go. The things that I usually complain about, shows me that the things that I complain about, they really don't matter. Because now other people are providing for less fortunate, and they send us the video, they send us the picture, so that we could see that we have inspired them. So now that this organization is growing the way it is, now that people feel the need that they need to give out of their closet or give their resources, it's just an incredible feeling.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
The impact boxing has had on my life has been something that I would have never imagined from when I first started. Boxing has a negative connotation. Typically, we think violence and we think fighting and we think anger, and it's actually the opposite. It teaches you control and release. Boxing has allowed me to take my story and feel strong enough in order to help others start their story, start their process, feel good about themselves. My name is Jessica Margulies. I am a teacher for autistic children for New York City. I also am a trainer at Title Boxing.
Welcome to Title Boxing Club.
Cross, hook, cross. Good job, back it up. I started Spectrum Bout about 5 years ago. I started boxing in order to alleviate stress from the job of working with children with special needs. I felt confident, strong, and it hit me, this would be such a great feeling for children with special needs to feel. There's something really structured about boxing. I hit, you hit. I follow a sequence, 1, 2, 3. Children who are on the spectrum love structure. Some kids that could not be coordinated in anything else, parents had told me. As soon as they put on the boxing gloves, it just clicked. Good, Joshua, stay here, stay ready. Jab, jab, cross, jab, jab.
Joshua started this. He wanted to do boxing because he's very, whatever way the wind blows, if you will, if something he wants to get into, he'll say, Mom, I'd like to try that.
Boxing, it's the sport of combat, and me and my brother are very interested in it. A way you'll stay fit, strong, and brave.
When I tell people I'm teaching kids with autism how to box, I get either a shocked look, a nervous look that I would get from parents, a little, I'm not sure about this, but a lot of the times I've been getting a positive, loving feedback from this program.
Cross, hook, cross.
I've been working with children with autism for over 11 years now. I worked in early intervention, so at 2 years old, the kids can get classified. And I just fell in love with everything about it. Kind of like boxing. From the outside, it looks very aggressive, a lot of challenges, but it's actually opposite. I loved the challenge and the hard work and the patience that it took in order to help someone progress through life in a positive way.
Joshua is a very engaging individual. He likes to meet people, he likes to engage them in conversation, and he likes to tell them the things he likes to do.
My pet lizard name is Frederick.
He loves to talk about his dragon lizard. He loves to talk about his favorite foods. He loves to talk about places he's been. My husband and I first found out that there was a problem, I think it was about 7 or 8 years old. Little did we know at that time we were going to go down the same road as we did with his older brother, who was already diagnosed with autism. Jabari got the word of being autistic when I was pregnant with Joshua. So we were ultimately able to get Joshua into the same school as his brother. He'll be graduating in June, and we're looking at to what his next step is going to be.
I've seen many changes in him since he started doing boxing. With boxing, he developed discipline. If Joshua was mad about something, he would deal with the situation in a way that's probably not appropriate. But since he's been doing boxing, he takes time out to analyze the situation first and then, express himself rather than just like being upset about it. It's really made him more disciplined, more controlled, and I can see him becoming a man.
I always tell parents this program is actually a teaching tool for those aggressive students that don't have an outlet to release that aggression and they're holding it in all day, or maybe they're acting upon it. But we teach them here, we only hit when our gloves go on.
I think he likes engaging with others, the sparring. I think it's given him a sense of confidence as well because he's a lot calmer than what he used to be. The world at times could be a very cruel pace, and you're just hopeful that there will be people who will understand our kids and help them.
What I'm most proud of what I've done about this program is giving these kids a voice, an outlet, a place to release, a place to feel accepted and know that they have every right and opportunity that you and I have. They need to feel it's okay to be frustrated, it's okay to not know the answer, it's okay to be scared, but they are strong and they deserve every opportunity. And I think I've given them a place to learn all of that.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
I remember when I first started playing Scrabble in jail, kept my mind off everything, which really helped me, you know. It just got really, really scary for a while, but I'm just glad I'm out helping other people.
You're a miracle man.
I'm thankful
Yeah?
that I made it out on the other side, because there's a lot of people that don't.
And look at the good Scrabble player you've become.
My name is Doug Bopst, and I'm from Timonium, Maryland.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I was 14
5,
years old when I
6,
first started smoking
7,
pot.
8.
I remember taking my first hit off a marijuana pipe, and I felt like that any worries, any pain, any fears I had were gone, you know, when I was high. One thing led to the next, and I started doing painkillers, and one 5 milligram Percocet snowballed into me putting a few 100 milligrams of Oxycontin up my nose every day, and really, really going down a path that I thought I was gonna either end up rotting in jail or being dead. I got arrested on Cinco de Mayo 2008. I was riding around with a few of my friends to go pick up some Oxycontin, and I had a half pound of pot in my trunk, $2,000 in cash, and we were going to make a drug deal to pick up some pills. I see a cop running radar. I flash my high beams thinking that would like prevent him from seeing my busted headlight, and he pulls me over, you know, and one thing led to the next, and I'm out of the car, I'm in handcuffs, he searches it, and I knew at that point my life was over. I reported to jail a few weeks later, a week after my 21st birthday. I was crying, I was, you know, high as a kite on opiates, and I detoxed in there cold turkey for several weeks of all the, you know, horrible withdrawal symptoms you hear about from opiates. It feels like you're trying to crawl out of your own skin, for one. You're vomiting regularly, you're going to the bathroom regularly, you got stuff coming out of you, you don't know where it's coming from, you feel like a zombie almost, a lot of pain, a lot of aches, a lot of anxiety. Because for me, I was self-medicating with the opiates. I wanted to numb the pain, I didn't even think about my life anymore. Obviously, there's an opiate epidemic, there's a drug epidemic, but I think there's also like a big mental health epidemic. And I think instead of people, you know, raising their hand and saying, hey, I need help, because it's so stigmatized to admit that you have depression or you have anxiety or you have bipolar or whatever, we choose to deal with that in unhealthy ways and easy ways, you know, such as drugs and such as other addictions. So this is a workout routine I got when I was incarcerated, and it was from my cellmate. And my cellmate was the one who really helped me, you know, find fitness and got me into working out. And so I wanted to keep this as a good luck charm. So I actually met my cellmate at the Scrabble table, and he was like, what are you doing here, man? He like looked at me, he's like, what's a guy like you doing? And you don't belong here. I saw him that night working out, and I was like, man, what's this guy doing? He's doing like thousands of push-ups. He's like, you know, running all these laps and doing all these ab exercises. He was like, you're gonna start working out with me. And I was like, dude, are you serious? Like, there's no way I'm working out. And then one night I was like, you know, what do I have to lose? And I decided to give it a try. And I remember getting down to a push-up. Couldn't do a push-up. Couldn't even do one from my knees. And with his motivation, training me in there every day and being on me, holding me accountable, giving me a little food plan in there, I was able to do 10 push-ups and run a mile by the time I left jail. And I felt like this light bulb go off in my head, and slowly but surely, I ended up losing 40, 50 pounds and getting to a place fitness-wise where I wanted to help other people use fitness to change their lives, and that's what inspired me to become a personal trainer.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good. What's up?
Not much. You ready to work hard?
Yep.
There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really rotate your hips. There you go. 1, 2, 3.
We were introduced by someone who's in the recovery community.
20 seconds left, let's go.
You know, and I've got some history in my family and stuff like that, so it's nice to kind of own that, be authentic about it, be able to talk to somebody about it, in addition to, you know, the whole fitness thing.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get some water, all right? Good job, man. I'll see you Sunday, all right? Hey.
Doug, how you doing?
Good, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How are you?
All right.
Grandma. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How are So you? when I got out of jail, I went to live with my grandparents. And my grandparents took me in. They had some pretty strict guidelines. They said, you can live here, but we'll, you know, we won't charge you rent. We'll feed you and all that stuff. But, you know, you're going to bring us receipts for any money we give you. You know, you're going to work out. You're going to have a job. You're going to make your bed. You're going to be respectful. You're going to come home at certain times. You're going to let us know where you are. And if not, like, you're out. And that was kind of what I needed, was that tough love.
I can recall when you came to live with us, it was quite clear at that point that you were focused completely.
You held up your end of the bargain, and you did well.
If I hadn't gotten arrested, I'd be dead. I really would be dead, because I was going down a path that, you know, I was snorting enough painkillers to kill a horse, and it was just a really, really bad time in my life. When I was in jail, it was a real big turning point for me, and it really helped me turn a negative into a positive, because I had a lot of laughs in there. You know, I remember from where I was when I first got there to where I left, and I saw the transformation, and it's made me who I am today. Come on, Frank! Come on, Frank! Stuff's still gonna happen, because life does happen, but it's like, what kind of tools are you using when that stuff happens? And, you know, going for a run, you know, working out with a friend, or going for a walk can all be positive things you can do to feel better about yourself when you're struggling.
We are getting ready to go, baby.
Heading to Japan.
Tokyo, here we come.
Good morning from Tokyo. Today's home away from home.
This is our Today Show Olympic workspace. Our writers, our producers, our crews. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's Olympic headquarters overlooking the iconic Rainbow Bridge. We didn't pay the light bill, so they haven't turned the lights on yet. The Olympic rings aren't lit up yet, but guess what? I'm lit up. We're halfway through the first week of the Olympic Games, so we thought we'd give you, hey, look at that! Just like that! Bam! Oh, the power. We're going to give you an inside look behind the scenes, from how we get our show on the air each day to how the athletes prepare for the biggest competition of their lives. We're going to introduce you to the teams working around the globe and around the clock, bringing you more than 7,000 hours of Olympic coverage all across NBC platforms, making the Tokyo Olympics the biggest media event of all time. This year, we all had one goal in mind: staying safe. Take a look at how we got here and how we're working to bring you the Olympics during this unprecedented time. Woo-hoo! Tokyo, here we come. Taking off for Tokyo, an event much anticipated by athletes, the audience, and even Today Show anchors.
Okay, heading to Japan. I'm dressed like the athletes. I'm going to be wearing all red, white, and blue.
It's not easy getting somewhere in the time of COVID. We've got all those safety precautions, and this is no exception. Well, we left Saturday at 1:30, and now it is 4:10 Tokyo time, and we are officially here. Let the games begin. Tokyo, nearly 7,000 miles from New York City, and there are a lot of steps to go through before even getting on the ground. I'm going to go find Craig, our executive producer Tom Mazzarelli, and start to make our way to customs COVID protocol. There we go. Testing at home, testing at the airport, checkpoints, lines, and more checkpoints. Making our way in line. We've got our OSHA stuff, and now it's check out, I guess, more COVID stuff.
Almost there.
So close, so close. Smooth sailing for Craig and our executive producer to get their COVID test results. Me, not so much. So your testing numbers come up on this board. Craig's came up, Tom's came up about 10 minutes ago. I'm still waiting. We all went together. So this is the first hitch, at least for me. Oh well. So far, what are you gonna do? And a negative test result is required to enter. And so I wait. All right, gentlemen. Well, I've got to get another test, so boom. See you guys later.
Hopefully. Good luck now.
All right, we'll see you at the hotel.
We're with you.
But finally, after 4 hours at the airport, well, made it. At the hotel in Tokyo, and it is gorgeous. Where I still have to quarantine along with everybody else. For safety, we're broadcasting from our hotel, making it work and home all in one.
Good morning from Tokyo. Today's home away from home.
There are ways to make quarantine fun. For example, Savannah using the time to work out in her room because we can't go to the gym or even really outside. The only times we are allowed out is for a 15-minute-a-day walk. Walking, more walking. Though short, it is a chance to discover some treasures unique to Tokyo, like the endless vending machines. Japan has the most vending machines per capita, more than 4 million. Keir Simmons is out of quarantine and experiencing some more of what Japan has to offer.
Oh, my brother, when you get free from quarantine, you're literally going to be able to breathe again by visiting ancient forests like this one. One thing you should note, the bears roam free here too.
But we can't forget why we're really here, the games. And even though we've had to test and prepare for this, it's nothing compared to what these athletes have been working so hard for.
Go get it!
Oda spending the day cheering on the women's gymnastics team as they brought home the silver medal in the team competition.
Oh my God, look who's here. Wait, look.
Oh, just go.
As the competition heats up in Tokyo, athletes swinging by our studio with their medals. And even though COVID has prevented the normal audiences from being in the stands, we all still cheer on our athletes and appreciate the hard work everyone's put in to making these games a reality. We're just getting started. Stick around for more never-before seen behind-the-scenes footage from here in Tokyo and how we actually get our broadcast on the air each morning. Plus, later, Savannah will be joining us live. If the Today team had an Olympic sport, what would it be? Eating. That's right. We are world champion eaters.
Okay, if today had an Olympic sport, there's only one sport it could be. Okay, it takes precision, it takes brains, it takes finesse, and it takes drinking. Beer pong. Okay, beer pong. Can you picture Roker? He dominates beer pong.
Today's show team had an Olympic sport. I think it would be speed walking because we're always walking really fast from set to set, outside of the plaza, inside, up the stairs, down the stairs. That's really the only thing we're good at athletically.
If the Today team had an Olympic sport, it would probably be talking, just yapping. Because let's not kid ourselves, that's essentially what we do, right? And no one does it better than Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie. And my God, Roker's been yapping nonstop for 40 years. So yeah, we take the gold and just run in our mouths.
And welcome back. We're here live in Tokyo. I'm here with my friend Bob. We're giving you a behind-the-scenes look at how everyone here at NBC works to bring the Olympic Games to you at home. So how does the show get on the air? That's what I was wondering, Bob. Take a look. This is what you see at home.
Welcome to Today and welcome to Tokyo. It is great to have you with us on this Monday morning.
Sweeping views of Tokyo Bay. State-of-the-art Olympic venues.
We got ushered off to the bus and then onto the village.
Gold medal hopefuls roaming the athletes' village.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
To go back to the village, I was exhausted.
But what you don't see is our village.
Look at this. Wow.
Meet the Today Show team responsible for producing a one-of-a-kind morning show in a one-of-a-kind year.
In COVID times here in Tokyo, we have to be really careful about how and when we shoot. We have special permission to shoot today at Skytree, but we had to come in before the general public came in.
And can you tell we're just a little bit excited to be here? This is our Today Show workspace. We've got writers and producers all gathering everything that you see in the morning. It's sent to New York, cut together, and put together in snippy little packages for your consumption. The biggest adjustment? The 13-hour time difference.
Here in New York, we have shifted our schedule so we start later at night to match our team in Tokyo's hours. That way, when they send back video, we can grab it and put it into our stories for the morning.
It is 1:45 right now. We still have a few more hours before air, luckily, so we have more time to put it together, but hope you guys are doing well.
A few hours before we hit the airwaves.
Can I get revised questions for some?
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Team Tokyo. Maz, how we doing?
We have our morning rundown meeting.
The rundown is sort of the Bible of the show. It's the chapter and verse for what we're doing from top to bottom. It's the order, it's who's doing what, when they're doing it, and where they're doing it. And hopefully we stick to it, but a lot of times it changes all the way through the end of the show.
So, Maz, can you walk us through the first half hour?
Guys, I got a rundown.
You need a pronouncer? You need a prono?
After the rundown meeting, it's a complicated ballet between the Tokyo team and our New York control room.
The biggest challenge is just the communication amongst everybody. You have producers over in Tokyo shooting stories. They're talking to producers back in New York who are editing them. They have to be on the same page. As far as the control room, it's here in New York. All the talent, the cameras, stage manager, they're in Tokyo. The stage manager acts more as a director for me since I can't be there. It's just a lot of coordination, a lot of communication to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Once we get closer to that 7 a.m. start time, it's all hands on set.
Hi.
over here, we've got our actual set. So you can see this is where it all happens, right here. There's our set. There's our stage manager, Yosef. It's all happening right here for today, behind the scenes.
In 5, 4, 3.
But even across 13 time zones and nearly 7,000 miles, our village comes together to wake you up with those same familiar smiles.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Thank you for joining us on this Wednesday morning.
So we're joined now by our executive producer, Tom Mazzarelli, better known as Maz. Maz, good to see you.
Hello, Al. How are you?
I'm looking at you on camera. I didn't realize what a handsome man you are.
Just stop lying. Stop lying.
All right, so let's talk about some of the big moments so far. 17-year-old swimmer Lydia Jacoby winning the gold.
Yep.
Shocks the Nation shows up on set for interviews. So how does this happen? How does she get from winning that medal to getting here on the Today Show?
Well, it's funny. I'm going to back you up even a little bit more. A couple weeks ago, Chanel did a profile of the teen swimmers on Team USA.
Right.
And there were like 10 or 11 of them. I think she did them. They were in Hawaii training. And I remember she did the piece, and one of the things that stuck out was this Lydia girl saying, I've never been able to swim in an Olympic-sized pool before. Where she lives in Alaska, it was not that size. And I'm like, how is that even possible? She made the team. She must be amazing. Cut to, 3 or 4 days ago, this girl wins it. And everyone's like, I remember thinking, that's the girl without the pool up in Alaska. So we say, we got to get her on. And there's this whole thing called managing victory, right? It's this whole system that we sort of NBC and the Olympics teams have set where they sort of go right from the pool to the mix zone, which is where they do the interviews right afterwards. And then they start their interview process. And we are usually first. And it sort of works with the clock that way. So we then end up getting her here. You've got to clear all the COVID protocols, right? You got to make sure that she's not sort of swimming again the next day and all these other things. And, lo and behold, bang, she's here. And it's fantastic.
In fact, our viewers have been asking questions. We got Debbie on Instagram asking, how are you managing being on the air late at night when this is actually past our bedtimes?
I kind of like it.
Yeah?
You like it?
Yeah,
right?
it's not bad. Yeah. It really is.
It's, for the most part, I mean, I like getting up in the morning and sort of I'm just so used to it, as are you. I do like the idea of having the whole day to plan.
Sure.
Like, I'd say I'd rather have we're on locally here at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
I'd say like a 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock would be perfect.
You can plan all you want, but this is, we shine when there's breaking news. Yeah. Take me behind the scenes when Simone Biles, drops out.
Yeah. Controlled chaos, controlled chaos that was that show.
Exactly.
Well, one of the things that we going into these games, we knew that there would be events taking place live on our air, which is rare. That doesn't usually happen.
Right.
And it would be going through the 9:30 hour. And so we're like, okay, this is good. We're going to lean into this. Little did we know that this major news would happen. I think it happened at like 7:18 in the morning. So we just scrapped the rundown, changed everything happening at 7:30, and slowly but surely we were learning information about Simone. It was an injury, and then it was not an injury, then it would involve some sort of focus or mental health issue, and then all these things were playing out, and then they competed.
Right.
The Russians win, we win the silver. Then she speaks to Hoda after. That all happened within like a 90-minute window.
Wow. And then we had to update for our West Coast affiliates and all that.
We were on them like midnight.
Yeah. The other big breaking news is that we now have a mascot, the Today Show mascot.
We've been waiting a very long time. I think there was J. Fred Muggs, and now there's been a 60-year window that we need to fill.
And so we've got our mascot head here, but you can see there's the mascot. We haven't named her yet, but this is the person behind the mascot, inside the mascot, I should say. Well, Phoebe Weiner, good to see you.
Good to see you, Al.
So how did you end up inside the costume?
So a couple weeks before I left, Evan Klupt, the director of production management, started CCing me on these emails saying, I'm so sorry, ... And there were some, markups of what the costume would look like, and I didn't really understand. And then slowly but surely, it became very clear that I would be wearing this when I got to Tokyo.
And what amazes me is your mom called you after seeing the mascot and said, was that you in the mascot?
Yes, I was a little bit embarrassed, and I didn't really want to tell people that it was me, but I think they kind of figured it out.
Well, I think I speak for Maz.
Thank you. Can I just interrupt for a second and just say, Phoebe is an incredibly cultured Japanese scholar.
That's right. A Fulbright scholar.
Fulbright scholar. Speaks Japanese fluent. We brought her here for that. Bonus is she's a fantastic mascot.
That's right. And just remember the name, Phoebe Weiner. She'll be running NBC News in about, 5 years.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm already packing my office, by the way.
There you go. That's why we're all being nice to Phoebe.
Yes.
She's going to be our boss. Phoebe, thanks so much. Nez, thank you,
Thanks,
bud.
Al.
When we come back, a look at how the athletes prepare to compete. Plus, Savannah Guthrie joining us live. Don't go away. What do I eat for breakfast? Here, I'm waking up at the same time, and so I'm having my usual breakfast of champions. Little tiny chocolate donuts.
For breakfast, since I was a walking zombie, I grabbed whatever was closest at the buffet. So I think it was an omelet. I think I had bacon and some form of potatoes.
Well, breakfast was dinner, so I ate a full-on honkin' plate. I had eggs, salmon, toast. I ate with broker.
What color were your eggs?
Orange.
What color are they?
Yes. It's like they're like red. The eggs are funky.
They taste good, but they're orange.
And how was your? What'd you do for
Well,
breakfast
I
today?
didn't eat breakfast. I don't usually, so then I had a Luna bar because we went over to swimming.
I know. I'm still getting adjusted, so I'm not a breakfast person usually, but today I was.
Welcome back to today's Olympic headquarters in Tokyo. We're pulling back the curtain, giving you an exclusive look at the Tokyo Games. And now it's time to see what goes on behind the scenes as the world's greatest athletes prepare to compete.
Kalish is going to win gold for the United States, and Litherland is trying to make it a 1-2 finish for the Americans.
Before the medals, the events,
and that will get through. And here comes McClenny to try and win it, and the United States walks it off.
and the COVID testing.
A few items that are essential to our living here in the village. Every day we spit into one of these.
All 600 plus athletes had to get to Tokyo.
It's time for Tokyo. Let's get after it.
The journey full of airport shenanigans, including the U.S. women's volleyball team giving their own That's So Raven impressions. But finally, all the athletes making it and ready for the next stop, Olympic Village. U.S. Olympian April Ross speaking to Savannah, giving her the inside scoop on living in the village.
Tell me about your movements, what you're able to do, what you're able to see.
It feels pretty normal. We're allowed to go to the cafeteria whenever we want. We wear gloves. We use a lot of hand sanitizer all the time. We can take buses out to the High Performance Center, to the venue, and it's pretty free-flowing. You know, there's lots of guidelines, but to be honest, it feels decently normal here in the village.
U.S. rower Michelle Schexer echoing April's sentiments.
I do feel very comfortable here. It's unfortunate, I think, that it is, receiving some of the negative press that it is, but honestly, in the village, I feel safer there than I have in any city in the States in the past 18 months.
But there is one thing we keep hearing about.
So I've been getting this question over and over again.
I've been getting this question a lot.
So let's dive into it.
Those cardboard beds.
Okay, so it is cardboard.
Even under here, everything is cardboard, so you might think they're not very sturdy. Let's test it out.
Hey, oh, she's sneezing. So peaceful. Probably the only one who could sleep on the bed.
U.S. men's volleyball player Eric Shoji showed TikTok a full tour of his dorm room.
Let's go. We have a fridge, a microwave, some coffee. Oh my gosh, our trash. This is our little living room, kind of small. And the best part is our balcony view. And
Grace Luzak from U.S. Rowing giving her own behind-the-scenes tour.
No Japan tour would be complete without the super tech-savvy toilet.
And yes, laundry still has to get done, even in the Olympic Village.
Yeah, what's happening is I'm doing about 10 people's laundry.
The women's gymnastic team choosing not to stay in the village after an alternate member on the team tested positive, but had some fun of their own
in a hotel nearby. And we can't forget about the food. Japan is known for their cuisine, and these athletes are digging in.
Welcome to dinner.
In the Olympic Village, there are 2 dining halls. There's the main dining hall, and then there's the casual dining hall, which is all Japanese food. So Kalika and I are checking out tonight. Let's see what we got. First up, salmon salad. Yeah. Teriyaki beef, rice ball / musubi. And this is okonomiyaki. It's like a savory Japanese pancake. This food is so good.
Of course, they are also here to compete. But as they wait for their moment, several attempted the latest viral TikTok challenge. Oreos pass the Oreo. Team USA making the
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love
it! More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
A lifetime experience on and off the field.
Go Team USA.
Go USA!
And taking us along for the ride every step of the way.
Love seeing all those athletes behind the scenes.
Fun.
Well, of course, you know this nice lady, Savannah Guthrie, helping us with our behind-the-scenes special.
I love this show.
Yeah, it's like today at night, kind of. Like,
today after dark.
Oh yes,
it's getting dangerous.
Well, speaking of that, what do you think about doing the show when it's like dark, pitch dark out?
I like it. I mean, we're morning people,
sure.
But this is fun. I could get used to this. You sleep in, you take a little nap in the afternoon. It's good. I like it. Do you like it?
I do, although, it's still, every now and then I kind of like, okay, wait, what time is it?
Yeah, I mean, I like our hours, but but this is a nice change.
This is all right. Maybe we'll keep this up when we get back. What's been your favorite moment so far?
I loved doing the opening ceremony. I still loved when the drones were up in the air.
By the way, you and Mike Tirico were amazing.
We had so much fun, and I had never done it before, so that was really cool. When they put the drones up in the air, it was like, I've never seen anything like that in my life. I'm not sure that anything's been done like that. 1,800 drones, and it looked like planet Earth. Yeah. It was beautiful. It was truly beautiful.
Yeah, one of the things I find kind of interesting is how this dance that goes on. But again, even here with the Olympics, we had that breaking news with the Simone Biles.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? Because you and Hoda, Hoda was at the gymnastics center, but you were here kind of honchoing this thing. What was that like?
It was crazy because we kind of just shifted into breaking news mode, but it was about the Olympics. It was literally the last thing anyone would have expected. And right away, I mean, luckily we have, we have the best team in the business.
We do.
They kind of blew up the whole rundown that was planned and started booking live guests. I think we woke up Mike Tirico in the middle of the night.
He said he had just poured some bourbon. He was about to come down.
Well, he seemed totally sober.
I know.
I don't think he had had any yet.
He didn't have it.
And he's such a good sport. He came down. You know, we're in the hotel. Our set is right at the hotel, so he's probably up in his room. He came down. We started getting the gymnastics analysts on, and you know, it was all unfolding on our air. And Hoda was there,
right?
So she was watching what was happening, and at first we didn't know, you know, was it a physical injury? Then we learned it had to do something with her mental health, and so it was just we kind of shifted into that mode, and you know, it's pretty extraordinary, and I'm so proud of the other athletes who really stepped up and rose to the occasion. They're incredible.
What is it? You know, when we come to the Olympics, it's a whole different thing because we get to spend time together that we don't normally, because look, let's face it, we've got families and all that, but here it's such unadulterated us time.
It's fun. It's like camp. It's like Today's Show camp, and it's really special. And we, you know, it's true because when we're back home, you know, we have our families, we've got kids at school and all that stuff. Here, you know, we get to have our meals together. We go on these little adventures together. And even with the pandemic, we've gone on the bus tour. We had Japanese lunch today, which will be on the show this morning. And it's fun, you know. It's just a different kind of time, and not just those of us that you see on camera, but all of our producers
all of our crews and everybody else. Well, look, I know you've got, we're on the air live in 30 seconds.
I know.
30 minutes.
It's 30 seconds. Oh, my God, I gotta go.
30 minutes.
Yeah,
so you got homework to do.
Yes.
All right. Thanks for joining us for a behind-the-scenes look today at the Olympic Games. Stay tuned to Today all day throughout the day. More interviews with all your favorite Olympians. Bye-bye.
Bye.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world. More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Wednesday morning, and we're kicking it off with Talking Tokyo. We all know that Hoda is one of Simone Biles' biggest fans, but you know who else is? Taylor Swift. The pop star sang Simone's praises in a new promo that aired last night in primetime. Take a listen.
Now for those Olympic moments that have everyone talking, it's time for Talking Tokyo. It's become one of our favorite segments.
We love Talking Tokyo. First, Simone Biles. Hard to imagine anyone could be a bigger Olympic fan of Simone than Hoda. But she may have some competition. Get this, Taylor Swift sang Simone's praises in a new promo that aired ahead of Simone's bronze-winning beam performance in prime time last night. Take a listen.
Throughout the last week, her voice has been as significant as her talents. Her honesty as beautiful as the perfection that had long been her signature. But don't you see? It still is. She's perfectly human. And that's what makes it so easy to call her a hero.
Pretty cool, right? Well, Simone thought so too, writing on Twitter, "I'm crying, how special, I love you, Taylor Swift." Taylor then was feeling the love. She responded to Simone, "I feel so lucky to have gotten to watch you all these years, but this week was a lesson in emotional intelligence and resilience. We all learned from you." I mean, it's just it's just ladies' night on the Twitter.
I know, but truer words never spoken.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
Next up, guys, you've probably seen pictures like this a million times. Olympic champions striking that iconic podium pose, biting down on their medals. So the tradition, it's linked to decades of winners wanting to test the authenticity of the gold. But organizers of this year's games took to Twitter to set the record straight on one thing, joking, we just want to officially confirm that the Tokyo 2020 medals are not edible. Our medals are made from material recycled from electronic devices donated by the Japanese public. So you don't have to bite them, but we know you still will. Funny enough, those recycled first place medals weigh around 1.3 pounds. That's less than 1 ounce. 1 ounce of that is gold plating. The rest is pure silver. And by the way, there's been some talk among athletes, current and past, that the medals that they're wearing this year, they say that it's like the heaviest medal that they've ever had at an
Ember
Olympic
Phelps
Games.
told us that, and he
That's
knows.
right. He should
he's got
know.
like 23 of them. He said these are the thickest, heaviest medals he's ever felt.
Pretty cool, heavy metal. We like that. On to something that's been catching our eye over in Tokyo. Athletes' statement-making fashion. Everything from colorful Olympics-themed nail art to serious body ink. These trends are taking center stage. Latest style sweeping the game, something I want to try. Athletes rocking brightly dyed hair and colorful accessories showing their team spirit. Maybe you noticed the Kenyan volleyball player sporting her nation's flag colors and a box braid updo. Or Team USA's Christina Clemens channeling the 90s with some fun butterfly clips. How about Naomi Osaka representing the Japanese flag with white and red braids? So you think this is something you might work in, Craig?
I don't think I could pull it off. I think Savannah probably could.
You know, I would like to. I
Yeah.
mean, I've always wanted pink hair, but I'm not sure. What do you think?
I think you could do that.
Okay, well.
And I think Craig could get the South Carolina flag kind of
Oh, yeah.
painted in there.
The old Palmetto State. Maybe you could get a
On
little.
the side?
Yeah.
Get the palmetto tree
Yes.
Exactly.
and the half crescent moon there.
Okay. All
Okay.
right. We'll put
We're
it
gonna
under
work on
advisement. Hoda's off, guys. We do have a boost, though, and for many athletes, one of the most challenging aspects of the Tokyo Games, as you know, has just been the long time away from their families. So that has made for some really sweet reunions back home. And look at this adorable one. There goes little 2-year-old Willow Whitlock running toward her daddy, British gymnast Max Whitlock, when he arrived in London yesterday. She is jumping for joy to see her father. He is just as excited to see her. He gives her a big hug. So sweet. He captured
showing
gold
her
in
the
the men's
medal.
pommel horse on Sunday. He has 5 other Olympic medals from London and Rio, but his first medal as a dad.
Special.
Really cute.
Up next on Today Talks, a look at how cats became a treasured part of Japanese culture. Stay with us.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Natalie Morales is here to tell us how Japan became so crazy about cats. Take a look.
This next story is perfect for athletes hoping for a good luck at the Olympics.
Natalie Morales here to tell us how Japan came. They've really become crazy about cats.
They are crazy about cats. You've seen all the cat cafes throughout Tokyo, right? Well, this morning here in Japan, the beckoning cat has become a symbol of prosperity and good fortune. And I looked into where this cat craze came from and visited the temple where legend has it, it all started.
Japan is well known to be the land of sushi and samurai, but among cultural icons, there is but one who is most well known in Asian cultures, the lucky cat. waving feline is actually Japanese, called Maneki Neko, which translates to beckoning cat. And he has been beckoning prosperity and good fortune for centuries.
According to one legend, it all started here at the Godokuji Temple in Tokyo, when a local ruler was saved from a lightning bolt by a cat beckoning him into the temple for safety. Today, thousands of these cat statues are left here by visitors every year, praying for good luck.
This one left as a prayer for a healthy birth. And prayer cards adorned with Maneki Neko are also believed to make your wishes come true. A lucky cat with the left paw raised, supposed to bring wealth and good luck. The right attracts customers to a place of business. Perhaps some of Japan's cat folklore, though, comes from the animal's real historical significance, dating back to the early 1600s, when an imperial decree freed all cats in Japan as a form of pest control, primarily to protect the rice and silk farming industry. Cats have enjoyed revered status in Japan ever since, most famous among them, Hello Kitty. But the lucky cat is seen just about everywhere in some form or another. In this Tokyo neighborhood, lucky cats dot the landscape. At this fish cake shop, a wish to bring in business.
It's supposed to attract a lot of customers.
And here at this cafe, cats are king. Cat-themed pastries, the little art project.
Here's my Maneki Neko.
Just next door, Tokyo's only Maneki Neko Mart, exclusively selling lucky cats of all shapes and sizes. If you needed any more evidence of Japan's cat worship, here in one of Tokyo's busiest areas, Shinjuku, a giant 3D screen was erected right before the Olympics, showing a huge lifelike cat. People come here all hours of the day to watch the cat. Or perhaps it is the cat watching over us. And for all the athletes, what better luck than lucky cats to bring them good fortune and success?
Well, Tamira's got her bronze. She doesn't need any more good fortune. She's doing great. But here's how you decode the cat, the meaning with the paws again. The left paw, when it's raised, it's inviting wealth and good luck. The cat's with the right paw raised is inviting customers and good fortune. I think you should just get one with both paws raised and you cover all your bases. And also there are different meanings to the colors of the cat. The white cat is supposed to symbolize purity. The black cat is to protect you from evil. The gold cat, as we have here, is for wealth. Red for love. Blue for wisdom. I mean, they all have so many meanings. So you have to be a real cat lover, Craig.
Yeah. Oh, I love the cats. You know me.
Yeah, I know you. I do know you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want you to take one of these cats back with you,
Yes.
okay? That's our gift to you.
I like this
I
white
hope
one.
Craig's
That's
gonna
all
bring
you.
you. Guys, what do you want? We're going to bring you back some of these cats.
I want a cat. We want prosperity, health, wellness, all that good
That's
stuff.
right. This is inviting
You want
viewers.
all of
Yes.
these.
And that is for the
We
inviting
love
customers
cats.
and viewers.
That's right.
Take it. Can I stop doing this now?
No.
I was had us doing this the whole time they were talking.
It's good for our biceps. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we have a roundup of the best Olympic doppelgangers. Stay with us.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Plazapalooza is back, and today we're making a splash. Take a look.
It was an epic showdown last night during the women's 400-meter hurdles. Did you see this?
I saw it. It was amazing.
Phenomenal.
It came down to two American women, Sydney McLaughlin and the reigning world record holder, Dalilah Muhammad.
Dalilah, yes.
Dalilah, thank you.
Impressive. She's the
was
current world
amazing.
champion.
She's incredible. Okay, so take a look at this thrilling ending.
Sydney, she comes from behind, and she's breaking her own world record to claim the gold, right? Dalilah put in her personal best time. She got silver. And then Sydney's high school, Union Catholic in New Jersey, they held this huge watch party. Everybody's going crazy. Look at this, watching her win. I heard some folks on the radio yesterday, this is a different kind of Olympics because they can't be with their family members and their friends. But it's been fun to watch these watch parties, if you will, and you get to see the village behind some of these athletes.
Oh, I know. And also, you know what? They're not with their families, but they get to go home and reunite, which is super, super cool.
So congratulations to those women. I mean, they are, whew.
All right, so we like to talk about doppelgangers around here.
Yes.
Have you ever noticed that?
Yes.
It's one thing we really like to talk about. So every games, there's some celebrity doppelgangers emerge. So take a look at these, okay?
Yeah, this one grabbed our attention. We have a 26-year-old taekwondo competitor from Jordan. Her name is Juliana Al-Sadek. Twitter swears, look at this.
She looks just like Lady Gaga.
Can you see, I don't know if these guys, the plaza can see our monitor.
But she
looks like
just
Lady Gaga.
I expect her to start singing Shallow.
I mean, you gave her a little makeup? Are you kidding me? And gave her a smoky eye?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay, next up, there's a gold medal winning.
There you go. Okay, now you guys can see it on the plaza.
Can you see?
All right,
Doesn't
so here
that
we go.
look like Lady
Okay, now they
Gaga?
can participate.
Okay, but now we're actually looking at a pole vaulter, okay? He is from Sweden, and everyone says he's a ringer for Timothy Chalamet.
Oh, Chalamet, look at that.
Yes.
What do you guys think? Yeah, maybe, kind of?
They're like kind of.
No, I see it. Look at that. It's like the same person.
They do look very similar.
Okay, I see it.
And the last one,
This one, it takes the cake.
You're the one that saw this.
I did. The whole time yesterday we were interviewing Olympic swimmer Caleb Dressel. Even his voice, the whole time I'm looking at him, and then I'm looking at a photographer, Nate, I'm like, wait a minute, they just alike. And I was trying to be polite and not mention it, but then when Al said something else about a woman
that's
in the
Caleb,
crowd.
and that is Photo Nate.
Are you kidding me? Down to the tattoos.
Photo Nate, y'all could be brothers.
Down to the patriotic tattoos on their arms, Jenna.
I know.
Look at the American flag.
I know Photo Nate's embarrassed.
Well, I mean, look at this. And you're both dashingly handsome, so take it. And you know what, in fact, he even said, he was like, you know what, that's a compliment.
I know.
I'll take it.
Caleb, look, he's giving us a heart. Caleb goes, if I look like that guy, I'm doing just fine.
Listen.
He said, if that's what I look like, I'm good to go.
There you go.
That's his quote.
Compliment of a lifetime. Okay, so switching gears just a bit, Jen and I were just watching this. We're getting our first look at Amazon's reimagining, if you will, of Cinderella.
You know what, we talk about this, we've talked about this on the show, how all of the Disney
the
stories,
princess
well, all the fairy tales really are based on like some dark things, but also on females needing a man to save them.
That's true.
For example, have you noticed how the mom always dies and then there's an evil stepmother?
You're right.
Did you know that it's so ingrained in my children that Mila, when she was like 3 or 4, once went up to Donna, who works on her show, and said, when my mom dies, will you be my stepmother?
Oh my gosh.
I know. So we're like, why does the mom always have to die, or the woman always need a man to save them?
Wow.
Okay.
You know what? That's a really good point. And so I think enough of us have said that, right, and noticed this, that now they're taking notice. And so now we're talking about Cinderella. It stars Camila Cabello. She's going to be Ella in this one. And they're reimagining Cinderella. So
she's
now
a dressmaker.
She's an aspiring dressmaker. She's
an
a
entrepreneur.
businesswoman. Okay, take a look at the clip.
Dresses by Ella.
Here's a laugh. This girl fancies herself a businessman.
Yes! I am your fabulous godmother. Do you want to go to that ball and meet a bunch of rich people who will change your life?
Yes, I was just crying and singing about it like 2 minutes ago.
Then go you shall!
Oh, look at that. This is different. I don't
Okay, Dad. You said you wanted to be a businesswoman.
Hi. Would you like to dance?
Right now. Where did you get that dress? I designed it.
I pick you to be my princess.
What about my work? I don't want a life stuck waving from a royal box any more than a life confined to a basement.
So what do you think?
Oh, we're so into it. The dancing, Billy Porter.
Now imagine your daughter this time around seeing this one. And you see, I'm thinking about Cinderella, and we've noticed over the decades the beautiful dress. We've never had her say, you know what, I designed this dress, right?
Yeah. And also, what about my work?
Yeah.
I can't just marry you and be all that. What about my work?
I want both. How about that?
Yeah, and by the way, we can.
Absolutely. I love it. I think it'll get a lot of buzz. Cinderella, it starts streaming on Amazon Prime on September 3rd.
No, we should take our girls.
To kind of
should we take our girls to watch it?
It's a date.
We don't even have to go anywhere.
It's a double date. We'll go to your house.
Okay, perfect. From movies to TV, we love talking about Sex and the City around here. So first, we have to show you Mr. Big is officially back.
He's coming back.
Chris Noth was spotted with Sarah Jessica Parker on the set of the new reboot, and just like that.
Look at this. So Big is sporting a few more grays this time around.
Well, he is older.
And I'm happy about that. Like, they didn't try to make it what it was 10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
We've all aged. So I like that he has the salt and pepper.
I know,
look.
it's kind of weird with something as like special as a Sex in the City
try
that you
to redo
remember
it.
where you were watching the television shows.
Absolutely.
Because we just found out in Aiden news, and I was Team Aiden. Were you?
Always Team. He was so gentle and like nice and sweet
and handsome
romantic.
and made furniture.
So, but the Aiden in real life
is married.
He's
John
married.
Corbett.
John Corbett. Did you guys know this? That the Aiden from Sex and the City, John Corbett, in real life is married to Bo Derek?
He just revealed it.
Wait, look at their faces. Everybody's
they
like,
didn't
really?
know.
Yes.
Yes, look, that woman knows. She knows what she's talking about. So Bo, who is 64, and John, who is 60, they've been together since 2002.
For almost 20 years they've been dating. So that means when he was on Sex and the City and everybody's like, oh, be with Carrie. In real life, he's with Bo Derek.
Yeah, he was winning. Okay, but John said we don't want 2020 to be that thing that everybody looks back at and hated. So we thought, let's get one nice thing out of it and go ahead and get married.
So they've been together for decades, but they decided to go
Look,
ahead
I
and
do
get
hear
married.
somebody keep going 60, and I know because I feel like Aiden and Armine is still the way he was.
He's still where he was 30 years ago, 20 years ago,
He's
however
30.
long it was.
Did you watch that show?
Oh my God, of course, we were obsessed. Well, now he's 60.
Where were you? Do you remember where you were?
You know what? I live in New York now, but it was almost aspirational.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I'd never even heard of Manolos. Like the shoes, the friendship, the sisterhood, the empowerment. I mean, we all picked which girl we were. I was Charlotte.
You were Charlotte?
Oh my God, all of our girlfriends. Yeah, I'm like the square. Are you kidding me?
I've seen you not be square.
Well, I've changed. No,
Oh,
I'm
you
just
were used to be square.
Who were you?
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't
Samantha?
Really, probably. No, I wasn't. You know, I wasn't. I guess I was probably
You
Charlotte.
could be Carrie.
Carrie, maybe.
Yeah. So
the thing is, I was in college, so I was really none of them. Like it was like
That's
how
what I'm
you
saying.
said.
Yeah.
We were too.
Yeah, and then now I've missed my window because now we're here with 3 kids and
Now
I'm in
we
New York.
old.
There's no time to go out. But anyway. This week has been so much fun with friends from all around the country who have gathered here and come down to 30 Rock for some fun and games.
I know. Chanel and I are having a blast. And today's game is a wet one. Okay, we're calling it Pop It. And we have 2 Plaza fans that are going to play along. We have Cherry from North Canton, Ohio, and Sheila from Saratoga, California.
So here's how it works. Jenna and I will alternate reading multiple choice questions, right? And once we're finished reading our question, our 2 participants will race to this pool here to grab a balloon, and the first person to pop it gets to answer the question.
Okay, it sounds easy, right? But here's the catch. The questions are all water themed. So naturally, these balloons are filled with H2O.
Ooh, you ready to get a little wet?
Cherry, Sheila, are y'all ready?
I'm ready.
Strategy?
Yes, I'm
okay,
ready. All right, here we go.
Here is your first question. Ready? Okay. The original Jaws was released in 1975. How many sequels followed? 1 or 3?
Pop it, pop it.
Pop it, pop it. Okay. 3. 3 is right. That is correct. By the way, fun fact, there was a Jaws 2 in 1978, a Jaws 3D in 1983, and a Jaws The Revenge
I love it. I
in
gave her a point.
1987.
All right, question number 2. In the TV show Gilligan's Island, the castaways are abandoned on an island after leaving for a boat tour that was supposed to last for how long?
Oh.
Go pop it. 3
Go
days?
pop it.
3 hours?
Pop it.
3 hours! Oh, wait, no. Do you know the answer?
3-hour tour. Yes.
All right, we got this next one.
Okay. Okay. I love how her son is yelling, "Go, mom!"
Okay.
Okay. What is the first line of TLC's song "Waterfalls"?
Just do it first.
Okay, it goes, a lonely mother gazing out her window or don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
The very first line is, a lonely mother gazing out her window.
That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. She does get Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's okay, Mom.
That's okay. Okay, you got this. Are you ready?
I am. I'm ready.
Okay, channel your inner like pop culture.
Okay, you can do it.
Okay? Which celebrity recently celebrated her 52nd birthday with her new boyfriend on a yacht?
You go.
Dun 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 dun. J-Lo.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow. She's really good.
Oh my gosh.
She's really good.
Oh my gosh.
Anything to show that picture.
I know.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, strategy.
In the iconic bathtub scene from Pretty Women, what Prince song is Julia Roberts' character singing?
Go.
Is it Kiss? Or Raspberry Beret? That's right. Oh my God.
Wait, I see her strategy. She pops it as she picks it up. We're ready. Okay, we're ready.
She is. I have to say, you're amazing.
Ready. All right. Okay.
One more.
Okay, one more. In the song by the Weather Girls, what is it raining? Cats and dogs?
Oh, wow. Okay,
Okay, go ahead.
Let her in. We'll give it to you.
Cats and dogs are mixed.
It's raining.
My son sings that song.
Oh, yay! All right, well, it looks like Sheila is the winner. But everybody is a winner on our show, so you're
you both get
Olympic swag bag. Thank you. Okay, wow.
Woo, they got some good stuff in there. Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you. That was so much fun.
All right. Here's a hint about tomorrow's game. It's going to be excellent.
Excellent. And the scoreboard, y'all, it was 5-1. Today Talks continues after the break with an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
More Americans watch NBC News than any other news organization in the world.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
How are you?
I mean, we're still here.
You know what's interesting about being outside, which we love? So we do the show part of it, but then we also take pictures and we're talking to people. So it's like by the time we get to this point of the day, we're like,
I know.
Woo.
I mean, I fell asleep in the car.
On the way home
I
yesterday?
fell asleep in the car yesterday because it's like the games and the yelling, we're talking to people, and you're sort of by the end of the day,
oh, you're like
ready for a
white.
nap.
It's funny, one of my cousin, I was just talking to her yesterday, she went with her sister to this like meditation spot, and they're like laying on the floor and blah, blah, blah. And she said the next thing she knew, her sister's like snoring.
That's me.
That's the way I feel.
That's me.
Like if you tell me to relax right now, just lay down, I could probably go to sleep.
The craziest thing is I was in the car, Henry was driving us home, and he was on a conference call, and there was something about like the lull of his like business meeting where I was like, gosh, my eyes are just shutting. But yeah,
and
it's wild
right
out
to
here.
sleep.
It's so much fun. I mean, think about our show
it's
today.
Exhilarating. Like to be able to talk to people right here and get their response. It's like a dream.
We cooked those amazing, and I think that's part of it too. We haven't been eating because there's been no cooking segments.
And now if you think about it, Jen and I, we've done both hours, right? The 8 o'clock hour, the 9 o'clock hour, and then the 4th hour.
Yes.
So we've been eating
meals
we had
each time.
Let's just list it off. Ready?
Okay.
This is like the hungry caterpillar.
All right.
Except for we're the hungry
And it's
humans.
not even like
Let's
noon.
just start. Ready? Grilled romaine.
Fried chicken.
Crispy rice salmon.
Pickled radishes.
Pickled root vegetables.
Oh, that's right. And
I've never even heard of that root vegetable.
And then pancake souffle.
Pancake, which I have to say, y'all get that recipe wherever you get your recipes at today.com, because that pancake souffle was a showstopper.
My family's always like, you're always eating. Is it really that good? And I'm saying, yeah, because if you think about it, if you're a chef, and you're coming to the Today Show, you're bringing your A game.
You're bringing the
best thing that you can make.
It's so funny because last night we had pasta and meatballs, and Mila goes, I don't eat meatballs anymore. She got home from camp, so she's like,
she's a vegetarian now?
She goes, I'm a vegetarian. And I go, okay, so that means you're gonna eat a lot of vegetables? She goes, no, pasta. And I was like, okay. She goes, I eat carbs only. And then like close the door. She's like, carbs only, mama. And I was like, little does she know that if I could live off anything, like that, of all the food we ate, the crispy rice salmon was amazing. Yeah. But bury me in that pancake.
Oh my gosh.
Souffle, pancake souffle, it's two of my favorite things.
Well, hopefully we put those recipes on today.com because they're worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first ones would be hard to make,
That's true. The souffle type situation.
Well, I don't know. That would be easier to me than the fried chicken. But
Yeah, no, I don't know. And here's another thing. Al Roker is a food connoisseur.
Yeah.
He's very, he doesn't just go in for seconds by any means unless it's really good. He walked around to the table and got another piece of chicken. That's how you know how good it was.
I ate so much that I'm not going to have lunch.
We're gonna reel it in. So anyway, it's worth it today if you're hungry to go to today.com/food because the recipes are worth it.
I like that we're just talking about eating.
I know.
It's so much fun.
That was so good. Well, what do you have planned for the day? Anything?
I'm going to get some exercise after that.
What are you going to do?
I'm either going to play a little tennis, which we
Okay.
discussed.
Yeah.
I might go for a walk or a run.
I found this girl on YouTube.
And you do her workout classes?
No, you're just stretching. So,
is it with the chair?
I did it yesterday and it put me to sleep. And I was worried that I was going to oversleep for the show because if I fall asleep without an alarm, sometimes I'm worried that I will miss.
I had a dream last night that I fell asleep without an alarm, and then I woke up and it was 4:30
in the morning.
I have an alarm.
If you Google full body stretch on YouTube, I can't remember the woman's name. She doesn't talk. She just turns on music and you just follow what she does. So it's almost like you're in the back of a class and you're just trying to figure it out. But by the end of the 30 minutes, you feel like you have been to a spa.
I might
find
do
it and let
that.
you know another day.
Okay, thank you.
It's worth it.
Thank you, Chanelli. It's Wednesday. We made it through almost. Okay, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more Today All Day.
So why don't we kind of go around the horn and you just give me your names and the name of your Olympian and their sport. So we'll start with Sherry.
Hi, I'm Sherry Grimes, and my Olympian is Katie Grimes in swimming.
I'm Julie Nichols. My son is Brady Ellison, and he is a 4-time Olympian in the sport of archery.
My name is Keisha Bishop, and my son is Noah Lyles, who is in track and field.
So congratulations to all of you. I don't know what it's like to have an Olympian. Most of us probably never will. So Sherry, why don't I start with you? I mean, does this moment feel surreal to you?
I haven't even quite wrapped my head around the fact that she's there, and it was always been a dream in our house, but we just didn't think it was going to happen this quick. And I think even for her, she's still having a hard time wrapping her own head around it. Every step as we go through this process, we're like, oh my gosh, she's an Olympian.
Katie, who is 15, is the youngest out of all of them. And I just had a chance to talk with her. How do you think she's handling all of this?
I think she's actually doing a really good job. We do talk to her on a daily basis, and she's having a lot of fun. She's sharing oatmeal with Katie Ledecky every morning, and it's just been an unbelievable experience for her.
I'm trying to think of what I was doing at 15. I was like trying to get a license. It was like, maybe running for student council president. Like, I just can't even remember. So it seems like, Julie, you're the pro here amongst all of us. Tell us about Brady and how this feels for you, even though you've been here before.
It's still exciting. So bummed we can't go. And I feel for the families, first-time Olympians, and you don't get to be there. And, that's what we've been doing for the past 16 years. We're so excited for them.
You brought up a really good point, Julie, about not being able to be there.
It's heartbreaking that your athletes, you know, most of us that are on this Olympic journey, it's not something that your child has done for 6 months or a year. It's something that they've done for a while. And you're traveling with them, you know, you're schlepping them all over the country, going to all these different events and everything. And you so look forward to it. And then COVID happens and they postponed the games, and that was hard. And, you know, scrambling to keep our reservations for everywhere, our hotel and everything, because having done this before, we know that you have to find your hotel. I mean, we get all of our reservations and everything the year before, and we just go on faith that Brady's going to make the team. And we do everything, you know, a year in advance. So the hotel was great. We were at the Sheraton by Tokyo Disneyland. So we were really looking forward to that. And so they kept our hotel reservations, just moved it, you know, we were all crossing our fingers. And then when they came out and said no foreign spectators, it was, you know, we were so disappointed. And I feel for all those first-time athletes that have worked so hard to get there, and their family can't be in the stands, you know, and the parents who have been there through everything, you know, taking them everywhere for this dream, and they can't be there. And you can talk to them on the phone, but it's just not the same. And I just feel for them, you know, even with us would have been our fourth ones, it's still heartbreaking to us.
Keisha, your son is officially an Olympian. How does it feel for you as a mom, especially knowing all that's happened behind the scenes to get here?
Yeah, it is really surreal, which I think is a word a lot of us moms are using. This has been a dream of his and his brother's. His brother didn't make the team, unfortunately, but it's been since they were in 8th grade. So it's been over 10 years. They've been pursuing it. He made the Olympic trials as a high schooler and just missed the team by 1 spot. So now we're here 5 years later and we made the team, and it feels like such a weight has fallen off of our shoulders because it's just been something we know we can do, but just executing it is totally different. So it's really exciting and surreal.
How does it feel knowing that you won't be able to be there in person?
You know, I am okay with it. If you had asked me this a year ago, I would have been devastated. But based on everything we've been through in the past year and a half, I am just so excited that we actually get to have the games. Like, I don't care if I have to watch it from my bedroom or wherever. It's like, I just want them to compete safely. And, you know, I don't want anyone to get sick, but I'm still just as excited.
Tell me about the training and what goes into it and what people don't see at home as far as how hard your kids work.
We're up every morning at 4 a.m. I've slept on the back seat of my van for mornings for years now as I drop my kids off at the pool, and I sit in the parking lot at 5 in the morning for a couple of hours, and then, you know, they're back again in the afternoon. They have weights in between that, and that's, you know, 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. And I don't even think that my own family quite understood the rigorous workouts and sacrifices that they've made and what the purpose was for all of that over the last 10 years until this moment. Then they're like, oh, okay, now we see why they're a little crazy with this whole swim stuff.
Sherry, I am so happy you just mentioned that. There are a lot of moms, including myself and dads, who, you know, I have to take my boys to soccer practice twice a week. And I'm like, oh. You just said that you're up at 4 a.m., sometimes 6 days a week, sleeping in the back of your van while they practice, and then coming back and doing it again later in the day. Really?
Yes.
And for you, Julie, how has it been growing up with Brady?
Brady is my only. He actually moved out to the Olympic Training Center when he was 16. So we took him and we dropped him off